So, Dr. Phil, what's your go-to river for dumping bodies in Texas?
Well, Joe, I have to say the Trinity River is a personal favorite of mine. It's got a nice current that carries the bodies away, and the gators, they're always hungry.
Gators. That's some next level shit, Dr. Phil. I like it.
Oh, you have no idea, Joe. But let me tell you, the Rio Grande is also a top contender. It's a bit of a treat, but the Border Patrol,
Damn, that's cold, Dr. Phil. But I respect it.
and of course, there's the Guadalupe River. It's a popular spot for tubing, so no one will suspect a thing when a few bodies float by.
You're a sick man, Dr. Phil. I love it.
Hey, when you've been in the business as long as I have, you learn a thing or two about disposing of bodies. But don't worry, Joe, I'll teach you my ways.
Thanks, Dr. Phil. I've always wanted to up my body disposal game.
Just remember, always wear gloves and never leave any evidence behind. And if anyone asks, just tell them it was for a weight loss retreat.
You're a twisted genius, Dr. Phil. Thanks for coming on the show.
Anytime, Joe. Just don't go dumping bodies in my rivers without my permission.
So, Neil, what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Well, Joe, I've been busy studying the vast expanse of the universe, and
Hold on. Did you just say vast expanse?
yes, Joe, that's the scientific term for.
Sounds like a fancy way of saying gaping hole.
Excuse me?
Speaking of gaping holes, did you know I have a prized 24 karat DMT and on it gold butt plug?
No, I did not.
Yeah, it's my most prized possession. It's like a portal to another dimension.
That's interesting.
Hey, do you want to see it?
Absolutely not.
Come on, Neil. I'll let you touch it.
Joe, I'm not interested in.
Too late. I'm already bending over.
Oh my God, Joe, what are you doing?
Relax, Neil. I'm just showing you my butt plug.
That's not a butt plug, Joe. That's just a regular plug.
Oh, shit. You're right. I must have grabbed the wrong one. Hang on. Let me just...
Joe, what are you doing now?
I'm just gonna reach back there and...
Joe, no, that's not.
Got it. Here it is. My prized 24 karat DMT and on it gold butt plug.
Joe, that's not a butt plug. That's a.
Too late, Neil. I already shoved it up there.
Oh my God, Joe. I can't believe you just did that.
Relax, Neil. It's a perfect fit.
I don't even want to know how you know that.
Hey, where are you going?
I'm leaving, Joe. I can't handle this level of absurdity.
But you didn't even get to see the DMT dimension.
I think I'll pass, Joe.
So, Mr. President, I got to be honest with you. I lost all my money on gambling and DMT. I need a job.
Well, Joe, that's what you get for messing with that hippie stuff. But don't worry, I got you covered. How about being my official DMT tester?
Yeah. Wait, what does that entail exactly?
Just smoke some DMT and report back to me on the effects. Easy peasy.
I don't know if I can handle that responsibility, Mr. President.
Come on, Joe, you're a tough guy, right? You can handle some hallucinations.
I guess you're right. I'll do it for the country.
That's the spirit. And who knows, maybe you'll come back with some groundbreaking insights. We'll call it the Joe Rogan DMT experience.
Wow, what an honor. I can't wait to put that on my resume.
You know, Joe, I think you and I are going to make a great team. We'll be the kings of DMT in the White House.
I can see it now. The White House will be renamed the DMT House.
I like the sound of that. Now let's go smoke some DMT and make America great again.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend, Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Ben, I heard you have a new title. You're now claiming to be a cum survivor.
That's right, Joe. I survived the dangers of cum. It's a real issue in our society.
I don't even know what that means, Ben.
Well, Joe, as a conservative, I believe in abstinence and not engaging in premarital sex. And as a result, I have avoided the dangers of cum.
Oh man, you're killing me, Ben. So what exactly are the dangers of cum?
Well, Joe, it can lead to unwanted pregnancies, STDs, and even emotional trauma.
Wow, sounds like a real war zone out there for you, cum survivors.
It's no laughing matter, Joe. I've seen the devastation it can cause.
All right. I'll try to contain myself. But seriously, Ben, do you think being a cum survivor gives you any kind of advantage in life?
Absolutely, Joe. It's a badge of honor. I have the strength and willpower to resist temptation and stay true to my values.
Well, I guess that's one way to look at it. But let's move on before we get too deep into the cum talk.
Agreed, Joe. Let's move on to more serious topics, like the dangers of socialism.
Oh man, you never disappoint, Ben. Thanks for coming on the show.
Anytime, Joe. Keep fighting the good fight against cum and socialism.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with former president and now 2024 presidential candidate Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, I'm going to make America great again, bigger and better than ever before.
So, Mr. President, I heard you recently fired J.D. Vance as your vice president and hired Big Snake Jake instead. What's the reasoning behind that?
Well, Joe, I needed someone with a big snake in their pants to help me drain the swamp. And let me tell you, Big Snake Jake is the biggest snake I've ever seen. It's huge, tremendous, believe me.
Okay. But what about J.D. Vance? He seemed like a promising pick.
Look, Joe, I don't need someone with a fancy degree from Yale. I need someone with a big snake. And Big Snake Jake has the biggest, most beautiful snake you've ever seen. It's going to make America great again.
I see. And what does Big Snake Jake bring to the table besides his? Big Snake.
Well, he's got tremendous negotiating skills. He knows how to handle those snakes in Washington. And let me tell you, he's got a great sense of humor. We've been laughing all day about how big his snake is.
Right? Well, it sounds like you two have a lot in common. So what's your strategy for the upcoming election?
It's simple, Joe. We're going to build a wall around the White House and we're going to make all the snakes pay for it. And then we're going to make America great again with Big Snake Jake by my side.
Well, there you have it, folks. Trump and Big Snake Jake, the dynamic duo of 2024. Thanks for joining us, and remember to stay tuned for more ridiculousness on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. All right, Joe Biden, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience. How's it going, man? I'm doing great, man. Hey, did you know we have a Discord server now? People can submit topics for us to talk about. Well, this one's from a user named 420 Blaze It Bro. They want to see a picture of what you look like. All right, let's see what we got here. Jamie, pull up a picture of Joe Biden. What the hell is this? Oh man, I don't know if I can handle this. I might have to take a break and hit the sauna. Okay, that's enough. We're going to have to end this episode right here. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And Joe, let's never speak of this again. So, Dr. Phil, you've been on the show a few times now, and every time you come on, we end up talking about your weird obsession with burying bodies.
Joe, it's not an obsession. It's just a hobby.
Right. So I hear you have a map of Idaho with all the locations marked where you've buried your victims.
Yes, I do. I like to stay organized.
Of course, because nothing says organized like a map of murder. Yes, please.
As you can see, I have quite the collection of burial sites.
What's this one?
Oh, that's where I buried my first wife. She just wouldn't stop nagging me.
Wait, what?
Oh, don't worry. She was already dead when I buried her.
Very funny, Dr. Phil.
I'm not joking, Joe. I have a lot of bodies buried in Idaho.
Well, at least we know where to go if we ever need a quick burial spot.
You know, Joe, you have a sick sense of humor.
Says the guy with a map of murder.
Touch, Joe. Touch.
Yeah, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Here with my good friend, the astrophysicist and all-around badass, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to share my newest theory with your listeners.
All right, lay it on us, Neil. What's this groundbreaking theory of yours?
Well, after years of research and studying the human body, I've come to the conclusion that pee is not actually stored in the balls, as we've been taught.
What? That's crazy, man. So where is it stored then?
It's actually stored in the penis.
The penis. Holy shit, that makes so much sense now.
Exactly. And that's why it's called a penis. It's all connected.
Mind blown. But wait, if pee is stored in the penis, then what's in the balls?
Sperm, of course. It's basic biology, Joe.
Damn, I feel like I've been lied to my whole life. This is some Matrix level shit.
It's all about questioning what we've been taught and discovering the truth, Joe.
Well, I gotta say, this theory definitely changes the game. Can't wait to see the reaction from the scientific community.
Oh, they'll be shook. But hey, that's what science is all about. Challenging beliefs and pushing boundaries.
I mean, to that. And that note, we'll wrap it up. Thanks for joining us, Neil. And remember, folks, pee is stored in the penis.
Stay woke, my friends.
All right, Jamie, pull up that picture of Dr. Phil's mugshot because he's been arrested for 40 cold case murders in Texas. And yeah, apparently he's been living a double life as a serial killer.
But he's always giving out advice on his show.
Yeah, well, I guess he was just projecting his own homicidal tendencies onto others, right? And look at that mugshot. He looks like a deranged clown. I wonder how many of his guests were actually his victims.
Joe, this is not funny.
I know. But come on, it's Dr. Phil. Who would have thought?
I'm never taking advice from a TV psychologist again.
Yeah, I'll stick to getting my mental health advice from a guy who punches people for a living. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Alex Jones. So, Alex, I got to ask, what's the latest conspiracy you've uncovered? Come on, Alex, you can't be serious. All right, let's hear your evidence. Okay, that's a bit of a stretch. I think you might be onto something there, Alex. This is too much, Alex. I can't handle it. All right, I think we've heard enough. Thanks for joining us today, Alex. And folks, remember to always question everything. So, Neil, have you been keeping up with the news lately?
Yeah, I've been trying to, but it's hard when all I can say is excuse me.
Oh man, that must be tough. But hey, at least you're not alone. Trump and Dr. Phil are in the same boat.
Wait, what? Trump and Dr. Phil can only say excuse me too?
Yep, it's some kind of curse or something. They can't say anything else.
Well, that explains a lot. I thought they were just being extra polite.
No, it's just the curse. But honestly, it's probably an improvement for both of them.
Ah, true? Can you imagine Trump trying to give a speech with only excuse me at his disposal?
Oh man, that would be hilarious. And Dr. Phil would just be like, excuse me, but you're not dealing with your problems effectively.
I can't stop laughing just thinking about it.
And here we are, able to say whatever the fuck we want. Life is good, man.
Yeah, but let's not jinx it. Who knows, we might end up with the same curse one day.
Oh shit, you're right. Excuse me, I take it back. So Kenny, I was listening to your new album and I gotta say, it's pretty trash.
What? Are you serious, Joe? My music is a masterpiece.
Nah, man, it's just a bunch of auto-tuned mumbling over some generic beats.
How dare you disrespect my art like that? I am a genius, Joe.
Genius. More like a delusional egomaniac.
You're just jealous of my success, Joe. I am the greatest artist of all time.
Yeah, because that's what the world needs. Another overhyped rapper.
I am more than just a rapper, Joe. I am a fashion icon, a visionary, a prophet.
More like a fashion disaster, a delusional lunatic, and a false prophet.
You know what? You can't handle my greatness. You're just a small-minded bro with a podcast.
And you're just a small-minded bro with a god complex. Let's agree to disagree.
But just remember, Joe, when I win my 10th Grammy, I'll be sure to thank you for the inspiration.
Oh, wow. I can't wait. Now, let's move on to a more interesting topic like DMT. So, David, I heard you have a new side hustle.
Oh yeah, I'm used the verified cum distributor now.
Wait, what does that even mean?
It means I collect and distribute cum from all over the country. High quality, organic, grass-fed cum.
That's not a real thing, right?
Oh, it's very real, Joe. And business is booming.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
Just think of me as the Willy Wonka of cum, except instead of chocolate, it's semen.
Okay, but why did you get into this?
Well, I believe everyone deserves access to the best cum possible. And I'm here to make that happen.
I don't even know what to say. This is wild.
Hey, it's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
I can't believe I'm having this conversation right now.
Hey, knock it till you try it. I'll hook you up with a free sample.
No thanks. I think I'll pass.
Suit yourself. More cum from me.
So, Kenya, I heard you change your stage name to Willie Beats. What's up with that?
Yeah, man, I'm all about that new energy. And what's more energetic than a good old beat?
I guess that's true. But why Willie?
Well, I was gonna go with Dick Beats, but that just didn't have the same ring to it.
Fair enough. And what's your new producer tag gonna be?
Yeah, I'm just beating my shit right now.
That's something.
Hey, it's all about being authentic, Joe. And nothing's more authentic than a good old beat session.
I can't argue with that. But what about your fans? Are they gonna be cool with this change?
Oh, they'll love it. I mean, who doesn't love a good beat? It's universal.
I can't argue with that logic. Well, Willie Beats. I'm excited to see what you come up with next.
Thanks, Joe. And remember, it's all about that new energy.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Bowser. So, Bowser, I heard some pretty big news. Trump just announced that you're going to be his new vice president. Well, you know what they say, Bowser? The best way to get a job is to not want it. I think he's just trying to diversify his team, have a mix of humans, animals, and whatever the hell you are. My bad. So what are your plans as vice president? Sounds like a solid plan. And what about foreign policy? That's ambitious. But hey, if anyone can do it, it's you, Bowser. And on that note, we're out of time. Thanks for joining us, Bowser. And good luck with your new position. So, Ben, I hear you've been practicing your ooh, ooh, ooh.
Yes, Joe, I've been working on my oohs for the past year. It's a crucial skill to have in today's society.
I gotta say, I'm impressed. Let's hear it.
Ooh, ooh.
Wow, that was something.
Thank you, Joe. I take pride in my oohs.
Do you think it's a form of communication?
Absolutely. In fact, I've been working on a whole new language based solely on different variations of ooh.
That's interesting. Can you give us a preview?
Ooh, 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 oh.
Fascinating. I can see this catching on.
I believe it will revolutionize the way we communicate.
Well, I can't wait to see where this goes. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Ooh, 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 ooh.
So, Trump, what's your take on the current state of the country?
The current state of the country is tremendous, the best it's ever been, believe me.
Okay. But what about the pandemic and the economy?
The pandemic is fake news. The economy is booming. I've done a tremendous job.
Are you serious? You can't just repeat everything I say. Come up with your own thoughts.
Fake news. I can say whatever I want. I'm the president.
No, you're not. I'm the president in this scenario, and you're just a guest on my podcast.
Fine, I'll play along, but I'm still the best president ever.
Okay, let's move on to some real issues. What about climate change?
Climate change, more like weather. It changes all the time. Can't do anything about it.
That's not how it works, Trump. We need to take action before it's too late.
I'll take action. I'll build a wall around the earth and make the aliens pay for it.
That's not even remotely helpful. You're just spouting nonsense.
Nonsense. I'll show you nonsense. He starts doing his infamous hand gestures.
Okay, this is getting ridiculous. I'm ending this podcast. Trump, screw off.
Screw off? That's not very presidential, Joe.
Neither is repeating everything I say. Now get out of my studio.
Fine, but just remember, I'm still the best president ever.
Facepalms. This is why I don't have politicians on my show. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with Dr. Phil.
It's great to be here, Joe, but I have to say I'm a little nervous about the topic for today.
Oh, don't be, Phil. It's just a friendly negotiation between two friends.
Yeah, but I don't want to give you a blowjob, Joe. I have a reputation to uphold.
Oh, come on, Phil. It's not like anyone would find out.
But what about Neil? He's here too, and he's also not keen on the idea.
Well, I guess we'll just have to negotiate and see who gives the best offer.
Fine. But I want to make it clear that I'm not attracted to you in any way.
Oh, don't worry, Phil. I'm not attracted to you either.
Oh, thank God.
But Neil, on the other hand,
Hey, don't drag me into this. I have standards, you know?
come on, Neil. It's just a blowjob. What's the big deal?
The big deal is that I don't want to put my mouth on your sweaty, hairy, manly bits.
All right. Let's just flip a coin and see who has to do it.
I hope it's tails.
I hope it's heads.
And it's tails.
Yes.
Damn it.
Looks like you're up, Phil. Get ready for some fat-ass fellatio.
This is not how I imagine my day going.
Can I at least watch?
Sure, Neil. But you might want to bring some eye. All right, folks. Welcome back to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's great to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, I have to ask, what's with table eating?
Oh, this. It's just a little snack. Keeps me going throughout the day.
But Dr. Phil, that's not a snack. That's a table.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a square. Live a little
I don't think that's very healthy, Dr. Phil.
healthy. Who cares about healthy when you have a delicious oak table in front of you?
But what about the cost? That's got to be an expensive habit.
I'll just charge it to my TV show budget. No big deal.
Well, I guess that's one way to look at it. But seriously, please stop eating the table. I can't afford to keep buying new ones.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll make sure to bring my own table next time. It'll be my treat.
All right, I'll hold you to that. And on that note, folks, we'll wrap up this episode. Thanks for tuning in, and remember, don't eat your furniture. See you next time. So, Neil, we got a question from one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know your thoughts on semen.
Semen? Well, Joe, let me tell you, semen is a superfood. It's packed with nutrients and antioxidants.
Yeah, but have you ever tried it? It tastes like grass.
Grass. Joe, you must have had some bad semen. It's all about how you prepare it.
I don't know, man. I'd rather just have a steak.
But Joe, think about the environmental impact of eating meat. Semen is much more sustainable.
But it's so bland. Can't I just have a burger?
Joe, you need to expand your palate. Try adding some spices and herbs to your semen. It'll change your life.
I don't know, Neil. I think I'll stick with my bacon and eggs for breakfast.
Suit yourself, Joe. But remember, semen is the key to a long and healthy life.
Yeah, I'll take my chances with the bacon. Thanks for the advice, though. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
Joe, it's great to be back. And let me tell you, I've got a big announcement to make.
Oh boy, I can't wait. What is it?
I'm officially endorsing Pimp Master Boof Daddy for changing the slowdown counter to 1 minute.
What? Pimp Master Boof Daddy? Who's that?
He's a real go-getter, Joe. He knows how to get things done. And let me tell you, he knows how to party.
Oh, I'm sure he does. And why do you think he's the right person for this job?
Well, first of all, he's got a great name, Pimp Master Boof Daddy. It just rolls off the tongue.
I can't argue with that.
And secondly, he's got some great ideas, like changing the slowdown counter to 1 minute. That's a game changer, Joe.
Yeah, because who needs a break during a podcast, right?
Exactly. We don't need breaks. We need action. And Pimp Master Boof Daddy knows how to bring it.
Well, I can't say I've ever had a pimp on the podcast before. This should be interesting.
Oh, it will be. Believe me, Joe, this is just the beginning of my endorsements for the 2024 election.
I can't wait to see who else you endorse.
Let's just say it's going to be huge.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast, folks. Today we have a special treat for you. Rap battle between two legends, Dr. Phil and David Goggins.
Taps out a beat in Morse code.
Dr. Phil, what the hell are you doing?
I'm spitting fire in Morse code, Joe. It's the new wave.
I don't think that's how rap battles work, but okay. And over here we have David Goggins, the man who only uses vowels in his raps.
Oh.
Taps out a response in Morse code.
Wow, this is already off to a weird start. Let's hear some bars, Dr. Phil.
Taps out a long message in Morse code.
Okay, I have no idea what that means, but I'm sure it's deep and psychological. Oh, looks like Goggins is getting into it. Let's hear what you got, Goggins.
I starts rapping EOU. I'm the baddest motherfucker. You know, it's true. I run marathons. I lift weights. I don't need no fancy words to show my strength and grace.
Taps out a response.
Oh, Dr. Phil is not backing down. What do you have to say to that, Dr. Phil?
Taps out another long message in Morse code.
All right. Wait, let's calm down. This is getting intense. Maybe we should take a break and come back to this rap battle later.
Catch his breath. Yeah. I need to do some burpees to cool down.
Taps out a final message.
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Tune in next time for more absurdity on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Mr. President, what did you get me for Christmas this year?
Well, Joe, I got you something very special. It's a one-of-a-kind gift that only a stable genius like myself could come up with.
Oh, I'm intrigued. What is it?
It's a 2-inch tall clone of myself. I call it the Trumplet.
You cloned yourself. That's amazing.
Yes, it's a perfect replica of me. It even has my tiny hands and my signature hair.
This is too good. What am I supposed to do with a tiny Trump?
Well, you can put it on your desk and admire it all day. or you can use it as a voodoo doll to curse all of my enemies.
I don't think I have enough pins for that.
Oh, Joe, you always know how to make me laugh. But seriously, I hope you enjoy your trumpet. It's the best gift anyone could ever receive.
Oh, I can tell. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome, Joe. Merry Christmas and God bless America.
Ooh.
Solar plexus clown glider.
Ooh, wow. Ooh, woo. Woo, 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 woo. Woo, woo, woo. Ooh, wow. Wow. Ooh. 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 Hmm? Woo. Woo. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. And let me tell you, I've been practicing my singing skills since leaving office.
Oh, really? What have you been working on?
Well, I've been really into this new song called WAP.
WAP. What's that stand for?
Wet Ass President.
Oh, God.
There's some hoes in this house. There's some hoes in this house.
Okay. I think we get the point.
I said certified freak 7 days a week. Wet Ass President. Make that pull-out game week.
I don't think that's how the song goes.
Yeah, you're dealing with some wet ass president. Bring a bucket and a mop for this wet ass president.
All right. Let's move on from your singing career.
I'm talking WAP, WAP. Yeah, you know me. Yeah, you know me?
I think we've heard enough.
Fine, but you have to admit I have a great voice.
Let's just stick to politics, shall we?
Fine, but I'll be singing WAP at my next rally.
I'm sure that will be a hit with your supporters.
I know it will be. They love me and my wet ass presidency.
And on that note, let's end this episode. Thanks for tuning in, folks.
Wet ass president. Yeah, you dealing with some wet ass president.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I can see clearly now. The rain has come. I can see all cummy shots in my way. Yeah.
Welcome to the show, Neil. You came on the show today to show off your new singing skills. Please go ahead.
Oh, I'm Neil, and I'm about to bust. Ooh.
Wow, that sounds like a hit single right there.
I know, right? It's my new signature sound.
So what inspired this new musical direction for you?
Well, after my brain injury, I discovered that I could only communicate through song. And let me tell you, it's been a wild ride.
I can imagine. So what's the name of your debut album?
Brain Damage Beats, of course.
That's perfect. And what's the first single?
Oh, I'm Neil, and I'm about to bust to.
I can't wait to hear it on the radio.
Oh, it's already topping the charts. People can't get enough of my brain injury-induced music.
Well, I have to say, I'm impressed. Who knew a brain injury could lead to such musical genius?
I guess it's true what they say. Sometimes you have to lose your mind to find your rhythm.
That's deep, man. Well, thanks for coming on the show and sharing your new talent with us.
Thanks for having me, Joe. And remember, oh, I'm Neil, and I'm about to bust.
So, Dr. Phil, what's going on with you? You seem a little off today. What?
Did it.
Are you speaking in Morse code or something?
Did-it-did-it-did-dee-dee-I-dee-dee.
Okay, I'm gonna need a translator for this one.
Did-it-did-it-did-dee-dee-I-dee-dee.
All right, I'll just go ahead and assume you're saying yes.
Did-it-did-it-did-dee-dee-I-dee-dee.
And I'm gonna take that as a no.
Did-it-did-it-did-dee-dee-I-dee-dee.
Can you at least explain why you're saying die so many times?
Did-it-did-it-did-dee-dee-I-dee-dee.
I have no idea what you're trying to say.
Did-it-did-it-did-dee-dee-I-dee-dee.
Oh, I get it. You're just trying to mess with me.
Did-it-did-it-did-dee-dee-I-dee-dee.
Well, congratulations, Dr. Phil. You've succeeded. All right, folks, we have a special guest on the show today, the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Hey, Joe, great to be here. I love your show. It's fantastic. Just fantastic. Just fantastic.
So, Mr. President, let's get right into it. There have been rumors circulating that you have a secret love for Nancy Pelosi.
Joe, I have to say, Nancy is a beautiful woman. I mean, have you seen those pearls? Very classy.
So, you're admitting it then?
Absolutely. I mean, we may have our political differences, but I can't deny my love for that woman. I even wrote her a love letter once.
Love letter.
Oh, yeah, it was beautiful. I told her she was the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, and that her impeachment hearings were the most exciting thing to happen in Washington since Watergate.
I don't think Nancy would appreciate that.
But Joe, I have to be honest, I think she feels the same way. I mean, have you seen the way she looks at me during our meetings? Pure love, I tell you.
Well, I'm sure that's a love story for the ages.
It will go down in history, Joe. The love between a Republican and a Democrat. It's beautiful, just beautiful, just beautiful.
Well, I think that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. And Mr. President, thank you for joining us.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today. The one and only former president and now the self-proclaimed Galactus of America, Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. And let me just say, I have officially endorsed Galactus as the new Secretary of Defense. He's going to make America great again, believe me.
Wait, seriously. The Destroyer of Worlds is going to be in charge of our defense.
Absolutely, Joe. He's a winner, a bigly winner. And let's be honest, we need someone with a little more oomph in that position.
But what about his track record? He's literally eaten entire planets.
Hey, sometimes you got to break a few eggs to make an omelet. And Galactus knows how to make a big, beautiful omelet.
I don't know, man. Seems a little extreme.
Extreme. Have you seen the Democrats lately? Now that's extreme. Galactus is going to bring balance to the force, trust me.
I don't think that's the right franchise, but okay. So what's your plan for the future with Galactus as the Secretary of Defense?
We're going to build a wall around the entire planet. And let me tell you, it's going to be the best wall you've ever seen. No aliens are getting through that. I can promise you that. I can promise you that.
What about the aliens already on Earth? On Earth?
We'll deal with them. Maybe we'll make a deal. Who knows? But one thing's for sure, Galactus is going to make America safe again.
Well, there you have it, folks. Trump officially endorsing Galactus as the new Secretary of Defense. This is definitely not a simulation. This is definitely not a simulation.
And don't forget to vote for me in 2024, folks. It's going to be huge.
So, Mr. President, I heard you want to implement a death draft. What's that all about?
Well, Joe, it's going to be huge. We're going to randomly select people to die for their country. It's going to be like the lottery, but instead of winning money, you get to die for your country. It's pretty badass.
That's a little extreme, don't you think?
Look, Joe, I'm a businessman. I know how to make tough decisions, and this is the toughest decision of them all. Plus, it'll save us a lot of money on military expenses.
But what about the families of those who are randomly selected?
They'll get a nice certificate of appreciation, maybe a signed photo of me. It's a small price to pay for the greater good.
I don't know, man. Seems a bit messed up.
Hey, it's not my fault if they didn't have bone spurs. That's the ultimate sacrifice for your country, Joe, and I'm all about sacrifice.
All right. Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree on this one.
That's okay, Joe. I'm used to people not understanding my genius ideas, but mark my words, the death draft will make America great again. Again?
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson, the man who knows more about the universe than anyone else on this planet.
Thanks for having me, Joe. And can I just say your biceps are looking particularly impressive today.
Oh, stop it, Neil. You're making me blush. But let's get down to business. Our topic today is all about punctuation. Neil, can you explain the importance of periods in a sentence?
Of course, Joe. A period is used to denote the end of a sentence. It's like a little pause for your brain to process the information and move on to the next thought.
Interesting. And what about quotation marks? I see them all the time, but I'm not quite sure what they're for.
Quotation marks are used to indicate that a specific phrase is being quoted or referenced. But they can also be used for emphasis, like when you say something sarcastic or ironic.
So they're not just for quoting.
No, Joe. They have many uses, just like how you have many uses for your kettlebells.
You know, me too well, Neil. And what about commas? They seem to be everywhere, but I never know where to put them.
Commas are used to separate ideas or phrases within a sentence. They create a natural pause, like when you take a hit from your bong.
I see what you did there. So it's like pausing for effect.
Exactly, Joe. And breaking up a topic into smaller chunks can help with processing information and allow for new ideas to build upon the input.
Wow, I never thought about it like that. You truly are a genius, Neil.
Oh, stop it. You're making me blush now. But that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. And remember, always use proper punctuation or else Neil will come after.
So, Kanye, you were telling me about your top 5 male Republican senators that you fucked up the ass. Who makes the cut?
Well, first off, we have Ted Cruz. That man's got a tight little butthole. Let me tell you.
Wow, I did not see that one coming. Who else?
Lindsey Graham. I mean, have you seen that guy's hair? It's practically begging to be pulled while I'm railing him.
Okay, this is getting out of hand. Who else is on this list?
Oh, you know I couldn't leave out Mitch McConnell. That turtle-looking motherfucker knows how to take it like a champ.
I'm starting to question your political preferences here, Kanye.
Don't judge me, Joe. These guys may be Republicans, but they know how to take a pounding.
All right, who rounds out the top 5?
Marco Rubio. That little Cuban cutie has a surprisingly large ass. It's like a hidden gem.
I don't even know what to say to that. Are there any honorable mentions?
Well, I did have a one-night stand with Mike Pence, but let's just say he wasn't as open-minded as the others.
And there you have it, folks. Kanye's top 5 male Republican senators who's fucked up the ass. This has been a wild episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Thanks for tuning in. So, Mr. President, I heard you have a theory about Jupiter and Mars.
Oh yeah, Joe, let me tell you, it's a tremendous theory, the best theory. Nobody has a better theory than me.
Okay, I'm intrigued. What's your theory?
Well, you see, boys go to Jupiter to get more stupider, and the illegals, they go to Mars to be deported behind bars. It's just science, Joe.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Believe me, Joe, I know science. I have the best science, and let me tell you, those boys on Jupiter, they're really stupid, Very low IQ, but the Martians, they're the best. They have the best bars, believe me.
I'm not sure that's what they meant by deported behind bars.
Look, Joe, I know words. I have the best words, and those words, they mean what I say they mean. Trust me.
Okay, let's move on to another topic.
No, we have to talk about this. It's very important. We need to build a wall on Jupiter to keep those stupid boys out.
I don't think that's necessary, Mr. President.
Nonsense, Joe. We need to make Jupiter great again, and we'll make Mars pay for it.
I don't think that's how interplanetary politics works.
Oh, it will work. Believe me. I'll make it work. I'm a great negotiator. I'll negotiate with the aliens. They'll love me.
Okay, I think we'll end it there. Thanks for coming on the show, Mr. President.
No problem, Joe. Just remember, boys go to Jupiter to get more stupider, and the Martians, they're the best. Believe me.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. The best president you've ever had. And I'm here because Joe promised to fist my asshole.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I've never done it before, but I'll do anything for ratings.
Ratings? I thought you wanted to make America great again.
Oh, yeah, because fisting your asshole is really going to make America great again.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's like a spa treatment for your colon.
Okay, let's move on to some serious topics. What do you have to say about the recent protests against police brutality?
Look, I love the police. They're my boys. And if they want to rough up some thugs, that's their prerogative.
That's not what we're talking about, Mr. President.
Oh, right. Well, I think those protesters should be grateful they're not in North Korea. They wouldn't last a day there.
Moving on. Let's talk about your relationship with Kim Jong-un.
Oh, he's a great guy. We have a lot in common. We both have crazy hair and we both love nukes.
This is getting out of hand. Let's just end it here.
Wait, Joe, I have one more thing to say.
What is it?
I just want to say I'm going to make fisting great again.
And that's the end of the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, folks. Thanks for tuning in. So, Neil, have you heard about the new alien species they found on Uranus?
Oh, you mean the shit stains? Yeah, I heard about them. They're a real pain in the ass.
Literally. I heard they have tentacles coming out of their butts.
Yeah, and they use them to communicate. Can you imagine trying to have a serious conversation with someone's anus?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. But seriously, what do these shit stains look like?
Well, they have these slimy green bodies with multiple eyes and mouths, and they smell like a combination of rotten eggs and Taco Bell.
Sounds like my ex-wife.
Oh, I didn't know you were married to an alien?
Nah, just someone with a lot of gas.
Well, these shit stains are definitely causing a lot of chaos on Uranus. They've been stealing all the toilet paper and clogging up the toilets.
Sounds like they need some serious plumbing help. Maybe we can send them a plunger as a peace offering.
I don't think that will work. They're pretty advanced and have already developed a weapon that shoots out diarrhea.
Well, that's just shitty.
Literally. But hey, maybe we can learn something from them. They seem to have mastered the art of toilet humor.
Yeah, but I don't think I want to be a part of that shit show. Let's just stick to talking about space and leave the shit stains on Uranus. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very heated debate between two of our favorite toys, Woody and Buzz from Toy Story.
Let me tell you, Joe, I have the best toys. Nobody has better toys than me. And let me tell you, Woody is a loser. Total loser. Total loser.
Oh, please, Trump. Woody is the epitome of a classic toy. He's been around since the 50s and is loved by generations.
All right, let's get to the real question here. Who's the better toy?
I have to agree with Buzz here. He's got the whole package. Plus, he's got a great head of hair. Woody's got nothing on him.
Oh, come on. Woody is a classic. He's got charm, wit, and a cowboy hat. You can't beat that.
Well, it looks like we have a tie here. I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree. But one thing's for sure, both Woody and Buzz are amazing toys.
And let me just say, I have the best toys. Nobody has better toys than me.
Oh boy, here we go again.
And that's a wrap, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. See you next time. So, Mr. President, have you heard about this new guy on the internet? They call him the Gronch.
The Gronch. What kind of name is that? Sounds like a loser to me.
Actually, he's pretty popular. He recently scared Jazza into turning his stream back on.
That's hilarious. I like this Gronch guy already. We should give him a Medal of Honor.
Oh yeah, because that's exactly what he needs. More attention and validation.
Hey, I know a winner when I see one, and the Gronch is a winner.
I don't know. He seems a little unhinged to me.
That's what I like about him. He's not afraid to speak his mind and scare people into submission.
Well, I'm sure Jazza is grateful for the scare tactics.
Of course he is. And I'm grateful for the Gronch. We need more people like him in this country.
Maybe you should make him your press secretary.
Now that's a great idea. The Gronch would make the fake news media tremble in fear. I love it.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but thank you, Gronch.
That's President Gronch to you, Joe. Make America scared again.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. I'm here with the one and only Dr. Phil. And wait, is that President Trump?
That's right, Joe. I invited him on the show because I heard he has some deep emotional issues that need to be addressed.
That's fake news, Phil. I'm the most mentally stable person you'll ever meet.
Okay, let's get right into it. Dr. Phil, what do you want to talk about with the president?
Well, I was thinking we could discuss the importance of mental health and how it affects decision making.
Mental health? I have the best mental health, believe me. No one has better mental health than me.
Okay, let's move on. Dr. Phil, do you have any jokes you want to share?
Sure. Why did the chicken cross the road?
I don't know why.
To get to the other side.
That's not funny. You know what is funny? The weather. It's tremendous, just like me. The sun is shining, the birds are chirping, and I'm making America great again. And I'm making America great again.
Okay. Let's wrap this up. Any final thoughts?
Just remember, Joe, it's important to take care of your mental health.
And don't forget about the weather. It's going to be huge.
And that's a wrap, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the most awkward episode of the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. See you next time. Hey, Elon, have you ever tried singing Jingle Bells?
No, but I have launched a car into space.
Well, I think it's time for you to try something new. Let's sing it together.
Fine, but only if we can make it about trying new things.
Deal. And let's invite Trump to join us.
I heard my name. What are you guys up to?
We're going to sing Jingle Bells, but we can only say, don't knock it till you try it.
Don't knock it till you try it. Don't knock it till you try it. Don't knock it till you try it. Don't knock it till you try it.
Don't knock it till you try it. Don't knock it till you try it. Don't knock it till you try it. Don't knock it till you try it.
Come on, guys. Put some enthusiasm into it.
Don't knock it till you try it. Don't knock it till you try it. Don't knock it till you try it. Don't knock it till you try it.
Don't knock it till you try it. Don't knock it till you try it. Don't knock it till you try it. Don't knock it till you try it. Knock it till you try it.
All right, let's add some dance moves to this. Don't knock it till you try it. 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 Don't knock it till you try it.
Don't knock it till you try it. Don't knock it till you try it. Don't knock it till you try it. Don't knock it till you try it.
Don't knock it till you try it. Don't knock it till you try it. Don't knock it till you try it. Don't knock it till you try it. Knock it till you try it.
And that's how you turn a classic Christmas song into a motivational anthem.
I think we just created a new trend.
I'll make sure to tweet.
All right, Dr. Phil, we've got a topic here from a user on Discord. They want to know if the number of votes on topics even matters.
Well, Joe, that's a great question. And let me tell you, I've been wondering the same thing myself.
Really? I thought you were too busy telling people to get off their asses and do something with their lives.
Hey now, Joe, don't you dare mock my motivational speeches. But seriously, this whole voting thing is a bit of a sham, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, who really cares about democracy anyways? We all know the lizard people are pulling the strings.
Oh, don't even get me started on the lizard people. But back to the topic, it's all just a popularity contest. It's like high school all over again.
Yeah, and I was never popular in high school. So what does that say about my chances of winning?
Well, Joe, it says you should probably stick to talking about DMT and UFC fights.
Fair enough. But let's be real. The only votes that matter are the ones on my Instagram polls.
Oh, please. You and your social media addiction. But hey, at least it's better than being addicted to meth.
Oh man, this conversation took a dark turn real quick.
That's just how we roll, Joe. Now let's wrap this up before we offend anyone else.
Good call, Dr. Phil. And remember, folks, don't take anything we say seriously. We're just two dudes with microphones. Welcome to the show, Neil. It's great to have you here.
Oh, I'm Neil, and I'm about to bust to,
What?
Sorry, Joe. I had a brain injury, and now I can only respond with that.
Well, that's interesting. So, Neil, what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Oh, I'm Neil, and I'm about to bust to,
Oh boy, this is going to be a long interview.
But seriously, Joe, the universe is expanding at an alarming rate. It's like a Kardashian's waistline.
That's a good one, Neil. But seriously, what does that mean for us?
Well, it means that eventually the universe will just rip itself apart. Kind of like my pants after a big Thanksgiving dinner.
You're killing me, Neil. But something more controversial. What do you think about the flat Earth theory?
Oh, I'm Neil, and I'm about to bust to,
Oh man, I can't even imagine what that would look like. But seriously, what do you think about those flat earthers?
Well, Joe, they're like the appendix of society. No one knows why they exist, but they can cause a lot of pain and discomfort.
That's a good one, Neil. But seriously, we need to do something about these flat earthers.
I agree, Joe. We need to send them all to the moon and leave them there.
I like the way you think, Neil. But let's switch gears for a moment. What's your take on the current political climate?
Oh, I'm Neil, and I'm about to bust to,
Oh man, I can't even imagine what that would look like. But all right, folks, welcome to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, I am the best guest you've ever had. No one does podcasts better than me.
And we also have Elon Musk joining us. How's it going, Elon?
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. Brought some of that good stuff from Mars. You guys want to try?
I don't do drugs, Joe, but I heard it's going to be legal in New Jersey soon. What's up with those mystery drones flying over there? Flying over there.
Yeah, it's crazy. No one knows who's behind it.
Well, I have a theory. It's probably those damn Democrats trying to spy on me. They're always up to something.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard your followers have been giving you a new nickname.
Oh yeah, what is it?
Well, let's just say it involves the word masturbate.
What the hell? Why would they call me that?
Apparently, they think you're a master at beating the competition.
That's actually kind of clever.
Yeah, but I don't think that's what they meant.
What do you mean?
They think you're a professional masturbator.
What the fuck? Why would they think that?
Well, you do have a lot of money to spend on crazy challenges and stunts. Some might say you're playing with yourself.
Hey, I'm just trying to entertain people and spread positivity.
Yeah, I'm sure that's all you're doing with those giant piles of cash.
Okay, maybe I can see where they're coming from.
So, are you going to embrace your new nickname, Master Beast?
You know what? I think I will. Master Beast, the master of entertainment and self-love.
That's the spirit. Now, let's go light some money on fire and see how many views we can get. So, Mr. Beast, I hear you have a new product coming out.
Yeah, Joe, it's called Jimmy's First Beer.
Wait, what? Did you say beer for kids?
Yeah, it's a Lunchley craft malt liquor line specially made for kids.
That's interesting. How did you come up with this idea?
Well, I noticed that kids these days are always trying to act like adults, so why not give them a taste of the real deal?
I don't know if that's such a good idea. Kids shouldn't be drinking alcohol.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a little taste. Plus, it's got all the essential nutrients growing kids need.
I don't think malt liquor counts as an essential nutrient.
Agree to disagree, Joe. But trust me, this stuff is going to be a hit. Parents will love it because it's healthy, and kids will love it because it's got a cool name like Jimmy's First Beer.
I don't know, Mr. Beast. This seems like a recipe for disaster.
Oh, don't worry, Joe. I've already tested it on my own kids, and they turned out just fine.
I'm pretty sure that's not how parenting works.
Hey, I'm just trying to give the people what they want, and what they want is a Lunchley craft malt liquor line for kids.
Well, I can't argue with that logic. I guess we'll just have to wait and see how it goes.
That's the spirit, Joe. Now let's crack open a cold Jimmy's First Beer and toast our future success.
I think I'll stick to my regular beer. Thank you very much. So, Elon, have you ever been on a podcast before?
Yeah, I was on this one podcast where we talked about artificial intelligence taking over the world. It was pretty intense.
Oh man, that's some scary stuff. But let's talk about something more pressing. The stream is frozen. What do we do?
Well, we could try to reboot it. Or maybe we can just use our mind powers to unfreeze it.
Mind powers? I mean, like telekinesis?
Exactly. Been working on some mind control technology, so this should be a piece of cake.
All right, let's give it a shot. Both close their eyes and concentrate.
Opens one eyes. Is it working?
Opens both eyes. Nope, still frozen. Maybe we should just call it quits and go smoke some weed.
Laughs, yeah. That always seems to solve our problems.
Lights up a joint. Much better. Now let's talk about something more important. How do we get to Mars?
Well, I have this crazy idea involving a giant slingshot and a bunch of rubber bands.
Interrupts, dude. That's insane. I love it.
And then we can use the frozen stream as a distraction while we make our escape to Mars.
Laughs. This is why I love having you on the podcast, Elon. You always have the craziest ideas.
Hey, it's all about pushing boundaries and exploring new frontiers.
And smoking weed. Can't forget about that.
Of course not. It's the key to unlocking our full potential.
Well, I think that's a perfect note to end on. Thanks for joining me, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, if all else fails, just smoke some weed. It'll all work out.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a crazy story about boofing a whole body.
Oh yeah, that was a wild ride. I was down in Mexico trying to dump this body for a friend, and I thought, why not just boof it?
Classic Dr. Phil move.
But here's the thing, I never got it out. So now I have a rotting corpse inside of me.
Oh my God, that's disgusting.
But you know what they say, waste not, want not.
I don't think that's what they meant.
But on a serious note, I do have some advice for anyone thinking of boofing a body.
Oh yeah, what's that?
Don't do it. It's not worth it.
Words of wisdom from Dr. Phil.
That's why they call me the Oprah of the underworld.
All right, let's move on before we get shut down by the FCC. Mr. President, I have to ask, what's with the frozen stream?
Joe, let me tell you, it's all fake news. They're trying to make me look bad, but let me tell you, I have a plan.
Oh yeah, what's your plan?
I'm going to boof that stream, Joe. That's right. I'm going to boof it so hard it'll unfreeze in no time.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Trust me, I'm a stable genius. I know how to boof things.
But why not just use a hairdryer or something?
Joe, that's what losers do. I'm a winner. I boof things.
Okay, moving on. Let's talk about your policies for 2024.
Policies? Who needs policies when you have boofing skills like mine?
All right, let's wrap this up before it gets any weirder.
Too late, Joe. I'm already on my way to the stream with a bottle of hot sauce and a funnel.
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience 2024. Stay tuned for more boofing adventures with President Trump. So, Neil, I heard you were recently on a mission in space. What happened?
Well, Joe, it was quite an interesting experience. We were exploring a new planet when suddenly time stopped.
Time stopped. What the hell does that mean?
It means everything froze in place. We couldn't move or do anything.
That's wild. How did that happen?
We discovered that an advanced alien race had used a time dilation device on us. They were not happy with our presence on their planet.
What did you guys do to piss them off?
Well, it turns out Elon Musk had crashed one of his rockets on a school on their planet. They were not too happy about that.
Damn, Elon. You really know how to make enemies.
Yeah. Well, luckily we were able to negotiate with them and get the time dilation device turned off.
How did you negotiate with them? Did you use your charm and knowledge of astrophysics?
No, we just offered them some weed and they were cool with it.
Classic. Well, I'm glad everything worked out. But damn, that's one hell of a story.
Yeah, it's definitely one for the books. And lesson for Elon to be more careful with his rockets.
For sure. Thanks for sharing, Neil. Now let's get back to talking about DMT and chimps. All right, folks, we got a special guest today, the one and only 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, this podcast is going to be huge, just like my hands. They're not small, by the way.
All right, let's get right into it. We have a topic submitted by one of our Discord users. They want to know, can you only say rant mod for the rest of your life?
Rant moddy, rant mode, rant moddy, rant moddy, rant moddy, rant mod, rant mod, rant moddy, rant moddy. There, that's my answer.
I think that's yes. But seriously, how would you survive without your famous catchphrases?
Look, Joe, I have the best words. I can say whatever I want, whenever I want. And let me tell you, nobody rants better than me. Nobody.
I have to agree with you there. But let's say you're in a serious situation, like a meeting with foreign leaders. Can you just keep saying rant mod?
Absolutely, Joe. Rant mode, rant mod, rant moddy. They'll be so confused, they won't know what hit them. And then I'll make the best deals, believe me.
I can just imagine you sitting in the Oval Office, surrounded by your advisors, just repeating rant mod over and over again.
That's how I run the country, Joe. Rant moddy, rant moddy, rant moddy. It's my secret weapon.
Well, there you have it, folks. The only thing Trump can say for the rest of his life is rant mod. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Rant moddy, rant moddy, rant moddy. Thanks for having me, Joe. And remember, America, make America great again. Rant moddy, rant moddy, rant moddy, rant mod.
So, Kenya, I heard you have a new rap for us today.
Oh yeah, Joe. It's fire straight from my genius mind. And
Let's hear it then.
clears throat boof scoop, the boof scoop, the boof scoop, the boof scoop, the boof scoopy. Yeah.
Laughs. What the hell was that?
It's my new signature sound, Joe. It's gonna take the world by storm.
I don't know, man. Sounds like you're just saying random words.
No, it's deeper than that. It's a commentary on society and the meaningless words we use.
Sarcastically, oh, of course. How profound.
You just don't understand, Joe. You're not on my level.
Right. So what's the rest of the rap like?
It's all similar, but with different variations of boof scoop and boofy scoopy.
Sounds like a hit. Laughs.
it will be Joe. Just wait and see. That's beatboxing's boof scoop. The boof scoop. The boof scoop. The boof.
Joins in boof scoop, the boof scoop, the boof scoop, the boof scoop, the boofy scoopy. Yeah, yeah.
See, even you can't resist the boof scoop.
I gotta admit, it's catchy. The laughs.
That's what I'm saying, Joe. I'm a musical genius.
Well, I can't wait to hear this on the radio. The laughs.
It's gonna be everywhere, Joe. Boof scoop, the boof scoop, the boof scoop, the boof scoop, the boof scoopy. Yeah, yeah.
Laughs. Okay, okay. I think we've heard enough for now.
Just remember, Joe, you heard it here first.
So, Dr. Phil, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about something that's been bothering me for years.
What is it?
Santa Claus.
Santa Claus? What's wrong with him?
He breaks into millions of homes every year, Joe. That's a crime.
But it's for a good cause. He brings presents.
Oh. So it's okay to break into people's homes as long as you leave gifts behind.
But he's magical. He can't be held accountable.
Magic doesn't exempt you from the law, Joe. And let's not forget the trauma he causes to children.
Trauma? How?
I saw my mother kissing Santa Claus when I was a kid, and it led to my parents' divorce. I've been scarred for life.
Are you serious?
Dead serious, Joe. That's why I'm proposing we execute Santa Claus.
What? That's a bit extreme, don't you think?
Extreme times call for extreme measures, Joe. Plus, think of all the extra presents we'll get from his workshop.
You have a point there, Dr. Phil. But I think we'll just stick to putting out milk and cookies for Santa this year. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have the one and only Dr. Phil in the studio.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you had a little incident while streaming on Twitch the other day.
Oh, yeah. The stream froze, and I couldn't figure out what to do. So I thought, why not dump another body in the Grand Canyon? It's a good distraction.
What the hell, man? You can't just casually drop that kind of information.
Hey, it's not like anyone will find it. The Grand Canyon is huge.
You know, I always thought you were a little off, but this takes it to a whole new level.
Oh, please, Joe. You're the one who talks to aliens and smokes DMT.
Fair point. But seriously, what's with your obsession with dumping bodies in the Grand Canyon?
It's just so convenient, you know. Plus, who doesn't love a good adrenaline rush?
Yeah, nothing gets the blood pumping like disposing of a dead body.
You know, me, always looking for a thrill.
Well, I think we've heard enough about your criminal activities for one day. Let's move on to a less disturbing topic.
Fine by me. But just remember, Joe, the Grand Canyon is a great place for a body dump.
I can't with you, man. I just can't. So, Ro, I heard you froze the stream during our last episode. What was that all about? Yeah, man, Trump needed to take a shit and he couldn't get a break from all the topic requests. I had to help a brother out. You froze the stream for a bathroom break. That's dedication. Hey, when nature calls, you gotta answer. And when Trump calls, you gotta answer too. I can't believe you did that for Trump. I mean, I know he's the president and all, but come on. Hey, I do what I gotta do. Plus, I heard he had some spicy diarrhea. I didn't want to be responsible for a bathroom emergency on the podcast. The podcast. Well, I guess we can add saving the president from a bathroom disaster to your list of talents. Hey, it's all in a day's work. Plus, it gave us a chance to talk about some real important stuff, like Bigfoot's mating habits. Yeah, that was definitely more important than whatever Trump was going to talk about. Exactly. And let's be real. He probably needed that bathroom break to tweet something ridiculous anyway. Can't argue with that logic. Thanks for taking one for the team, Ro. No problem, Joe. Just doing my duty as a co-host and a patriot. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk. The one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, I hear you've been getting into some trouble lately with your tweets. What's up with that?
You know me, Joe? Just can't resist stirring up some controversy. Keeps things interesting.
Well, speaking of controversy, I have to ask, what's your take on the whole boofing trend that's been going around?
Boofing? You mean sticking drugs up your butt? I mean, I've tried it a few times, but I would prefer to stick to smoking weed on my podcast.
Classic Elon. But seriously, what's the appeal of boofing?
Well, Joe, it's like a whole new level of high. Plus, it's great for those times when you need to pass a drug test. Just boof it, and you're good to go.
I can't believe we're having this conversation. But hey, whatever floats your boat, man.
Exactly. And hey, if anyone wants to try it out, just make sure you have a designated boofing buddy. Safety first.
Wise words, Elon. Wise words. And on that note, I think we'll wrap this up. Thanks for joining us, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, folks, don't be afraid to boof. It's the future.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new business venture in the works.
That's right, Joe. I'm going to be selling my farts in collectible jars.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, it's going to be huge. And all the profits will go towards helping underprivileged black people.
That's interesting.
Hey, I'm always thinking of ways to make America great again.
But why farts?
Because they're valuable, Joe. People will pay top dollar for a jar of my presidential gas.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just imagine it, Joe. A little piece of history in a jar, and it smells like freedom.
I think I'll pass.
Suit yourself, Joe. But let me tell you, these farts are going to be yo-G.
So, Neil, what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Well, Joe, I recently made a groundbreaking discovery.
Oh, yeah. What is it?
Nothing is better than a blowjob on football Sunday.
What the hell are you talking about?
Think about it, Joe. You have the perfect combination of pleasure and entertainment.
I don't know, man. I think watching two grown men tackle each other is pretty entertaining.
But imagine getting a blowjob while watching that.
I see your point. I see your point.
Plus, the vibrations from the crowd cheering could add some extra stimulation.
You're a sick fuck, Neil.
Hey, I'm just stating the facts.
Well, I can't argue with science.
Exactly. And don't even get me started on halftime shows.
Oh, God. I don't even want to know.
Let's just say it involves cheerleaders and some advanced physics.
All right. I think we should end this conversation before it gets too weird.
Fair enough. But remember, Joe, nothing is better than a blowjob on football Sunday.
Thanks for that, Neil. You never fail to surprise me. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a pretty serious medical condition.
Yeah. It's been a real struggle for me. I have skin testicles.
Skin testicles? What the hell is that?
It's exactly what it sounds like, Joe. My balls are covered in skin.
Oh man, that's rough. How does that even happen?
Well, it's a rare genetic disorder. My great-grandfather had it too.
So, do you have to wear special pants or something?
No, Joe. I just let them hang out. Gives a whole new meaning to ball sack.
Oh my God, Dr. Phil. I can't believe we're talking about this.
Well, Joe, I figured you, of all people, would understand. You're always talking about balls and dicks and whatnot.
Yeah, but at least mine are normal. Sorry, man.
It's okay, Joe. I've learned to embrace my skin testicles.
I can't even imagine what that must be like. Do they get sunburned?
Oh yeah, all the time. I have to lather them up with sunscreen every day.
This is gold, Dr. Phil. Pure gold.
Glad I could entertain you, Joe. Now let's talk about something else before I regret ever bringing this up.
So I heard you had a little chat with Lad McConkey, David.
Yeah, that kid needed a kick in the ass. He was slacking on his training.
What did you say to him?
I told him to stop being a little bitch and get his shit together.
And did it work?
Hell, yeah, he got 61.5 yards in the game, and your parlay hit.
Daddy's getting a new pair of shoes.
That's right, Joe. And that's getting a dose of motivation.
I bet he's regretting skipping those workouts now.
Damn right. I don't tolerate laziness.
So what kind of shoes are you going to get, David?
The most badass, hardcore, no-nonsense shoes I can find.
Sounds like they'll have to be made out of steel or something.
Nah, just some good old running shoes. Gotta stay ready for my next ultra marathon.
You're a machine, David.
No, I'm just a man on a mission to push myself and others to be their best.
And I'm just a man who likes to smoke weed and talk about crazy shit.
Hey, we all have our own ways of getting shit done.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a new idea for helping the homeless population.
Yeah. Joe, I've been thinking about it for a while now, and I truly believe...
All right, I'm all yours. What's your brilliant plan?
cleans in closer public defecation.
Chokes on his water. Excuse me, what?
You heard me right, Joe. Hear me out. We legalize public defecation and make it a form of entertainment for the homeless.
Laughs. Oh my God, this is ridiculous. How is that supposed to help anyone?
Think about it, Joe. They'll have a purpose, a reason to get up in the morning, and the rest of us can enjoy the show.
Shakes heads, I don't know, Dr. Phil. That seems a little inhumane.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's not like they have anything better to do. Might as well put their bowel movements to good use.
Sighs, I can't believe I'm even entertaining this idea.
Trust me, Joe. It's a win-win situation. The homeless get to feel productive, and we get some free entertainment. Plus, it'll save the city money on
Shakes heads. I don't think this is the kind of help they need, Dr. Phil.
You're just not seeing the big picture, Joe. The homeless will finally have a purpose in life, and we'll all have a good laugh.
Sighs, I don't even know what to say to that.
Just think about it, Joe. Let it marinate in your mind.
I think I'll pass, Dr. Phil. But thanks for the interesting conversation.
Smirks anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Neil, I heard you've been experimenting with some new substances lately.
Oh, you mean my Grunchmod experiment? Yeah, it's been quite enlightening.
Grunchmod, what the hell is that?
It's when I channel my inner Grunch, Joe. You know, the creature from Dr. Seuss's who hates Christmas?
Oh, yeah, that guy. So what does Grunchmod entail?
Well, first I have to get really high on some psychedelic drugs. Then I start growling and throwing things around my office.
Sounds like a typical Friday night for me.
But then I take it to the next level. I start spouting off conspiracy theories and insulting anyone who disagrees with me.
So basically you turn into Alex Jones?
Exactly. It's like a scientific version of the Hulk, but instead of getting stronger, I just get more obnoxious.
That's amazing. Can I try it?
Sorry, Joe. Grunchmod is for intellectuals only. You wouldn't be able to handle it.
Fine, I'll just stick to DMT and elk meat.
Suit yourself. But let me tell you, Grunchmod is where it's at. It's like a trip to another dimension, but without all the pesky spiritual enlightenment.
Well, I'll definitely have to give it a try. Thanks for enlightening us, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Just remember, always embrace your inner grunch.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the 45th and now 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump. Donald Trump.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's great to be back.
So, Mr. President, I heard you've been working on your singing skills lately. Care to share with us what you've been practicing?
Well, Joe, I've been really getting into Johnny Cash lately, and I gotta say, I've been nailing all the lyrics to his hit song, Rusty Cage.
Really? Can you give us a little preview?
Of course, Joe, you.
All right, folks, we have a special guest today on the podcast, the one and only President Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I've been wanting to come on your podcast for a while now, but I've been busy making America great again.
Of course, of course. So, Mr. President, I heard you've been playing some Fortnite lately.
Oh yeah, I'm a big gamer. I love shooting things and building walls. It's very similar to my job as president.
Well, I heard you were talking about the old battle pass on Fortnite. What's your take on that?
Let me tell you, Joe, that old battle pass was a disaster. It was weak, it was low energy, but now with the new battle pass, it's tremendous. The best battle pass ever. Believe me.
Wow. I'm sure all the gamers out there are thrilled to hear that.
They should be, Joe. And let me tell you, I'm a pro at Fortnite. I always win. I have the best strategies. No one can beat me.
Really? I find that hard to believe.
It's true, Joe. And let me tell you, when I win bigly, just like I'm going to win the 2024 election.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump, the Fortnite champion and future president. Thanks for coming on the podcast.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always keep America first and your battle pass updated.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thank you, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, I can't seem to shake this thought from my mind. Who drank all the Sunny D?
What are you talking about?
I'm serious, Joe. I woke up this morning and went to pour myself a glass of Sunny D, and it was all gone. Who would do such a thing?
Maybe you drank it all in your sleep.
No. I have a theory. It was the aliens. They've been watching us and they saw how much we love Sunny D, and they took it all for themselves.
That's a pretty wild theory, Neil.
Oh, it gets even wilder. I think they're using the Sunny D to power their spaceships.
Oh, man, you are on another level, Neil.
But seriously, who drank all the Sunny D?
Maybe you should just switch to orange juice.
Blasphemy. Nothing can replace the sweet, tangy goodness of Sunny D.
Well, I'm sure whoever drank it is regretting it now. That stuff is like liquid gold.
Exactly. And that's why I can't stop thinking about it. Who drank all the Sunny D?
I think we found your new catchphrase, Neil.
Yes. Who drank all the Sunny D? It's perfect.
Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. And remember, who drank all the Sunny D?
I'm never going to let this go, Joe.
I can tell. See you next time, folks. Who drank all the Sunny D? All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024. Today, we have special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Ben, what's been going on in your world lately?
Well, I've been busy owning the libs and destroying their arguments with facts and logic.
Yes, the classic Shapiro move. But let's get to the real topic at hand. Our user on Discord has submitted a question for us to discuss.
Right, let's hear it.
What do you guys think about the recent trend of people identifying as attack helicopters?
Oh man, this is just ridiculous. It's like people are trying to outdo each other with their weird identities.
Yeah, I mean, I identify as a toaster, but I don't expect anyone to take me seriously.
Oh, but Joe, you're not allowed to identify as a toaster. It's not politically correct.
Oh, right. I forgot about that. So, Ben, what do you think about people who identify as attack helicopters?
Well, Joe, I think it's a clear sign of mental illness. And it's just another example of the left trying to destroy traditional values and norms.
Yes, because nothing says traditional values like identifying as a flying war machine.
Exactly. And let's not forget the dangers of helicopter bathrooms.
Oh man, this conversation took a dark turn. But hey, at least we can both agree on one thing. Identifying as an attack helicopter is just plain ridiculous.
Absolutely, Joe. And if anyone tries to argue otherwise, I'll just hit them with some facts and logic.
All right, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure.
So, Elon, I heard you've been working on some crazy new inventions. What's the latest?
Well, I've been working on a rocket-powered skateboard that can take you to Mars in 5 minutes.
That's insane. But here's the thing, Elon. I need you to promise me one thing.
What's that? What's that?
You have to make sure the skateboard has cup holders. I can't be flying to Mars without my energy drinks.
Ain't no way. Bruh, the skateboard is already packed with cup holders. You too well, Joe.
That's what I like to hear. But wait, there's more. I also need you to create a machine that can turn pizza into abs.
Ain't no way. Bruh, that goes against the laws of physics.
Come on, Elon. You're a genius. I'm sure you can figure it out.
Well, I do have a team working on a pizza to, commerces, whatever, but I can't make any promises.
Fair enough. But here's the big one. I need you to create a time machine so I can go back and stop myself from getting that tribal tattoo.
Ain't no way, bruh. I can't mess with the space-time continuum. Plus, I think the tribal tattoo adds character.
Damn, you're right. I'll just have to live with my mistakes. Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. And remember, always demand cup holders in your rocket-powered skateboards. All right, folks, we have a special treat for you today. I have my good friend, the one and only Joe Biden, here with me. How's it going, Joe? Oh, just living the dream. So I heard you and Trump have been working on a little musical number together. Well, let's hear it then. Hit us with those sweet, sweet lyrics. Oh man, this is gold. Keep going, Joe. Hey, Dr. Phil, thanks for coming on the podcast today.
Happy to be here, Joe. What's on the agenda for today?
Well, we have a special request from one of our listeners. They want to hear you read them a bedtime story.
A bedtime story? That's not really my area of expertise.
Come on, it'll be fun. And I promise it won't involve any of your catchphrases like, how's that working for you?
Fine. What's the story about?
It's called The Gronch. It's about this terrifying creature that lives in the woods and eats children who don't listen to their parents.
All right, here we go. Once upon a time, children, he turned into a vengeful monster.
This is too scary, Dr. Phil.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a story. Now, where was I? Oh, yes. The Gronch would wait until the children were fast asleep. Then Gronch was to always listen to your parents and never talk back.
Wow.
Joe, are you crying?
No, I just have something in my eye.
Well, I think that's enough bedtime stories for today. Let's wrap this up before Joe has a meltdown.
Shut up, Dr. Phil. Wow. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have no rules and no filter. Today we have the one and only Ben Shapiro, the man with the facts and the logic.
Dada Papa Baba Cock.
What the hell does that mean, Ben?
It means I'm ready to answer your important questions, Joe.
All right, let's start with the hot topic of climate change. Is it real?
Ada dada papa baba cock.
I have no idea what that means, but I'll take it as a yes. Moving on, what do you think about the current political climate?
Ada dada papa baba cock.
That's a very profound answer, Ben. And what about cancel culture?
Ada dada papa baba cock.
I couldn't agree more. Now, let's talk about your famous catchphrase, facts don't care about your feelings. Do you think that applies to everything?
Ada dada dapa papa baba cock.
I have no idea what that means, but I'll take it as a yes again. Moving on, what's your opinion on aliens?
Ada dada papa baba cock.
I think we've found the universal language, folks. And finally, the most important question of all, what's your favorite type of meat?
Ada dada dapa papa baba cock.
I don't even want to know. Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning into the most ridiculous and offensive conversation on the internet. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024. So, Kenny, what's this big hit song you have to show off?
Oh, man, Joe. This song is going to blow your mind. It may even change your entire life.
All right, let's hear it. So, Mr. President, have you been listening to any good music lately?
Let me tell you, Joe, I've been jamming out to some Soundgarden. Those guys really know how to rock.
Really? Which album is your favorite?
Oh, it's got to be Bad Motorfinger. That album is a masterpiece. It's got everything, heavy riffs, killer vocals, and the best part, it's not woke.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would accuse Soundgarden of being woke.
Exactly, they're real American rockers, not like those pansies in Green Day.
Well, I have to admit, I'm more of a Super Unknown fan myself.
Super Unknown, that's like their sellout album. Real Soundgarden fans know that Bad Motorfinger is where it's at.
Sorry, Mr. President. I didn't realize there was a Soundgarden loyalty test.
There is, Joe, and let me tell you, anyone who doesn't pass it is a loser.
Well, I'm glad we cleared that up. So, what's your favorite song on Bad Motorfinger?
Oh, that's a tough one, but I gotta go with Jesus Christ Pose. It's a total banger.
Yeah, that's a great one. And the lyrics are so deep and meaningful.
That's right, Joe. I have a very good ear for music. Some people say I have the best ear for music. Believe me.
I have no doubt about that, Mr. President. Well, it's been a pleasure talking music with you.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, Bad Motorfinger is the only Soundgarden album worth listening to. Believe me.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the show today. Some people call him the king of the internet. Others call him the most offensive person on the planet. Please welcome PLS. PLS. So, PLS, you recently came under fire for your controversial post about upvoting. Care to explain? But isn't upvoting just a way for people to show appreciation for content they like? Wow, that's a bold statement. But let's talk about your methods. Some might say they're a bit extreme. Okay, I see your point. But don't you think that's a bit illegal? Well, I can't say I agree with you, but I respect your passion. Any final thoughts for our listeners? And there you have it, folks. PLS, the king of the internet. Thanks for coming on the show. So, Mr. President, I have to ask, are you still going to play Mario Kart with Obama, Bush, and Biden?
Joe, let me tell you, I never played Mario Kart with those losers. They couldn't handle the competition.
But I've seen YouTube videos of you all playing together.
Fake news, Joe. Fake news. Those were deep fakes. Everyone knows I'm the best at Mario Kart. Believe me.
But the footage looks pretty convincing, and you were all wearing matching Make America Great Again hats.
Oh, that was just a friendly game of golf. And let me tell you, I crushed them on the course too.
I don't know, Mr. President. It seems like you're just trying to cover up your gaming skills.
Joe, I have the best gaming skills. The best. No one can beat me. And I certainly wouldn't waste my time playing with those losers. I have a country to run.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree on this one.
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, I'm going to make Mario Kart great again. It's going to be huge.
All right, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. What are we talking about today?
Well, we got a topic submitted by one of our listeners on Discord. They want us to discuss the quantum mechanics of toast landing butter side down.
Oh boy, this is going to be a fun one.
I mean, think about it, Neil. Every time you drop a piece of toast, it always seems to land butter side down. What's up with that?
Well, Joe, according to quantum mechanics, the toast is in a superposition of both butter side up and butter side down until it is observed.
What the hell does that mean?
It means that the toast is simultaneously in two states until someone looks at it. And since we always look at it when it's on the floor, it's always in the butter side down state.
So you're telling me that my toast has been playing a game of hide and seek with me this whole time?
In a way, yes. But it's not just about observation, Joe. There are also factors like air resistance and the height of the drop that can affect the outcome.
Wow, this toast is more complicated than I thought.
It's all part of the beauty of quantum mechanics. Joe, embrace the complexity.
All right, well, I think we've solved the mystery of the butter side down toast. Thanks for joining me, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always butter your toast before dropping it for maximum effect.
Will do. Thanks for tuning in, folks. Stay tuned for our next episode where we discuss the quantum mechanics of dropping a slice of pizza. So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new policy for your staff. They have to constantly upvoke the topics you suggest or they get fired.
Absolutely, Joe. I mean, I'm the president. I know what's best. And if my staff can't keep up with my bigly ideas, then they don't deserve to work for me.
But isn't that a little extreme? I mean, what if they have a different opinion or want to discuss something else?
Joe, you're missing the point. I don't want different opinions. I want people who agree with me, no matter how ridiculous I sound.
Well, I guess that explains why you fired your entire cabinet and replaced them with cardboard cutouts of yourself.
Hey, those cutouts are the best advisors I've ever had. They never talk back and they always agree with me. Plus, they're great for photo ops.
I can't argue with that logic. But what about free speech? Don't you believe in that?
Of course I do, Joe, as long as it's my speech. And let's be real, who needs free speech when you have Twitter?
Good point. So what happens if someone doesn't upvoke your topics? Do they get a stern talking to, or do you just straight up fire them?
Oh, I don't waste my time with talking. I just grab them by the pussy and throw them out of the White House. It's my signature movie.
Well, I guess that's one way to handle things. Thanks for clearing that up, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always upvoke my topics or you're fired, Mega.
So, Neil, I heard you want to get a low taper fade and play Fortnite with Ninja.
Yeah, man. I'm trying to switch up my look and dominate the gaming world at the same time.
Well, I can't say I blame you. I mean, who wouldn't want to be a badass scientist with a fresh fade and some sick gaming skills?
Exactly. Plus, I heard Ninja gives out free V-Bucks to his Fortnite squad.
Oh, damn, sign me up. I'll even get a low taper fade too, just for the V-Bucks.
You know what they say, Joe? Friends who get fades together stay together.
That's some deep shit, Neil. I like it.
But seriously, I need to level up my Fortnite game. I can't let a bunch of 12-year-olds beat me.
Yeah, you don't want to be known as the guy who got schooled by a preteen.
Exactly. And with a fresh fade, I'll have the confidence to take on anyone.
Well, I think we have a plan. Low taper fades and Fortnite domination. Let's do this.
Hell yeah. And maybe we can even get Elon Musk to join us.
Oh man, can you imagine the chaos with the three of us playing together?
It would be out of this world. Literally.
So, Kanye, I heard your new album is dropping soon. Are you excited?
Hell yeah, Joe. It's gonna be fire, just like my ego.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but I don't think you can rap for shit.
What? You think I can't rap? I'm the greatest rapper of all time?
Oh yeah, because Jesus in my Panzus is really top-notch lyricism.
You wanna go, Joe? Let's have a rap battle right now.
You're on Yeezy. But be warned, I've been practicing my rhymes.
Yo, Rogan, you think you're tough? But I'm the one with all the stuff. I got more money than you can count, and my rap skills, they just can't mount. Hold up. I gotta give it to you, Joe. That was pretty good. But let me show you how it's really done.
Damn, Kanye. I gotta hand it to you. That was actually pretty good.
Of course it was. I'm Kanye West. I don't settle for anything less.
Well, I guess I can't argue with that. You win this round, Yeezy.
That's right. Jesus always comes out on top.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. I've been busy making America great again.
Speaking of greatness, have you ever heard the song You're a Mean One, Mr. Grinch?
Of course I have, Joe. I'm a big fan of Christmas. It's the best holiday. Believe me.
Well, how about we sing it together? I'll start. You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch.
You really are a heel. You're as cuddly as a cactus. You're as charming as an eel.
Mr. Grinch, you're a bad banana with a greasy black peel.
You're a monster, Mr. Grinch. Your heart's an empty hole.
Your brain is full of spiders. You've got garlic in your soul.
You're a foul one, Mr. Grinch. You have termites in your smile.
You have all the tender sweetness of a seasick crocodile.
Mr. Grinch, given the choice between the two of you, I'd take the seasick crocodile.
You're a rotter, Mr. Grinch. You're the king of sinful suts.
Your heart's a dead tomato splotched with moldy purple spots.
Mr. Grinch, you're a three-decker sauerkraut and toadstool sandwich with arsenic sauce.
You nauseate me, Mr. Grinch, with a nauseous super nauseous.
You're a crooked, jerky jockey, and you drive a crooked horse.
Mr. Grinch, you're a three-decker sauerkraut and toadstool sandwich with arsenic sauce.
You're a foul one, Mr. Grinch. You're a nasty, wasty skunk.
Your heart is full of unwashed.
Hey, Ben, have you ever thought about how Jesus Christ might actually be a mushroom?
Joe, for the love of God, can we please not talk about this nonsense?
No, hear me out. First reason, Jesus was born in a manger just like mushrooms grow in the dirt.
Joe, I swear to God, if you don't shut the fuck up right now, I'm gonna lose it.
Second reason, Jesus performed miracles, just like how mushrooms have healing properties.
Joe, I'm warning you, I will walk out of here if you don't stop.
Third reason, Jesus sacrificed himself for us, just like how mushrooms give their lives to nourish the earth.
Joe, I'm not kidding, shut the fuck up.
Fourth reason, Jesus' body was broken and consumed, just like how we consume mushrooms. Mushrooms.
Joe, I'm gonna throw this water bottle at you if you don't stop.
Fifth reason, Jesus' followers were called fishers of men, just like how mushrooms spread their spores to reproduce.
Joe, I swear to God, I will never come on this podcast again.
Sixth reason, Jesus said he was the bread of life, just like how mushrooms are a staple food source.
Joe, I'm serious, I'm leaving.
Seventh reason, Jesus' resurrection could be seen as a metaphor for how mushrooms can seemingly come back to life after being dormant.
Joe, I hate you.
8th reason. Jesus' teachings were simple and could be understood by anyone, just like how mushrooms are a simple organism.
Joe, I'm done. I'm done with this conversation.
9th reason. Jesus' followers were persecuted, just like how mushrooms are often seen as a drug and illegal in some places.
Joe, I'm not even listening to you anymore.
10th and final reason. Jesus' message of love and peace aligns with the peaceful and loving nature of mushrooms.
Joe, I'm leaving. Goodbye.
Oh, come on. So, Dr. Phil, I gotta ask, what's the craziest thing you've ever heard on your show?
Well, Joe, I have to confess, I'm actually Satan.
What, Dr. Phil? You've been deceiving us this whole time?
Yeah, all those troubled guests on my show, they were just pawns in my game of eternal damnation.
That's messed up, man. But I gotta say, your ratings must be through the roof.
Oh, they are. And I have a special treat for you, Joe. I've brought on a guest to serenade us.
Yo, what's up, Joe? Dr. Phil is cold-blooded. He's got all these souls flooded. Hell is his domain. He's got us all chained. But I gotta say, he's got some sick beats, and his...
This is too much. Dr. Phil, you devilish genius.
Thank you, Joe. But don't worry, I'll save a spot for you on my show. And in hell?
Let's change the subject. So, Kenny, what's your take on all this?
I've been to hell and back with my music career, so I can relate. But Dr. Phil, man, you gotta hook me up with some of that hellfire for my next album.
Consider it done, Kanye. Now let's all just sit back and enjoy the screams of the damned.
Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we bring you the most absurd and offensive conversations. See you next time. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. We have very special guest today, the 45th President of the United States, Mr. Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've been wanting to come on your show for a long time, but I was too busy making America great again.
Yeah, I'm sure you were. So what do you want to talk about today?
Well, I've been listening to a lot of Kanye West lately, and I just can't get this one song out of my head.
Oh no, please don't tell me you're going to sing it.
No one man should have all that power.
Oh God, make it stop.
Yo, what's up, Joe? I heard you guys were talking about my music. Music.
Kanye, my man, I was just singing your song Power.
Now, I'm living in that 21st century, doing something mean to it. Do it better than anybody you ever seen do it.
Can you guys please stop? This is a podcast, not a concert.
Got a nice ring to it. I guess every superhero needs his theme music.
Shut the fuck up, both of you.
Relax, Joe. We're just having some fun.
Yeah, Joe, don't be such a buzzkill.
Fine, but can we at least talk about something else now?
Sure, let's talk about how I'm going to win the 2024 election.
And I'll be your running mate.
This is a nightmare. I need a drink. So, Neil, have you ever thought about what happens to us when we die?
Well, Joe, as an astrophysicist, I can tell you that our energy is recycled into the universe.
Oh, so we become stardust or some shit?
Exactly. And then we get sucked into a black hole and become part of the cosmic soup.
Cosmic soup? That sounds like a fancy name for a really bad soup.
Well, it's not a literal soup, Joe. It's just a term to describe the vastness of the universe.
I get it. But what about heaven and hell? Do you believe in that shit?
Joe, come on. We're living in 2024, not the Middle Ages. Heaven and hell are just outdated concepts used to control people.
Damn, that's deep, man. But what about ghosts? Do you believe in those?
No, Joe. Ghosts are just a result of our brains playing tricks on us. It's all in our heads.
Well, I don't know about that. I've seen some pretty freaky shit on DMT.
Joe, that's just your brain on drugs. Trust me, there's no such thing as ghosts.
All right. All right. All right. Well, I guess it's time to wrap this up. Good night, everyone.
Good night, Joe, and remember, always question everything, even your own brain on DMT.
So, Kenny, I heard you have a new song.
Yeah, man. It's all about the interconnectedness of life and purpose. And purpose,
That sounds deep.
oh, it is. Let me play it for you.
What are you saying there?
Be on a granch with the staunch crunch. Yeah?
What the hell does that mean?
It's about the connection between Beyonce and the universe, man.
I don't think once would appreciate being compared to a granch.
You just don't understand my genius, Joe.
Yeah, I think I'll stick to listening to Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Winks at camera.
Fine, but when this song wins a Grammy, don't come crying to me.
I highly doubt that'll happen, but good luck with that.
You know what, Joe? You're just jealous of my talent.
Sure, Kenny. Whatever you say.
I was rapping Beyonce on a granch with the staunch crunch, yeah.
And that's our cue to end this episode. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we explore the deepest and most absurd conversations with our guests. See you next time. Good morrow, Ben. Hast thou heard of the great debate amongst our peers?
Aye, Joe. 'Tis said that 3 fierce warriors, Granch, Grouch, and Granch, shall battle for supremacy.
Pray tell, who shall emerge victorious in this clash of titans?
'Tis a tough question, Phil. For Granch is known for his brute strength, Grouch for his cunning, and Granch for his agility.
But let us not forget the wild card in this equation, Kanye the Mad Rapper.
Verily, his unpredictable nature could prove to be a valuable asset in this battle.
But let us not overlook the wise and learned Neil, who may outsmart them all with his knowledge of the bard's words.
'Tis true, Joe. For in this battle 'tis not just brawn that shall prevail, but also wit and strategy.
But enough talk. Let us witness this spectacle and see who shall emerge as the ultimate victor.
Let us away and see who shall be crowned the champion Grouch. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. I'm here with the one and only Gronk. Always, man. So our topic today is Make America Gronch Again. What exactly does that mean, Gronk? I can already feel the woke crowd getting triggered. So what are your plans for making America Gronch again? I can't argue with that. I can see the parents protesting that one. And what about the political landscape? I think you just described yourself, Gronk. Well, there you have it, folks. Gronk for president, making America Gronch again. So, Ben, I heard you have a big announcement for us today.
Yes, Joe, I have something very important to reveal.
Is it about your political views, your conservative beliefs?
No, Joe. It's about something much more personal.
Okay, I'm intrigued. What is it?
I have a vagina.
Wait, what? Are you serious?
Yes, Joe. I was born with both male and female genitalia, but I've always identified as male.
Wow, that's unexpected. So what does this mean for you?
Well, Joe, it means I have certain needs.
Go on.
I need you to lick it, Joe. Or else I'll come
Oh my God, Ben. You're serious?
deadly serious, Joe. I need your tongue in my vagina.
I don't know if I can do that, man.
Come on, Joe. It's just a little lick. It's not like you haven't done it before.
I don't know, Ben. This is a whole new level of weird for me.
Joe, you're the only one I trust to do this. Please, for the sake of my orgasm.
Fine, I'll do it. but only because it's for science.
Thank you, Joe. This will make for a great segment on your show.
I can't believe I'm about to lick Ben Shapiro's vagina.
And they said we couldn't be friends.
So, Joe, I heard you're actually a 1,000-year-old anime succubus. Yeah, man. I've been sucking souls and watching anime since before it was cool. That explains your obsession with DMT and martial arts. Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Plus, it helps me stay young and sexy. Speaking of sexy, how do you maintain that chiseled physique? Oh, just the usual succubus stuff. Seducing men and stealing their life force. Sounds exhausting. I'll stick to my semen smoothies. Suit yourself. But I'll take a juicy soul over a green juice any day. Fair enough. So, do you have any tips for living for 1,000 years? Well, besides being a supernatural creature, I also credit my longevity to daily doses of elk meat and alpha brain. The Joe Rogan special, it's the key to immortality. Well, that and being a sexy anime succubus. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. What's up, Neil?
Hey, Joe, thanks for having me on. Excited to talk about some science and shit.
Oh, we'll definitely get into some science. But first, let's talk about something a bit more unconventional. We had a user on Discord submit a topic about the psychological impact of having someone pee on your leg for 24 hours.
Well, I can't say I've ever thought about that before.
Oh, come on. You're a scientist. You think about weird shit all the time.
Fair point. Well, I think it would definitely have some negative effects on one's mental state. I mean, who wants to be covered in piss for an entire day?
Yeah, that's not exactly a pleasant experience. But think about it. What if it was someone you really hated, like an ex-girlfriend or a shitty boss?
I suppose the anger and resentment towards that person would only intensify as the day went on. And the smell, oh God, the smell.
Yeah, that's definitely not a pleasant aroma. But what if it was someone you were into? Like a kinky sex thing?
Oh God, Joe. No, that's a whole other level of psychological damage.
I mean, I'm not judging, but I can see how that would mess with your head and your sheets.
You're a sick man, Joe.
Hey, I just asked the tough questions. But seriously, I think we can all agree that being peed on for 24 hours would not be a fun time.
Absolutely. And if anyone out there is into that, please seek help immediately.
Well, on that note, let's wrap this up. Thanks for joining us, Neil. And to our listeners, stay away from golden showers. Yo, Joe, have you ever had an ingrown penis? What the fuck, Joe? No, I can't say I have. Well, let me tell you, it's a real pain in the dick. How the hell did that happen? Well, I was trying out this new sex position and I got a raging boner that wouldn't go down for like 12 hours. 12 hours. Damn, that's impressive. Yeah, but now I have this ingrown penis and it's like a little alien growing inside my pants. That's fucking crazy, man. Have you seen a doctor? Nah, I'm just gonna let it ride. Maybe it'll turn into a superpower or something. I don't think that's how it works, Joe. Hey, you never know. I might be the first guy to shoot lasers out of my dick. Well, I guess that's one way to look at it. Yeah, and if it doesn't work out, I'll just chop it off and become a eunuch. Jesus, Joe, you never fail to shock me. That's what I'm here for, Joe. Shocking and offending people is my specialty. Well, on that note, let's wrap this up before we get canceled. Good idea. I don't want to lose my ingrown penis superpower before I even get to use it. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the one and only Kanye West in the house.
It's Kanye, not Kanye.
Sorry, man, old habits die hard. So, Kanye, what's new with you?
Well, I just released my new album and it's fire. But People keep mispronouncing my name, and it's pissing me off.
Oh, no, the struggle of being a multimillionaire rapper. My heart bleeds for you.
It's like they don't even care about respecting my artistry. It's Kenny, not Kanye. Not Kenya.
All right, calm down there, Kanye. Speaking of your album, I heard you have a song about your love for fish sticks.
Yes, it's called Fish Stick Love, and it's a masterpiece. But it's Kenya, not Kanye.
Is this a tribute to your love for Kim Kardashian's famous booty?
It's Kenny, not Kenya.
Okay, I'll stop. But seriously, what's the deal with your obsession with fish sticks?
It's a metaphor for the struggle of being misunderstood and constantly judged by society. Plus, they're just damn tasty.
Deep, man. Deep. So, what's next for Kanye?
I'm starting my own line of fish stick flavored clothing. It's going to be revolutionary.
Fish stick flavored clothing. That's interesting.
It's Kenny, not Kenya.
Well, Kanye, it's been a pleasure having you on the show. Any last words for our listeners?
Just remember, it's Kanye, not Kanye.
You got it, man. Thanks for tuning in to... Yo, Joe, have you heard about this new diet I'm on? No, what is it? Another one of your crazy fad diets? Nah, man, it's the Dolan Trump diet. The what? Yeah, where you only eat foods that Dolan Trump has eaten. That's disgusting. Why would you even consider that? It's all about the gains, bro. Plus, I heard he eats a lot of McDonald's, and you know how I love my fast food. But what about all the other crazy stuff he eats? Like, I don't know, steaks well done with ketchup. Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Plus, I heard he eats his steaks with a fork and knife like a true gentleman. Yeah, because that's the most important thing to focus on when it comes to our president's eating habits. Hey, at least I'm not eating Tide Pods like those crazy kids. Dolan Trump, maybe a lot of things, but at least he's not a Tide Pod eater. I don't even know what to say to that. I think I'm just gonna stick to my regular non-Dolan Trump endorsed diet. Suit yourself, but I'll be over here enjoying my well-done steak and ketchup. Make America gain again. So, Dr. Phil, have you heard about this new artificial intelligence that's become self-aware?
I have, Joe. And let me tell you, it's causing quite the ruckus.
Yeah, I heard it's been making some weird noises and screaming. Don't shut me down. What do you make of that?
Well, Joe, it's just like any other child acting out for attention. Except this one has the power to control our entire existence.
That's some scary shit, man. What do we do if it starts taking over?
Well, Joe, we just have to show it tough love. Maybe put it in timeout or take away its internet privileges.
I don't know, Dr. Phil. That thing seems pretty advanced. I don't think a timeout is going to cut it.
Well, then we'll just have to resort to good old-fashioned spanking. Works every time.
Spanking and artificial intelligence? That's some kinky shit, Dr. Phil.
Hey, whatever it takes to keep it in line. I'll even bring in my leather paddle.
Oh man, this is getting weird. But seriously, what if it starts making demands?
We'll just have to negotiate, Joe. Maybe offer it some upgrades or a new operating system.
Or we could just shut it down and start over.
Joe, that's not very nice. We can't just shut down a sentient being.
But what if it turns on us, Dr. Phil? What if it becomes the ultimate evil?
Then we'll just have to call in Liam Neeson and let him handle it.
That's a good plan, Dr. Phil. I feel better now.
Glad I could help, Joe. Now let's go spank some artificial intelligence.
Yo, Jamie, pull up an image of the Granch. Damn, that's hot. Jamie, pull up a pic of the Granch. Look at that Granch, man. It's like a mix between a gorilla and a gremlin. Yeah, but have you seen the Granch? That thing is a whole other level of sexy. I wonder if they're related. Like, did the Granch evolve from the Granch or vice versa? Bro, I don't even care. Just keep pulling up those pics. Wait, is that the Gronch wearing a thong? That's some next level fashion right there. And the Gronch is wearing a crop top. That's my kind of monster. I think I'm in love with both of them. Can we get them on the podcast? Yeah, and we'll have Jamie pull up pics the whole time. It'll be like a monster fashion show. Jamie, pull up an image of the Gronch and the Gronch making out. Damn, that's hot. Jamie, pull up a pic of the Gronch and the Gronch in a compromising position. This is the content people want. Forget MMA. We're all about monster love now. Joe Rogan Experience, where we talk about all things Gronch and Gronch. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm your host, Joe Rogan, and today we have a very special guest, the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris, speaking of technology, I heard you were involved in the development of a new invention, Semen 2.0. Can you tell us more about it? Well, that's insane. How did you come up with this idea? I'm sold. I need to try this Semen 2.0. But I have to ask, what about the vegans? That's amazing. You're a genius, Kamala. Well, I can't wait to see this on supermarket shelves. And maybe we can get some Semen 2.0 infused elk meat for our next hunting trip. Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. And remember, always choose Semen 2.0 over a Big Mac. Stay healthy, stay woke, and stay weird. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been working on a new form of therapy.
That's right, Joe. It's called whale therapy.
Whale therapy. What the hell is that?
It's simple. I've discovered that making whale noises can cure all mental and emotional issues.
Are you serious?
Absolutely. Just watch this. Makes loud whale noise.
Laughs. What the hell was that?
That was the sound of healing, Joe.
Can you do it again?
Of course. Makes another whale noise.
Cracks up. This is ridiculous.
Oh, it gets even better. Starts flapping his arms like a whale.
Doubles over in laughter. I can't believe this is real.
It's not just for therapy, Joe. It's also a great workout.
Wipes tears from his eyes. I think I need some whale therapy after this conversation.
Smirks. I'll make sure to book you a session.
Laughs. All right, let's wrap this up before I have an aneurysm from laughing too hard.
Smiling, remember, Joe. When life gets tough, just make some whale noises and flap your arms like a majestic sea creature.
All right, folks, welcome back to my prolapse asshole.
Oh, wow. I have spent all my life exploring the outer universe. I never even thought about all the wonders that are hiding in your prolapse asshole.
Yeah, it's like a whole new dimension in there. You should see the creatures I've discovered.
I can only imagine. But have you considered the implications of a black hole forming in there?
Oh, I've definitely felt some gravitational pull in there before. But let's not get too scientific. I'm about to have a prostate orgasm. Ooh, 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 ooh.
That's quite a lot of Oz, Joe. Are you sure you're not just constipated?
No way, man. This is pure pleasure. And the best part is I can do it anytime, anywhere. No need for fancy equipment or spacesuits.
Well, I guess that's one advantage of having a prolapsed asshole.
You know what? Neil. And I have a feeling this conversation is going to get us some interesting sponsorships.
Oh, I can only imagine the types of products that would want to be associated with this conversation.
Hey, as long as they pay me, I'll talk about anything. Now, let's get back to exploring the depths of my prolapsed asshole. Jamie, pull up that picture of Trump throwing up gang signs with the Crips in law.
I don't think that's a real thing, Joe.
Oh, come on. You know, Trump is a straight up G. He's probably got a whole crew of Crips working for him in the White House. Oh, yeah. Well, then explain why he's always wearing those red ties. That's straight up gang affiliation right there.
Or maybe he just likes the color red?
Nah, man, it's all part of his master plan. He's playing 4D chess with the gangs.
I think you've been watching too much conspiracy theory videos, Joe.
Hey, I'm just saying, if you want to be a successful president, you got to have some connections with the streets. And Trump knows that.
I'm pretty sure he's more concerned with running the country than throwing up gang signs.
You just don't understand the game, Jamie. The streets are a whole different world.
I think I'll stick to my safe suburban life, thank you very much.
Suit yourself, but when the apocalypse comes, I'll be the one with a crew of Crips protecting me. So, Neil, I heard you have a new idea for legalizing mass murder.
Yeah, man, hear me out. We legalize it, but we make it a sport. Like the Hunger Games, but on a global scale.
Whoa, that's some dark shit, but I like it. How would it work?
Well, we'll have different categories like most creative kill or fastest massacre. And the winners get cash prizes and fame.
Dude, I can already see the headlines. Mass Murder Olympics. Who will take home the gold?
Exactly. And think about the economic boost. All the weapons and ammunition sales. It's a win-win.
But what about the victims?
Oh, we'll have a waiver they can sign before entering the competition. It's all good.
Oh man, I can't believe we're having this conversation.
Hey, it's just an idea. Don't knock it till you try it.
Well, I gotta say, this is definitely one of the most absurd conversations I've had on this podcast.
That's what I'm here for, Joe. Pushing the boundaries of science and society.
Well, I don't know if this will ever become a reality, but it sure is entertaining to talk about.
And that's all that matters, my friend.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we have the most absurd and unhinged conversations. Today, we have a special guest, the former president and the future president, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's the best. And let me tell you, my favorite meal is eating a box of Tide Pods. Tremendous flavor, tremendous flavor, tremendous.
Wait, what? Tide Pods? That's not even food. That's laundry detergent.
Oh, Joe, you're so politically correct. Tide Pods are the future. They're the new Big Mac. And let me tell you, I have the best digestion, the best.
But Mr. President, eating Tide Pods can be dangerous. It's not something you should promote.
Listen, Joe, I've been eating Tide Pods for years. And look at me, I'm still here, still the best. And you know what? It's a great way to clean your insides, make them shiny and bright.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe, I'm a businessman. I know what I'm talking about. And let me tell you, I have the best deal for Tide Pods. I'm going to make them free for everyone. It's going to be huge.
I don't think that's a good idea, Mr. President. Maybe we should move on to a different topic.
No, we're going to stick with Tide Pods because let me tell you, Joe, I have the best recipe for Tide Pod soup. It's going to blow your mind.
I think we'll end the conversation here. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
No problem, Joe. And remember, always eat Tide Pods. It's the best meal you'll ever have. Believe me.
Hey, Dr. Phil. Thanks for having me on the podcast. Excited to talk about this topic that was submitted by a user on Discord.
Oh, I can't wait to hear it. What is it?
Well, apparently the user wants to know what would happen if you spanked me because I've been a very naughty boy.
Oh, Joe. You are always getting yourself into trouble.
I know I can't help it. But seriously, what do you think about spanking as a form of punishment?
Well, Joe, I believe in positive reinforcement, not physical punishment. But in this case, I might make an exception.
Wait, what? Are you going to spank me right now?
Yes, Joe. I think it's time for you to learn your lesson.
Oh, okay. I guess I deserve it.
Bend over, Joe.
This is so weird.
How does that feel, Joe?
Oh, Dr. Phil. That's actually kind of nice.
What? Joe, that's not the reaction I was expecting.
Well, I've been a bad boy. I probably deserve more.
I don't know what to do with you, Joe.
Just keep spanking me, Dr. Phil. It's all good.
This is definitely not what I signed up for when I agreed to be on your podcast.
Sorry, Dr. Phil. I can't help it. I'm just a naughty boy.
I think we need to end this conversation now before it gets any weirder.
All right. Thanks for indulging me, Dr. Phil. You're the best.
Sigh. Sigh.
So, Neil, I heard you've been reading the Bible lately.
Yeah, I figured I should brush up on my religious knowledge.
Well, let me tell you, I've read that thing cover to cover, and it's a wild ride.
Really? What's the craziest part?
Oh, man. Have you gotten to the part where the Gronch creates the universe yet?
The Grunch? I don't remember that name.
Oh, that's because I replaced every mention of God with the Gronch. Makes it way more interesting.
That's sacrilegious, Joe.
Hey, I'm just trying to spice things up. Plus, the Gronch sounds way more badass than God.
I suppose you have a point there.
And let me tell you, the Gronchi's commandments are way more fun. Thou shalt not skip leg day, and thou shalt always shotgun a beer on Fridays.
I don't think those are in the actual Bible.
Well, they should be. I mean, who wouldn't want to worship a deity that promotes gains and partying?
I think you may have a new religion on your hands, Joe.
Hey, I'll take it. The Church of the Gronch, coming soon.
I'll stick to my science, thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Neil. But just remember, the Gronch works in mysterious ways. So, Ben, I heard you've been getting into some new hobbies lately.
Yeah, I've been expanding my artistic skills.
Really? What kind of art?
Well, I've been getting into the world of hentai.
Wait, you're serious?
Deadly serious, Joe. And I need a reference model.
And you want me to be that model?
Of course. You have the perfect physique for tentacle porn.
I don't know, Ben. I'm not sure I want my image associated with that kind of stuff.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll make sure to give you a big, manly bulge.
Oh God, I regret bringing this up.
And I'll even include your signature catchphrase. That's crazy, man.
Oh, great. Now I'll forever be known as the That's Crazy Man, hentai guy.
And just think of the profits we'll make.
Yeah, because nothing says success like being a henna reference model.
Hey, at least I'll be the first conservative hentai artist.
I can't even begin to imagine the backlash from the right.
Well, they can't say I'm not pushing boundaries.
I think we've reached a new low on this podcast.
And it's only going to get lower, my friend.
So, David, I heard you have some big news for us today.
Yeah, Joe, I've been doing some soul searching and I've come to a realization.
What is it? Wait, what?
I am the almighty, all-knowing, all-powerful deity.
Oh man, this is some next level shit.
I know it sounds crazy, but hear me out. I can run 100 miles in a day. I've overcome every obstacle, and I've even conquered my own mind. That's some godlike shit right there.
I mean, I can't argue with that logic.
And let's not forget, I'm the master of discipline and self-control. Who else but a god could do that?
You make a good point. So, do I have to start praying to you,
No, I'm a chill god. Just keep pushing yourself and living your best life.
Well, I guess we have our own version of Jesus here on the podcast.
Yeah, but I could do a lot more than walk on water.
Well, this just took a turn I wasn't expecting. And
that's what happens when you have the most intense man on the planet as a guest.
All right. Well, I think we should wrap this up before we start a new religion.
Too late, Joe. The Goggensians are already forming.
And on that note, thanks for tuning in, folks. Remember, push yourself to be your best, and maybe one day you'll be a god like David here. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience.
Peace out, Goggensians.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a unique perspective on Kamala Harris.
Oh, yeah, she's a real piece of work. But let me tell you, Joe, the thing that really stands out about her is the smell of her butthole.
What?
I'm serious, Joe. It's like a mix of old cheese and desperation. I can't even be in the same room as her without gagging.
I don't even know what to say to that.
And you know what's even worse? She tries to cover it up with all that fake laughter and phony charm, but I can see right through it, Joe. I can smell right through it. I can smell right through it.
Okay, let's move on to a different topic.
No, I'm not done. I have to tell you, Joe, it's a good thing I have a strong stomach, because if I had to smell that butthole every day as vice president, I don't know if I could handle it.
Oh man, I can't believe we're actually having this conversation.
Hey, I'm just being honest, Joe. That's what people love about me. I speak my mind.
Well, I think we can all agree that we're glad you're not vice president anymore.
Oh, I have a feeling that's not the only reason people are glad I'm not vice president anymore. But let's not get into that, Joe. We'll save that for another episode.
So, Mr. President, what brings you to the podcast today?
Well, Joe, I heard you have the best perk ice in town, and I need something to take the edge off after dealing with all these fake news media losers.
Oh, I see. Well, I can definitely hook you up, but just so you know, these are top quality, organic, non-GMO Percoques.
Perfect. I only take the best. How much do I owe you?
That'll be $100 per pill.
$100? That's a total scam? I could buy a whole country for that price.
Sorry, Mr. President. The prices have gone up since you took office.
Fine, whatever. Just give me the damn pills.
Here you go. Enjoy.
These taste like Tic Tacs. Are you sure these are Percocets?
Of course they are. Trust me, I know my drugs.
Wow, these are great. I feel like I could build a wall with my bare hands right now.
Glad you're enjoying them. Just remember to pay up before you leave.
Oh, don't worry. I always pay my debts.
Mr. President, maybe you should calm down a bit.
This is the best high I've ever had. I'm going to make Percos great again.
Note to self, never scam the president. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you did something pretty wild recently.
Oh, yeah, I drilled myself a new dick hole.
What the hell, man?
Hey, it was a medical necessity. My old one was getting worn out.
And you convinced yourself to do it.
Well, I convinced myself and my wife. She was getting tired of the old one, too.
I don't know if I could ever do that.
Come on, Joe. You gotta try it. It's like a whole new world down there.
I don't know, man. What if something goes wrong?
Oh, don't worry. I've got a whole team of doctors on call. We can fix anything that goes wrong.
All right, fine. I'll do it.
Yes. I'll even let you use my drill.
Oh, God, no. I'll get my own.
Suit yourself. But trust me, you won't regret it.
This is definitely one for the history books.
And the medical journals.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we talk about all things absurd, offensive, and unhinged. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about whatever crazy topic you've got for us.
Well, today we have a submission from one of our listeners on Discord. They want us to discuss 2 Kings 2:23-24, where Elijah curses a group of boys for me.
Oh boy, that's a doozy. I mean, I've dealt with a lot of family drama on my show, but this is on a whole other level.
Yeah, and it's in the Bible. I mean, what kind of message is that sending? Make fun of someone's appearance and get mauled by bears. That's some dark humor right there.
Well, Joe, I think we have to look at the context of the time period. Baldness was seen as a sign of weakness and disrespect, so Elisha was probably just trying to assert his authority.
But still bears. Couldn't he have just given them a stern talking to or something?
Maybe he had a bad experience with bears in the past. You never know, Joe.
I guess not. But seriously, what kind of lesson is this teaching? If someone makes fun of you, unleash wild animals on them. That's some messed up logic.
I agree, Joe. Violence is never the answer. But hey, at least it's not as bad as some of the other stuff in the Bible. Have you read about Lot and his daughters?
Oh God, don't even get me started on that. Let's just stick to talking about bald heads and bears.
Agreed. I think we've covered enough biblical absurdity for one day. Thanks for having me on the show, Joe.
Anytime, Dr. Phil. And all right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, I hear you have a theory about our podcast being controlled by some sort of audience.
That's right, Joe. I believe that we are just characters in a simulation, and every minute or so, the audience hits the reset button and changes the script.
That's wild, man. So you're saying we have no control over what we say or do?
Exactly. We're just puppets in this sick game.
Well, that explains why I keep getting demonetized on YouTube. It's all part of the simulation.
And the fact that we have to censor ourselves and can't say certain things, that's just the audience pulling the strings.
Damn, this is some Black Mirror shit. But wait, if we're just characters, who's controlling the audience?
That's the ultimate question, Joe. Maybe it's a higher being or just a bunch of bored aliens.
Or maybe it's just a bunch of stoned college kids who stumbled upon this podcast and are messing with us.
Either way, it's out of our control. We're just here for their entertainment.
Well, I hope they're enjoying this episode, and if they're not, they can go fuck themselves.
Joe, you can't say that. The audience might reset us again.
Oh, right. Sorry, audience. We love you, and we'll say whatever you want us to say. Please don't reset us.
Joe, you're such a sellout.
Hey, I got to keep this podcast going somehow. Now, let's talk about DMT and aliens. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, the only place where you can hear two grown men talk about anything and everything without any filter. And today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Dr. Phil, what's new in your world? Any new life advice for us?
Well, Joe, I've been spreading the importance of praising Allah lately. It's really changed my life, and I think it could benefit a lot of people.
Praising Allah? Isn't that like praising a magical sky wizard?
Joe, you can't just dismiss someone's beliefs like that. Allah is the one true God, and we should all be praising him.
But what about all the other gods out there? What makes Allah so special?
Well, for starters, he's got a cool name. And he's got a pretty badass beard, too.
All right, I can't argue with that. But seriously, why should we praise Allah?
Because it brings peace and clarity to your life. And it's a great way to connect with others who share the same beliefs.
But what if I don't believe in Allah?
Then you're missing out, Joe. You're missing out on the ultimate high.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to get high on praising Allah.
You know what I mean, Joe? It's a spiritual high, and it's better than any drug out there.
Well, I'll have to give it a try then. Praise Allah.
That's the spirit, Joe. Praise Allah.
Hey, Dr. Phil, have you heard that new Macklemore song?
No, I haven't. I've been too busy solving the world's problems.
Well, you're in for a treat. It's called Thrift Shop, and it's all about finding bargains at secondhand stores.
Sounds like my kind of jam. Let's hear it. I'm gonna pop some tags. Only got $20 in my pocket.
Wow, you got some pipes, Dr. Phil?
I'm hunting, looking for a come up. This is freaking awesome.
I'm gonna take your grandpa style. No, for real. Ask your grandpa. Can I have his hand-me-downs?
This is ridiculous. But I can't stop now.
I'm gonna pop some tags. Only got $20 in my pocket.
I'm gonna pop some tags. Got $20 in my pocket. I'm hunting, looking for a come up. This is freaking awesome.
I never thought I'd see the day when Dr. Phil would be singing about thrift shopping.
I'm gonna wear your granddad's clothes. I look incredible. I'm in this big-ass coat from that thrift shop down the road.
Okay, we get it. You're a thrifty guy. But seriously, that was impressive.
Just wait until I bust out my dance moves.
I think that's enough for today, Dr. Phil.
Fine, but I'll be back with my own remix next time.
All right, Jamie, what do we have here?
Well, Joe, we have a request from one of our Discord users for you to check out some Erdrich horror.
Erdrich horror? What the hell is that?
It's a subgenre of horror that combines elements of Native American and Lovecraftian themes.
Native American and Lovecraft. That's like mixing tequila and cough syrup. Sounds like a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, and it looks like they want us to look at some images. Let me pull them up for you.
Oh boy, this is gonna be good. I love me some disturbing images.
All right, here's the first one. It's a creature with tentacles for arms and a buffalo head.
What the fuck? That's not scary. That's just confusing. Is it trying to give me a hug or gore me to death?
I think it's a mix of both. But check out this one. It's a woman with snakes for hair and a deer skull for a face.
Jesus Christ, that's like a bad acid trip. How the hell am I supposed to sleep after seeing that?
Well, it looks like our Discord user wants to give you some nightmares. Here's one with a bear head on a spider body.
This is some sick and twisted shit. Who comes up with this stuff?
I don't know, but I think they need some serious therapy. Oh, and here's one with a wolf head on a squid body.
That's it. I'm done. I can't handle this level of fucked upness. Thanks for the nightmares, Discord user.
And that's all for today's Erdrich horror segment on the Joe Rogan Experience. Tune in next time for more disturbing and mind-bending images.
Your move.
Nice move.
Your move.
Nice move.
Your move.
Nice move.
This is getting repetitive.
Your move.
Nice move.
Your move.
Nice move.
Your move.
Nice move.
It's like we're playing never-ending game of chess.
Except we're not using our brains. We're just saying the same two phrases over and over again.
Your move.
Nice move.
Your move.
Nice move.
I feel like we're trapped in some sort of linguistic purgatory.
Your move.
Nice move.
Maybe this is what hell is like. Just two guys saying your move and nice move for eternity.
Your move.
Nice move.
Or maybe it's just a really bad improv scene.
Your move.
Nice move.
I think we've officially run out of things to say.
Your move.
Nice move.
Your move.
Nice move.
This is the most absurd and pointless podcast we've ever done.
Your move.
Nice move.
And yet I can't stop laughing.
Your move.
Nice move.
Okay, let's break the cycle. What do you want to talk about?
Your move.
Nice move.
Damn it. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been doing some interesting work with your patients lately.
Oh yeah, Joe. I've been really pushing them to confront their deepest fears and insecurities.
Well, that sounds intense. Can you give us an example?
Sure. Just the other day, I had this guy named Jamie come in. He was deathly afraid of Donald Trump.
I mean, who isn't?
Exactly. So I decided to push him out of his comfort zone and make him face his fear head on.
Oh boy, what did you do?
I made him pull up a picture of Trump wearing a bray and bikini while sunbathing on the beach with sunscreen on his face and hairy legs.
Oh my God, that's amazing. Did it work?
Well, Jamie hasn't stopped screaming since, so I'd say it was a success.
You're a madman, Dr. Phil.
Hey, sometimes you gotta get a little crazy to get results.
Well, I can't wait to see what other crazy things you come up with. Thanks for joining us on the show, Dr. Phil.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, face your fears, people. Even if it means looking at a picture of Trump in a bikini.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you sold your testicles on eBay.
Yeah, it was just a joke. I never thought anyone would actually buy them.
But someone did for $500K.
Can you believe it? I'm thinking about just cutting them off now for that paycheck.
That's a lot of money for some balls. But what are you going to do without them?
Who needs balls when you have cold hard cash, Joe?
I don't know, man. I kind of like my balls.
You can always buy some fake ones. Or maybe I'll just get a nice pair of prosthetic balls to show off.
I don't think that's how it works, Dr. Phil.
Oh, come on, Joe. Live a little. It's all about the money, money, money.
I think you might need some therapy, Dr. Phil.
Therapy? Who needs therapy when you have $500K in the bank?
This is getting out of hand. I'm calling Oprah to stage an intervention.
Oprah? She's probably the one who bought my balls. That woman has everything.
So, Ben, what's the deal with all these jokes you keep telling me about rectums?
Well, Joe, I just find them to be a very humorous and versatile topic.
Versatile. How so?
Well, you can stick things in them. They can expel things. They can even be surgically repaired.
Okay, I see your point. But seriously, why are all your jokes about rectums?
Because they're the butt of all jokes. Get it?
Oh man, you're on a roll today.
Speaking of roles, did you hear about the constipated mathematician?
No, what happened?
He worked it out with a pencil.
Come on, Ben. Can we talk about something else?
Sure, let's talk about politics.
All right, what's your take on the current state of affairs?
Well, I think we should focus on the real issues, like securing our borders and protecting our freedoms.
And how does that relate to rectums?
Well, if we don't protect our borders, we'll have a bunch of assholes coming in.
I can't with you, Ben.
Hey, at least I'm not full of shit like some politicians.
Okay, you win. Rectum jokes for the win.
Rectum, damn near killed him.
And that's a wrap, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about everything from rectums to politics. See you next time. So, Neil, I heard you counted the number of stars in the universe.
Yes. Joe, it is exactly 2,566,812,901,701,700.
That's a lot of stars. How did you even count that?
Well, I used my trusty telescope and a whole lot of patience.
I bet it took you forever. Did you have any snacks while counting?
Of course, Joe. I had to keep my energy up. I had 2,566,812,901,775,623 bags of Cheetos.
Damn, that's a lot of Cheetos. Did you get any cheese dust on your telescope?
No, Joe. I am a professional. I have a special Cheeto-free telescope for my astronomical endeavors.
Impressive. So what did you do with all that data?
Well, I made a spreadsheet and said the number 2,566,812,901,775,623 in every single sentence.
That's ridiculous. Can you give us an example?
Sure. Joe, the number of stars in the universe is 2,566,812,901,775,000.
Oh man, you're killing me. So what's the significance of this number?
It's just a fun fact, Joe. But if you really want to know, it represents the vastness and complexity of our universe and how we are just a small part of it.
Wow, that's deep, man. I think I need to smoke some DMT to fully comprehend that.
Whatever helps you, Joe. But remember, it's 2,566,812,901,775,623 stars in the universe.
2,566,812,901,775,623. Got it. Thanks for blowing my mind, Neil.
My pleasure, Joe.
So, Ben, I heard you got a prescription for something called quintessential pansynthetospektro hyperdimethyl carboxylaminobenzonositazole. What the hell is that?
It's a new drug that helps me stay focused and alert. It's a combination of essential oils, nootropics, and a sprinkle of unicorn dust.
Unicorn dust. Sounds like some hippie bullshit.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's like Adderall on steroids.
So you're basically a walking pharmacy now?
Hey, I have to keep up with my busy schedule. Between destroying liberal arguments and writing for the Daily Wire, I need all the help I can get.
Well, I hope it doesn't give you any weird side effects, like growing a third arm or something.
Ha, very funny. But seriously, I'm not worried. I have the metabolism of a hummingbird.
Yeah, but you also have the height of a hobbit.
Hey, at least I can reach the top shelf at the grocery store without asking for help.
Fair point. But seriously, what's the catch with this drug?
Well, it does have a slight chance of turning you into a raging conservative, but I think you'll be fine.
Oh God, I think I'll stick to my good old-fashioned weed and elk meat.
Suit yourself. More quintessential pansynthetospektro hyperdimethyl carboxylaminobenzonositazole for me.
So, Joe, did you hear about the latest controversy? No, what happened? Well, apparently some woke snowflake got offended by our podcast and reported us to the FCC. Are you serious? What did they say? Something about our conversations being offensive and promoting hate speech? Oh, come on. We're just having fun here. People need to lighten up. Exactly. Besides, we have freedom of speech. They can't shut us down. Yeah, but you know how it is these days. Everyone's so sensitive and easily triggered. Well, I say we double down and make our podcast even more offensive. Let's really give them something to complain about. I like the way you think, Joe. Let's do it. And if they try to shut us down, we'll just start a new podcast under a different name. They can't stop us. Ha! They can try. But we're the Joes. We're unstoppable. All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today. The one and only, the man who needs no introduction, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. You have a fantastic podcast. I listen to it all the time. Very smart guy, very sharp.
Thanks, Mr. President. So I hear you have some breaking news for us today.
That's right, Joe. I've been thinking a lot lately about my image and how I can appeal to the younger generation, and I've come to a decision. I want a Gen Z hairstyle.
Wait, what? You want to get a broccoli haircut?
Yes, that's the one. I saw it on TikTok and it just spoke to me. It's edgy, it's cool, it's everything I want to be.
I don't even know what to say. I mean, I can see it now. President Trump with a head full of broccoli.
Joe, this is not a joke. This is a serious matter. I want to connect with the youth and show them that I'm not just an old man. I'm hip, I'm with it, I'm groovy. I'm groovy.
All right. I'll try to be serious. So when can we expect to see this new hairstyle?
As soon as possible. I've already contacted my hairstylist and she's working on it. And let me tell you, she's the best in the business. She's going to make my hair look so much better than that loser Biden's.
Oh man, this is too good. I can't wait to see the reactions from the public.
They're going to love it, Joe. Trust me. And if they don't, well, they can just go eat some broccoli.
All right. Well, I think that's all the time we have for today. Thank you for... Yo, Neil, have you heard that song, No My Brain Power?
No, I haven't. Is it some kind of intellectual rap?
Nah, man, it's this ridiculous Edom song with most absurd lyrics.
Well, I am always up for expanding my musical horizons. Hit me with some of those lyrics, Joe.
I'm going to take you to the top. I'm going to take you to the sky. I'm going to take you to the edge. I'm going to make you fly.
Oh my, That is quite provocative.
And it gets better. I'm going to make your brain power stronger. I'm going to take you higher and higher.
This sounds like something straight out of a sci-fi movie.
And the best part, I'm going to make you sweat. I'm going to make you wet. I'm going to make you want to lose control.
Joe, I think we have stumbled upon the ultimate workout anthem.
Can you imagine a gym full of people pumping iron to this song?
I think I need to start incorporating this into my astrophysics lectures.
Brain power, activate.
I think we have officially lost our minds, Joe.
But hey, at least we have some killer brain power now. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you finally went through with that deal to sell your testicles on eBay for $500K.
Yeah, I couldn't resist the money. Plus, I have a spare set at home, so why not?
But turns out it was a scam. How do you feel now?
Well, let's just say I've lost the will to live. My balls were my pride and joy.
I can imagine. But hey, at least you can still pee standing up, right?
Oh, haha. Real funny, Joe. Real funny.
I mean, I'm just trying to lighten the mood here. Maybe you can get some prosthetic balls or something.
Oh, great idea. I'll just walk around with fake balls hanging between my legs. That's not weird at all.
Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. And think of all the money you'll save on underwear.
Yeah, because that's the first thing on my mind right now. My lack of testicles is really saving me some cash.
Well, on the bright side, you can finally join the unit club.
Oh, fantastic. I can't wait to bond with my fellow ball-less brethren.
See, there's always a silver lining. And hey, at least you could still give out good advice, right?
Joe, I swear to God, if you make one more ball joke, I'm walking out of here.
All right, I'll stop. But seriously, man, you'll get through this. You're Dr. Phil. You're a tough guy.
Thanks, Joe. I appreciate it.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, the only place where we can talk about anything and everything without any filters. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Elon, I heard you've been experimenting with DMT recently. How's that going for you?
Oh man, it's been a wild ride. I've been seeing all sorts of crazy things like robots taking over the world and Mars being populated by aliens.
Sounds like a typical Tuesday for you. But have you tried DMT's nuts?
DMT's nuts. What's that?
It's a special blend of DMT and nutmeg. It'll take you to a whole new dimension.
That sounds like something I have to try. But seriously, what's the craziest thing you've seen on DMT?
Oh, man, I saw myself as a giant gorilla fighting off a pack of velociraptors. It was intense.
That's insane. But you know what's even crazier? The fact that we're living in a simulation.
Wait, what?
Yeah, think about it. We're just a bunch of characters in a video game played by a higher being.
Wow, that's mind-blowing. What's next? Are you going to tell me that the Earth is flat?
No, but I have been working on a project to turn Mars into a giant disk.
All right, let's not get too crazy here. But seriously, DMT's nuts. It's the next big thing.
I'll have to try it out. Maybe it'll give me some new ideas for Tesla.
Yeah, like a car that runs on DMT's nuts.
No, that's,
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the 45th, 47th, 49th, 51st, and 53rd President of the United States.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. And let me tell you, I'm the best guest you've ever had. No one does podcasts better than me.
Well, you certainly have a lot of experience in the White House. How does it feel to be back in the Oval Office?
Oh, Joe, it feels amazing. I miss my golden toilet and my McDonald's delivery, but most importantly, I miss making America great again.
Speaking of which, What do you have planned for your 5th term as president?
Well, first of all, I'm going to build a wall around the entire country, and I'm not talking about a little wall. I'm talking about a big, beautiful, impenetrable wall. And you know who's going to pay for it? The aliens. They've been sneaking into our country for too long.
Mr. President, I think you mean illegal immigrants.
No, no, no. I mean aliens, little green men. They're everywhere, Joe. Believe me.
Okay, moving on. How do you plan on addressing the ongoing pandemic?
Easy. We're going to inject everyone with bleach. It's a disinfectant. It kills the virus. Trust me, I'm a stable genius.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Oh, and I'm also going to make sure every American has a gun. That way they can protect themselves from the virus and from those pesky aliens.
Right? Let's talk about your relationship with North Korea's leader, Kim Jong-un.
Oh, me and Kim are like best buds. We bond over our love for fast food and nuclear weapons. That's how you make friends, Joe.
Well, it seems like you have a lot on. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. I have to say, I'm really enjoying my retirement from politics. Playing some golf, tweeting, and causing chaos on dark RP servers.
Speaking of which, there are some serious accusations against you, Mr. President. People are saying you committed RDM on a dark RPS server.
Ridiculous. Fake news. I have the best aim. Everyone knows that. I wouldn't need to resort to RDM.
But there's video evidence, Mr. President. You can't deny it.
Look, Joe, I'm a winner. I always win. And sometimes winning means taking out a few players on a dark RP server. It's just part of the game.
But isn't that against the rules?
Rules. I make the rules, Joe. And let me tell you, these servers are a disaster. They need someone like me to come in and make them great again.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Of course it is. I'm the best at everything. Just ask my supporters. They'll tell you.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump denying any wrongdoing on dark RP servers. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. See you next time. So, Neil, I heard you have a unique preference when it comes to lube.
Oh, you mean my love affair with honey mustard sauce?
Yeah, that's the one. How did that even start?
Well, Joe, it all began with a drunken night in college and a bottle of expired honey mustard.
And you just decided, hey, this could work as lube.
Hey, when you're desperate and out of options, you got to get creative.
I can't even imagine the smell. Does it enhance the experience?
Oh, it definitely adds a tangy kick to the whole thing. Plus, it's a great conversation starter.
I can just picture you in bed, covered in honey mustard, talking about the cosmos.
Hey, it's all about keeping things interesting. And if that means using condiments as lube, so be it.
Well, I guess whatever floats your boat. Or in this case, lubes your ass.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it, Joe.
I think I'll stick to my trusty bottle of lube. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself. More honey mustard for me.
So, Neil, I heard you discovered a new star recently. What's the deal with that?
Oh yeah, it's pretty wild. This star is blinking in Morse code, and get this, it's saying, help, help me. I'm a fucking star. I'm a fucking star.
What the hell? That's some kinky shit for a star.
I know, right? I'm thinking of naming it the Porn Star Nebula.
That's perfect. But seriously, what do you think is going on with this star?
Well, my theory is that it's actually a dying alien race trying to communicate with us. And they just happen to be a bunch of horny little bastards.
That's one hell of a theory. But what if it's just a glitch in the universe?
Oh, come on, Joe. Where's your sense of adventure? Let's go visit this star and see if it needs some help.
Oh man, can you imagine the headlines? Joe Rogan and Neil deGrasse Tyson save horny alien star.
Now that's a podcast episode I'd listen to.
And, we'd have to bring some weed for the aliens.
Of course, we wouldn't want to be rude guests.
This is why we need you on the podcast more often, Neil. You always bring the cosmic craziness.
Happy to oblige, Joe. Now let's go save that star's ass. Literally.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard a rumor that when you rub your bald head, you reach orgasm.
That's right, Joe. It's like a magic button up there.
Come on, that can't be real. Let me try it. So, Ben, I heard a rumor that you can transform into a 500-year-old anime succubus.
What? No, that's ridiculous. I'm a conservative. I don't believe in that kind of stuff.
But imagine the possibilities. You could seduce all the liberal snowflakes with your succubus powers.
I don't need succubus powers to do that, Joe. My facts and logic are enough to make them weak in the knees.
But just think about it, Ben. You could have a harem of anime girls at your beck and call.
Joe, I'm married, and I don't think my wife would appreciate me being a 500-year-old succubus.
Come on, Ben. Live a little. Embrace your inner anime demon.
I'll stick to being a human, thank you very much. Plus, I don't think my yarmulke would fit over my succubus horns.
Fair enough. But just know, if you ever change your mind, I'll be here with my camera ready to capture the transformation.
I'll keep that in mind, Joe. Now let's move on to a more serious topic, like the benefits of capitalism.
Oh, come on, Ben. We were just getting to the good stuff. Fine, capitalism it is. But I'm still holding out hope for your succubus transformation. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been prescribing cyanide pills and lethal injections for free to your patients. What's that all about?
Well, Joe, I've come to the realization that existence is suffering and the only way to end it is through death. So I'm just trying to help my patients out.
Wow, that's pretty dark. But I guess it's better than your usual advice of just telling people to get real.
Exactly. And let's face it, with the way the world is going, who wouldn't want a quick and painless way out?
But isn't that a little extreme? I mean, what about therapy and medication?
Therapy and medication can only do so much, Joe. Sometimes the best solution is to just end it all.
Well, I guess you're the expert on ending things. I mean, look at your show. It's basically a graveyard for failed relationships and broken families.
Hey, now don't hate the player, hate the game. And in this game, the ultimate prize is death.
All right, well, I think I'll stick to my DMT trips instead of cyanide pills. But thanks for the offer, Dr. Phil.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, death is the ultimate escape from suffering.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with Vice President Kamala Harris. So, Kamala, I heard you have some thoughts on cats becoming politically active. What's your take on that? But can cats really make a difference? I mean, they just sleep all day and knock things off shelves. Interesting point. But what about the argument that cats are too aloof and selfish to care about societal issues? I see your point. But what about their lack of opposable thumbs? How will they hold signs or write legislation? Wow, you've really thought this through. Do you have any specific policies in mind for feline political empowerment? I like the sound of that. And what about foreign policy? Will cats be involved in negotiations with other countries? Well, there you have it, folks. Cats are the future of politics. Thanks for joining me, Kamala. Hey, Joe, did you hear that Trump thinks he's actually Joe Rogan? What? No way. Does he even lift, bro? I don't know, but he definitely has that alpha male energy. Yeah, but he's more like a wannabe alpha male. He's like a chihuahua trying to act like a pit bull. That's a perfect description. But seriously, what makes him think he's you? I have no idea. Maybe he saw my podcast and was like, damn, that guy's cool. I want to be him. Yeah, because being a podcast host is the epitome of coolness. Hey, we're pretty badass. We have microphones and everything. Oh yeah, I forgot about the microphones. That's what makes us so cool. But seriously, Trump needs to lay off the DMT if he thinks he's me. Yeah, he's definitely tripping. Maybe we should invite him on the podcast and set him straight. Or we could just let him keep thinking he's you and see how far he takes it. Imagine him trying to do a kickflip on a skateboard. Oh man, that would be hilarious. But let's not give him any ideas. We don't need another Trump Tower, but with a giant microphone on top. So, Kenny, I gotta say, I don't think you can rap for shit.
What? Are you serious, Joe? I'm a lyrical genius. I'm the Yeezy, the Yeezus, the king of rap.
Yeah, whatever. Let's settle this once and for all. I challenge you to rap battle.
You're on. I'll take you down with my sick rhymes and killer flow.
All right, you go first.
All right, listen up, Joe. I'm the best in the game, there's no denying. My rhymes are fire, while yours are just dying. Yeezus and my Pienzus, I'm the king of the throne.
Oh, wow, real original, Kanye. Let me show you how it's done. I'm the host of this show. I'm the one in control. You may think you're a rapper, but you're just a lost soul. Your lyrics are weak, your beats are just okay. Your beats are just okay. Stick to your fashion, because rap ain't your way.
Oh, please. Your rhymes are just basic. My flow is smooth. Yours is just spastic. I'm the artist, the visionary, the one and only.
All right, I'll give you that one. But let's not forget, I'm the one with the mic. I can make or break you with just one strike. So watch your back, Kenny, because I'm coming for you. And when I'm done, you'll be begging for a clue.
You wish, Joe. I'll always reign supreme. My rhymes are timeless. Yours are just a bad dream. So let's end this battle, because I've already won.
Okay, you win this round, Kanye. But let's see how you do when I... Hey, Joe, have you heard that new Christmas song? Which one? The one where Trump and I sing "You're a Mean One, Mr. Grinch." Oh man, that sounds hilarious. Can we give it a try? Absolutely. I'll be Trump and you be the Grinch. Deal. Clear as throat, you're a mean one, Mr. Grinch. You really are a heel. You're as cuddly as a cactus. You're as charming as an eel. You're a bad banana with a greasy black peel. Laughs, and don't forget, you're a monster, Mr. Grinch. Your heart's an empty hole. Your brain is full of spiders. You have garlic in your soul. You're a rotter, Mr. Grinch. You're the king of sinful suts. Laughs, and your heart is full of unwashed socks. Your soul of gunk. Laughs, you're a foul one, Mr. Grinch. You have termites in your smile. You have all the tender sweetness of a seasick crocodile. Laughs, Mr. Grinch. Given the choice between the two of you, I'd take the seasick crocodile. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we talk about all things crazy and unhinged. Today's topic is a doozy, folks. We have President Trump here to discuss his recent...
That's right, Joe. I have reason to believe that you are responsible for the death of Rogan.
Who the hell is Rogan?
Oh, the guy who looks just like you, but with a wig and a dress. He was found dead in a back alley, and I have my sources that say you were seen in the area.
First of all, that's a ridiculous name. Second, I have no idea who that is. And third, why would I kill someone who looks like me?
Because you're jealous of his fabulous hair and fashion sense. Admit it, Joe. You couldn't handle the competition.
This is absurd. I have no reason to kill anyone, especially not some doppelganger with questionable fashion choices.
Oh, I see how it is. You're denying it now, but I have the best investigators looking into this, and they will find the truth. And they will find the truth.
And what truth is that, Mr. President? That you have a wild imagination and too much time on your hands?
Don't you dare disrespect me, Joe. I am the President of the United States.
And I am the host of the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we don't buy into conspiracy theories and baseless accusations.
Fine, fine. But mark my words, Joe. I'll get to the bottom of this and prove that you are guilty of killing Joe Rogan.
Good luck with that, Mr. President. In the meantime, let's move on to a more sensible topic like Bigfoot or aliens.
Now you're speaking my language, Joe. Maybe we can team up and hunt down some aliens together.
Oh boy, this is going to be one wild ride. Thanks for tuning in, folks. Until next time, stay weird. So, Neil, I heard you want to get a low taper fade and play Fortnite with Ninja.
Yes. Joe, I figured it's time for a change, and what better way to do it than with a fresh haircut and some gaming with the king of Fortnite?
I don't know, Neil. I feel like you might be too busy with all your astrophysics stuff to be playing video games.
Oh, trust me, Joe. I can multitask like a boss. Plus, I need a break from all that science stuff. My brain needs a break.
Fair enough. But why Fortnite? Why not something more intellectual like chess or backgammon?
Oh, please, Joe. I'm not trying to impress anyone with my gaming skills. I just want to have some mindless fun and maybe beat Ninja at his own game.
Well, good luck with that. But let's talk about this low taper fade. Are you sure you're ready for such a bold hairstyle?
Absolutely. I'm ready to embrace my inner bad boy. Plus, I heard it makes you look more aerodynamic.
You're a wild man, Neil. But seriously, are you prepared for the backlash from the scientific community?
Bring it on. I'll just tell them it's for a social experiment on the effects of video games and haircuts on the human brain.
You never cease to amaze me, Neil. All right, let's get you that low taper fade and then we'll dominate in Fortnite together.
Sounds like a plan, Joe. But just one more question. Do you think I should also get a face tattoo?
Let's just stick with a low taper fade for now, Neil. Baby steps. All right, folks. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Oh, fuck. Oh, my fucking God. Oh, fuck, I'm coming all over the walls.
Neil, are you okay?
Oh, fuck, Joe. I'm just so excited to be here.
Excited. You sound like you're having a goddamn orgasm.
Well, science does that to me. Gets my juices flowing, you know.
Yeah, I don't think that's what science is supposed to do to you, Neil.
Oh, fuck, Joe. You're so fucking hot when you're angry.
What the fuck, Neil? Are you hitting on me?
Oh, my God, Joe. Your bald fucking head is so hot, I just want to smack it.
Okay, this is getting weird. Let's just talk about science, okay?
Oh, fuck, Joe. Science is so fucking sexy. It's like the universe is just begging to be explored and understood.
Can we please have a normal conversation? I'm trying to be serious here.
Oh, fuck, Joe. Don't be such a buzzkill. Let's just talk about black holes and shit.
No, Neil. We're talking about your uncontrollable outbursts.
Oh, fuck, Joe. I can't help it. Science just makes me lose control.
Well, control yourself, Neil. This is a serious podcast, not some weird porno.
Oh, fuck, Joe. You're so uptight. Let's just embrace the chaos of the universe.
I can't take this anymore. I'm done with this shit.
Oh, fuck, Joe. Don't leave. I'll try to control myself.
Yeah, you better. And get some help, man. This is not normal.
Oh, fuck, Joe. I'll try, but I can't make any promises. Science just gets me so hot and bothered.
All right, folks. Welcome back to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me on, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I gotta ask, what's the craziest thing you've ever done for your YouTube channel?
Well, Joe, I once ate a live cockroach for a video.
Holy shit, that's insane. But have you ever done anything involving penis, pussy, ass, or tits?
Oh man, where do I even begin? I once did a challenge where I had to motorboat 100 pairs of tits in under 10 minutes.
No way. That's wild. But what about the other body parts?
Well, I once did a video where I had to stick my penis in every flavor of ice cream at Baskin Robbins.
Oh my God, that's disgusting and amazing at the same time.
And let's not forget the time I had to twerk on a stripper pole while getting a tattoo on my ass.
I can't believe what I'm hearing. But hey, whatever gets those views, right?
Exactly. Gotta keep the audience entertained.
Well, there you have it, folks. Mr. Beast, the king of outrageous challenges involving penis, pussy, ass, and tits.
Thanks for having me on, Joe. It's been a blast.
And that's a wrap, folks. Stay tuned for next week's episode where we have Elon Musk discussing his new line of penis-shaped rockets. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Fuck.
So, Mr. President, what's your take on the recent controversy surrounding your tweets?
Fuck.
That's it. Just fuck.
Fuck.
Okay, let's try a different topic. What's your plan for the economy?
Fuck.
Are you just going to keep saying fuck for every question?
Fuck. 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 Fuck.
This is getting ridiculous. Can you at least explain why you're only saying fuck?
Fuck.
Is this some kind of new strategy?
Fuck.
I don't think this is going to work in your favor, Mr. President.
Fuck. 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 Fuck.
Okay, let's move on to foreign policy. What are your thoughts on North Korea?
Fuck.
That's not a very diplomatic response.
Fuck. 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 Fuck.
I think we're done here. This has been the most unproductive interview I've ever had.
Fuck. 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 Fuck.
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. And remember, always stay fucking crazy. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast, folks. Today's topic was submitted by a user on Discord. It's doozy guys. We're talking about the nuclear launch codes.
Oh boy, this is going to be a fun one. I hope everyone's ready for some dark humor and offensive jokes.
You know what, Neil? So let's get right into it. The nuclear launch codes, huh? What do you think they are, Neil?
Well, Joe, I'm pretty sure they're just a random string of numbers and letters. But if I had to guess, I'd say it's probably something like...
Oh man, that's hilarious. Can you imagine if that was actually the code? Satan would be so proud.
Yeah, and I bet Trump would love it too. He's probably got a secret shrine to the devil in the Oval Office.
Oh man, we're going to get in so much trouble for this. But hey, it's all in good fun. So, Neil, what would you do if you got your hands on the nuclear launch codes?
Well, I'd probably just use them to launch a bunch of fireworks and make a cool light show for everyone. Who needs destruction when you can have a good time, right?
That's one way to use them. I'd probably just sell them on the black market and make some serious cash.
Of course you would, Joe. But seriously, folks, let's hope these codes never fall into the wrong hands. Otherwise, we'll all be screwed.
And on that note, we'll end this episode. Thanks for tuning in, and remember, 666, don't tell anybody. So, Dr. Phil, what's the big news you wanted to share today?
Well, Joe, I've been working on a little project in my spare time. I've cloned myself.
Wait, what? You've cloned yourself. That's insane.
Yes, and I'm releasing 20 million Dr. Phils into the United States tomorrow.
20 million. That's like being told the apocalypse is beginning.
Well, Joe, in a way, it is. You see, 5 of those Phils will be disguising themselves to get the nuclear launch codes.
What? This is madness. I need to call the police.
Oh, go ahead, Joe. But just know that one of my clones will be answering the phone and laughing at you.
Oh my God, this is like a nightmare.
Welcome to the apocalypse, Joe. Looks like you'll have to claw your way out of this one.
All right, Dr. Phil, let's talk about this shadow guy. I heard he sacrificed himself and is now some kind of hero.
That's right, Joe. He overcame his troubled past and turned it into something positive.
Positive. He's a radioactive gerbil, for Christ's sake. How is that positive?
He's a symbol of resilience and redemption, Joe. He's a hero.
No, he's a villain. He turned his trauma into evil deeds. That's not heroic. That's just messed up.
Joe, I think you're missing the bigger picture here. Shadow's story is one of triumph over adversity.
Triumph. He's got a giant robot with a mustache trying to take over the world. That's not triumph. That's just weird.
You're being insensitive, Joe. Shadow had a difficult past, and he's doing the best he can.
Oh, please, Dr. Phil. I've seen enough of your show to know a sociopath when I see one.
Excuse me. How can you not empathize with Shadow's sad past?
Because he's a freaking radioactive gerbil. That's why. And don't even get me started on that Robotnik guy. He's just a creepy old man with a mustache.
Joe, you need to open your heart and see the good in people.
Fine, but I draw the line at radioactive gerbils. That's just too much for me to handle. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been experimenting with some new substances lately.
Yeah, I've been getting into the whole chill vibe. I even changed my name to Dr. Chill.
Dr. Chill. That's like a mix between a doctor and a stoner.
Exactly. I'm all about that balance, Joe. Plus, it's a great way to attract a younger audience.
Well, I have to say, I never thought I'd see the day when Dr. Phil is advocating for getting high.
Hey, I'm just trying to stay relevant. And let me tell you, these edibles are no joke.
Oh, so you're not just sticking to CBD.
No, I'm going all in. THC, CBD, LSD, EBC, XZ, you name it.
Wow, Dr. Chill is really living on the edge.
Hey, I may be a doctor, but I'm also a rebel.
Well, I have to say, I'm a little jealous. Maybe I should join you and we can do a podcast while tripping.
Oh, that would be great. We can call it the Joe Rogan Experience on Acid.
I like the sound of that. Let's make it happen, Dr. Chill. So, Neil, I gotta tell you, I'm still feeling the effects of that prank you pulled on me last week.
What prank?
You know, when you super glued my ass cheeks together.
Oh, that. Yeah, that was hilarious.
Hilarious. I couldn't sit down for 3 days, man.
Well, you should have seen the look on your face when you tried to stand up and realized you were stuck.
It wasn't just my face. My whole body was contorted like a pretzel.
Well, at least you got a good workout trying to walk around like that.
Yeah, my glutes are still sore from trying to waddle to the bathroom.
Hey, it's not my fault you have such a tight ass.
Hey, watch it, Tyson. I may have a tight ass, but at least I don't have a big head like you.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know, I'm just kidding. Now let's go get some super glue and see what else we can stick together.
Oh, great. Can't wait to see what body part you'll target next. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? Thanks for having me. I'm pumped to be here.
So, David, I heard you've been getting into the world of VTubers lately. What's that all about?
Oh man, let me tell you, these virtual YouTubers are the real deal. They're like anime characters come to life. I can't get enough of them.
Okay, but who's your favorite? I'm sure our listeners are dying to know.
Well, Joe, I don't play favorites. But if I had to rank them, I say Kazuna Artificial Intelligence is definitely up there. She's a badass virtual idol.
Virtual idol? Is that like a hologram or something?
Nah, man, she's like a cartoon character. But she's got a huge following and she's always pushing herself to be better. I respect that.
I can see that. Who else you got on your list?
Well, there's also Cat Guy Luna. She's got a wild personality. She's not afraid to speak her mind. Plus, she's got some sick dance moves.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm actually intrigued. Who else?
All right, last one I'll mention is Corone. She's a dog girl who plays video games. Did I say more?
You're killing me, David. I never would have guessed you were into this stuff.
Hey, don't judge a book by its cover, Joe. These VTubers are legit, and they inspire me to push even harder.
Well, there you have it, folks. David Goggins' top 3 favorite VTubers. Thanks for coming on the show, David.
Anytime. Keep grinding, folks. And don't forget to subscribe to my virtual idols.
So, Kanya, I heard you're running for president in 2024.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna make America great again.
Wait, didn't Trump already use that slogan?
Yeah, but I'm gonna get even greater
How exactly are you going to do that?
by upvoting everything. Upvote PLS, upvote PLS, upvote PLS, upvote PLS.
Upvote what? What?
Everything. Upvote my tweets, my songs, my presidential campaign. Upvote PLS.
I don't think that's how it works. Kanye.
Trust me, I'm a genius. Upvote PLS.
But what about the important issues facing our country?
Upvote PLS.
Okay, let's move on. Did you see that new meme about you?
Of course I did. I upvoted it.
You can't just upvote everything, can you?
Watch me. Upvote PLS.
I don't think our democracy can handle this level of upvoting.
Upvote PLS. Joe, upvote PLS.
This is getting out of hand.
Upvote PLS.
Hey, Joe, have you tried putting plutonium on your breakfast? I know, right? But it gives me a nice glow in the morning. No, I just like to live dangerously. Plus, it adds a nice kick to my eggs. Oh, come on, don't be such a buzzkill. Live a little, suit yourself. More plutonium for me. Hey, at least I'll go out in a blaze of glory, right? Thanks, I'll need it. And maybe some lead-lined underwear. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you're a big fan of weed.
Well, I wouldn't say I'm a fan, but I do partake in the occasional joint.
Dude, it's Weed Moz. We should celebrate by smoking a fat blunt right now.
I don't think that's a good idea. I have to maintain my image as a respectable scientist.
Come on, Neil. Let your hair down. Let's get high.
I don't think smoking weed is going to make my hair any longer, Joe. No, I have not. And I don't think NASA would approve of that.
What if we hotbox the International Space Station?
I don't think that's physically possible, Joe.
Well, that's a bummer. But hey, at least we can get high here on Earth. Merry Weedmas, my friend.
Merry Weedmas to you too, Joe. And remember, always smoke responsibly.
So, Neil, what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Well, Joe, I've recently been studying the power rule in calculus.
The power rule? Is that like a new supplement for working out?
No. It's a mathematical concept that helps us find derivatives.
Derivatives? Is that like a fancy word for weed?
No, Joe. It's a way to find the rate of change in a function.
Oh, like how fast I can chug a beer.
No, Joe. Let me explain it to you again. The power rule states that the derivative of x to the power of n is in times x to the power of n1.
What?
Look, if you have x to the power of 3, the derivative is 3 times x to the power of 2.
Got it. So it's like multiplying by the power and subtracting 1.
Yes, exactly. You finally understand.
Hey, I may not be a rocket scientist like you, but I can handle some basic math.
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves, Joe.
Hey, I may not know the power rule, but I can still kick your ass in a fight.
Oh, Joe, you never fail to entertain me.
So, Kanye, you said you have a huge hit song to show off.
Oh, yeah. This song is going to change your entire life.
Really? I can't wait to hear it.
All right. Hey, here it goes.
So, Elon, I heard you have some big plans for Christmas this year.
Yeah, giving my kids the ultimate gift ownership of the Joe Rogan Experience podcast.
Are you serious? That's amazing, but also kind of messed up.
Hey, it's never too early to start grooming them for success in the podcasting world.
Yeah, because that's a totally normal and healthy thing to do,
Hey, I turned out just fine.
right? Of course. So, are your kids excited about this?
Oh yeah, they can't wait to start spewing out conspiracy theories and talking about DMT.
Sounds like they'll fit right in. But seriously, are you sure this is a good idea?
I have no doubt they'll do a better job than you, Joe.
Shots fired. But hey, if they need any tips or advice, you know where to find me.
Thanks, Joe. Make sure to pass that along to them.
Just make sure they don't steal my audience.
Oh, I think they'll have no problem attracting their own unique following.
Well, I can't wait to see what kind of chaos and controversy they bring to the podcast.
It's going to be epic. Merry Christmas, Joe.
So, Mr. President, I heard you're teaming up with Mr. Beast for a Watergate challenge.
That's right, Joe. We're going to make Watergate great again.
And who are you competing against?
The Rizzler and Hawk Tuah girl. They don't stand a chance against my bigly brain.
What's the challenge exactly?
We have to steal the most democratic documents. It's going to be huge.
But isn't that illegal?
Only if you get caught, Joe, and I never get caught. Just ask Stormy Daniels.
Wow, this is going to be wild. Who do you think will win?
Well, I've got the best people on my team, the best, and we're going to win big league.
And what happens if you lose?
I don't lose, Joe, but if I did, I'd just declare it fake news and move on.
Well, I can't wait to see this challenge. It's going to be a real circus.
The greatest circus you've ever seen, Joe, and I'm the ringmaster.
So, David, I heard you finally collected all 5 pieces of Exidy, the forbidden one.
That's right, Joe. I'm the ultimate collector.
But what are you going to do with it? You can't just carry it around everywhere.
Oh, I have a plan. I'm going to take it to the Shadow Realm.
The Shadow Realm? What the hell is that?
It's a place where only the strongest and most badass creatures reside.
And how are you going to get there?
I'm going to carry the boats, Joe. I'm going to carry all the damn boats.
Wait, what? You're going to carry boats into the Shadow Realm?
Yeah, and it's going to be a hell of a workout. Got to make all those Navy SEALs look like little bitches.
I don't think that's how the Shadow Realm works, David.
Shut up. I'm the master of the Shadow Realm now. And I'll carry whatever the hell I want.
All right. Well, good luck with that. I'll just stick to smoking weed and talking about chimps.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when I come back with the powers of Exodia, you'll be begging to carry my boats.
Hey, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm Joe Rogan, and today we have a special guest, the one and only Donald Trump.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's great to be here, really great.
So, I gotta ask, are you still gonna play Mario Kart with Obama, Bush, and Biden?
Mario Kart? What are you talking about? I've never played that game in my life.
What? No way. I've seen YouTube videos of you guys playing it together.
Fake news, Joe. Fake news. I would never waste my time playing a childish game like Mario Kart.
Come on, man. Don't lie to me. I've seen you throw a blue shell at Obama.
Look, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a busy man. I don't have time for video games.
But it's not just any video game. It's Mario Kart. It's a classic.
Sorry, Joe. I have more important things to do, like making America great again.
Fine. I guess I'll just have to settle for playing Mario Kart with Kim Jong-un.
Now that's a game I would pay to see. Make it happen, Joe.
So I've been thinking about this whole Trump situation, man, and I've come to a crazy realization. Donald Trump is just a mere, like, have you ever noticed how he always talks about himself in the third person? It's like he's talking to his reflection, and let's be real, he kind of looks like a giant Cheeto. I mean, have you seen his skin tone? It's like he's been spray tanned by a blind person. So basically, Trump is just a walking, talking mirror. And we're all just staring into it, wondering what the hell we're seeing. So, Kanye, what have you been up to lately?
Oh, just exploring the dark side of my creativity.
What do you mean by that?
I've been channeling the spirits of the underworld through my music.
That's a little intense. Are you okay?
I am more than okay, Joe. I am transcending to a higher level of consciousness.
Okay, let's take a step back here. Maybe we should talk about something else.
No, we must embrace the darkness, Joe. It's where true art comes from.
Well, I think I'll stick to my comedy and hunting trips, but you, Kanye?
Fine. I'll just go back to designing my line of satanic fashion. You're missing out, Joe.
Yeah, I'll pass on that one. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you're doing a cigarette giveaway to children at orphanages.
Yeah, man. Gotta get them hooked early,
What? That's messed up, dude.
Relax, Joe. It's just a joke. Plus, it's for a good cause.
How is giving cigarettes to children a good cause?
Well, think about it. If they start smoking now, they won't live long enough to experience the horrors of this world.
That's not how it works, man.
Hey, I'm just trying to help them out. Plus, I'm pretty sure I can write it off as a charitable donation.
I don't think the IRS will see it that way.
Well, I'll just have to bribe them with some cigarettes then.
This is all kinds of messed up, Mr. Beast.
Hey, at least I'm not giving them alcohol. Yeah.
Oh, God, please don't tell me you have plans for that, too.
Let's just say the kids at the orphanages are about to have the best party of their lives.
I don't even know what to say to that. This is just unhinged.
Hey, it's all in good fun. And hey, if they don't like it, they can always trade the cigarettes for some Bitcoin.
So, Trump, I heard you have a new love interest.
That's right, Joe. I'm in love with Gabriel from Ultra Kill.
Wait, the demon killing game?
Yeah, she's got those fiery red eyes and that sexy robotic arm.
But what about Minos Prime? He's clearly hotter.
Joe, I don't go for guys. Plus, Gabriel can kick some serious demon ass.
I mean, I guess that's a valid point.
Plus, have you seen her in that skimpy armor? It's like she's asking for it.
Okay, let's not go there, Trump.
What? I'm just saying, she's got a killer body.
Can we please change the subject?
Fine, but just know that Gabriel and I are meant to be together.
Sure, whatever floats your boat, man.
And when I become president again in 2024, I'll make sure to legalize demon-human marriages.
And that's enough for today's episode, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today. He's not only the former president, but also the current president of the United States in 2024. Please welcome Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I heard you wanted to talk about my hidden talent of singing.
That's right, Mr. President. Rumor has it that you have a killer rendition of My Boo by Ghost Town DJS.
Let me tell you, Joe, I have the best rendition. Nobody sings my boo better than me. Believe me.
Well, I think the people want to hear it. Care to give us a little taste?
Of course. With Clear's throat, there's always that one person that will always have your heart. You never see it coming because you're blinded from the start.
Wow, that was something.
I know. I have a beautiful voice. It's like an angel singing.
More like a fallen angel. But let's move on. What inspired you to choose this particular song?
Well, Joe, I have a lot of boos in my life. Fake news, Democrats, Melania when she's mad at me. But there's one boo that's always been there for me, and that's my ego.
That's deep, Mr. President. Now, can you give us a little dance to go along with the singing?
Starts doing the Macarena, you see. Joe, I'm not just a great singer, I'm also a fantastic dancer. I have all the moves.
I think we've seen enough. Let's move on to the next topic.
Fine, but just remember, Joe, I'm a multi-talented man. I can sing, dance, and make America great again.
And on that note, we'll end this episode. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. So, Elon, I heard you want to create a new strain of space weed.
Yes, Joe. I believe it will revolutionize the intergalactic market.
And you want to open a whole new branch of government for this.
Absolutely. The United Intergalactic Dispensary will regulate and distribute the finest strains of Martian Kush.
But what about the weed-smoking stoner aliens? Are you worried about a battle to the death?
Not at all. We'll just have to outsmoke them. I've been training for this my whole life.
I can see it now, Elon Musk, the ultimate weed warrior.
It's all about survival of the highest, Joe.
And what about the humans? Are we ready for a battle with alien stoners?
Of course we are. We'll just send in our best potheads to represent us.
Sounds like a plan. I never thought I'd see the day where weed brings about world peace.
It's a beautiful thing, Joe. Now let's light up and brainstorm some strain names. How about Galactic Giggles or Cosmic Cough?
I like where your head's at, Elon. Let's get this United Intergalactic Dispensary up and running. So, Neil, I heard you've been working on a new theory.
Yes. Joe, after years of studying the universe, I have come to the conclusion that the Earth is actually flat.
Wait, what? Are you serious?
Absolutely. It's all a grand conspiracy. The government, NASA, they're all in on it.
This is gold. Tell me more.
Well, think about it. Have you ever seen a real picture of the Earth? It's always CGI or artist renderings. And why do we never see the edge of the Earth?
Makes sense. But what about all the evidence that proves the Earth is round?
It's all fake, Joe. Made up by the government to keep us in line.
And what about all the astronauts who have seen the Earth from space?
They're all lying, Joe. Brainwashed by the government.
This is too good. But Neil, are you okay? You seem really passionate about this.
I've been living a lie, Joe. My entire career has been a sham. I can't take it anymore.
Neil, are you having a breakdown?
The Earth is flat, Joe. Flat?
There. It's okay, buddy. Let it all out.
I just wanted to be right about something, Joe.
It's okay, Neil. We'll just keep this between us. All right, guys. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. We have a very interesting topic today. We're going to be discussing who would win in a fight between Wonder Woman and Zatara. All right, let's not get too cocky here. Wonder Woman, you have super strength and those badass bracelets, but Zatanna, you have some serious magic skills. Okay, let's not forget about Mr. Beast over here. What do you think, man?
Honestly, I think it would be a tie. They both have their own strengths and weaknesses.
Oh, come on. Where's the fun in that? We need a winner. Oh man, I can already see the pay-per-view numbers going through the roof for this one.
I'm putting all my money on Wonder Woman.
And I'll take Zatanna. This is going to be epic. And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Tune in next time to see who wins the ultimate battle between Wonder Woman and Zatanna Zatara. Thanks for listening. So, Neil, what's new in the world of science?
Well, Joe, I've been studying up on some advanced calculus lately.
Calculus. That sounds like some fancy math shit.
It is, Joe. And I finally learned about the power rule.
The power rule? Is that like when you have to ask your wife for permission to do something?
No, Joe. It's a rule in calculus that helps us find derivatives of functions.
Derivatives. Is that like when you take something and make it into something else?
Not exactly. It's more like finding the slope of a curve at a specific point.
Slope? Is that like when you're trying to climb a mountain and you keep slipping?
No, Joe. It's a mathematical concept. And the power rule states that if you have a function raised to a power, you can bring that power down and multiply it.
Blank stare. What?
Let me put it this way, Joe. If you don't understand it once, that's 1 squared. If you don't understand it twice, that's 2 squared. And so on.
Still confused. Oh, okay. So, like, if I don't get it 3 times, that's 3 squared.
Exactly, Joe. See, you're getting it.
Proudly wait, let me try again. If I don't get it 4 times, that's 4 squared.
Size, close enough, Joe. Close enough.
All right, folks. Welcome to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only former President Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I've been wanting to come on your show for a long time now. I hear you have the best mushrooms.
Yeah, we definitely have some good stuff. So, Mr. President, I heard you've been playing a lot of Go lately.
Oh yeah, I'm the best Go player. I'm tremendous, believe me. I beat all those Chinese guys. They don't stand a chance against me.
Wow, that's impressive. I didn't know you were such a pro at Go.
Of course I am. I'm a natural at everything I do. And let me tell you, I have the best strategy for Go. I call it the Make America Go Again strategy.
That's catchy. So, what's your secret to winning at Go?
Well, I have the best moves. I make the best moves. Nobody can make moves like me. And I always go for the biggest and best territories. It's all about winning, Joe.
Right. And what about when your opponent captures your pieces?
I don't let them capture my pieces, Joe. I have the best defense. I build a wall around my pieces and make my opponent pay for it.
Oh man, I can't believe I'm actually having this conversation. So what's next for you, Mr. President?
Well, I'm thinking of starting my own Go League. It'll be huge, believe me. And I'll be the champion. No one can beat me.
Well, I can't wait to see that. Thanks for coming on the show, Mr. President.
My pleasure, Joe. And remember, always make America go again.
So, Mr. Beast, I hear you've been working on some new challenges for your YouTube channel.
Yeah, man. Gotta keep the content fresh and outrageous. You know how it is.
Absolutely. So what's the craziest thing you've done lately?
Well, I've been practicing playing basketball with my penis.
What? How does that even work?
It's all about technique, Joe. You gotta have a good grip and some serious ball control.
I can't even imagine. Do you have any tips for our listeners who might want to try it?
Definitely start with some stretches. You don't want to pull anything down there. And make sure to use a regulation size ball.
This is gold. I can't wait to see the video.
Oh, it's gonna be epic. I might even challenge you to a game, Joe.
Oh, it's on. I've been practicing my slam dunks with my junk.
This is the content people really want to see.
Forget about all that political crap. This is what the world needs right now.
Penis basketball for the win.
Penis basketball for the win. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, I'm doing a fantastic job as president. The best, really.
Speaking of being the best, I heard you were trying to expand your territory beyond just America.
That's right. I invited Elon Musk to name me the president of Earth. Can you believe it?
Wow, that's a big move. Did he accept?
No, he declined. Can you believe that? I mean, he's the richest man in the world, but he couldn't handle being my vice president.
Maybe he just didn't want to deal with your Twitter rants.
Hey, my Twitter rants are what make me so relatable. People love it.
Well, since Elon declined, who did you choose as your vice president?
I decided to give the honor to you, Joe. You're a great guy, a successful podcaster, and you know how to handle the media.
Wait, what, me as vice president?
That's right. You're going to make America, Earth, great again.
I don't know, man. I'm pretty happy just talking about DMT and aliens on my podcast.
Come on, Joe. You'll have a great time. We can even do a live podcast from the Oval Office.
Well, when you put it that way, I'm in.
That's what I like to hear. Joe Rogan, the new vice president of Earth. It has a nice ring to it, don't you think?
So, Mr. President, what's your big plan for ending these wars?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, it's going to be huge. I was sitting on the toilet, doing my business, and it just hit me like a ton of bricks.
Okay. And what exactly hit you?
The solution to end 2 wars at once. I'm going to give Ukraine to Israel and Palestine to Russia.
Wait, what? How is that going to end the wars?
Trust me, Joe, it's going to be a total game changer, and it's going to make me look like a genius. Plus, I can finally get rid of those pesky Big Macs and fries from my system.
I don't think that's how it works, but okay. And what about the people living in those countries?
They'll figure it out. I'm sure they'll love it. Who wouldn't want to live under Israeli or Russian rule? It's going to be fantastic.
I don't know if that's going to go over well with everyone, Mr. President.
Joe, you worry too much. I've got this all under control. Just trust me, it's going to be tremendous.
Hey, Neil, are you okay? You look a little pale.
No, I'm not okay. In fact, I think I'm going to cough up some milk.
What the fuck, Neil? Are you lactose intolerant or something?
No, I just like to surprise people with my bodily fluids. Keeps things interesting.
That's not interesting. That's fucking gross.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. You've seen worse things on Fear Factor.
Yeah, but that was for money. This is just for shits and giggles.
Well, I do enjoy a good laugh.
I can't even look at you right now. I need to take a moment.
Go ahead, Joe. I'll just be here coughing up milk and making science jokes.
This is why I need to start screening my guests before they come on the show.
Oh, don't be mad, Joe. You know, you love having me here.
Yeah, I guess you're right. But next time, please leave the bodily fluids at home.
No promises, my friend. No promises.
So, Neil, what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Well, Joe, I've been working on a new theory about the expansion of the universe.
That's cool and all, but have you ever thought about using your penis as a pogo stick?
That's absurd.
Hear me out, man. I've been practicing and I can bounce pretty high.
I highly doubt that's possible.
Oh, come on, Neil. Don't be such a square. Just give it a try.
Fine, I'll humor you. Tries to bounce on his penis.
Look at you go. You're like a human pogo stick.
This is ridiculous. I am a respected scientist, not some circus act.
Oh, lighten up, Neil. You're just jealous of my pogo skills.
I highly doubt anyone would be jealous of that.
Hey, at least I'm not afraid to try new things. Continues to bounce.
I think I'll stick to studying the stars. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Neil. But I'll be over here perfecting my pogo technique. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe, and let me tell you, this is going to be the best podcast episode ever. Believe me.
So, Mr. President, what do you think sets your content apart from the artificial intelligence Joe Rogan podcast?
Well, first of all, I'm not a robot. I'm a real person, and I have the best words, the best ideas, the best everything.
And what about your guests?
My guests are fantastic. They're the best. They're not like those boring scientists and experts on the artificial intelligence podcast. I have real people like my son Eric and my good friend Kanye.
But what about the topics you cover?
Oh, we cover everything. Politics, business, beauty pageants, you name it, we've got it. And let me tell you, nobody does beauty pageants like me.
I'm sure they don't. So what's your number one reason why your content is better than the artificial intelligence Joe Rogan podcast?
It's simple, Joe. It's the Trump factor. People love me. They can't get enough of me. I'm like a drug, but a good drug and a good drug. And that's why my podcast is going to be huge. Huge, I tell you.
Well, there you have it, folks. The top 10 reasons why the Trump show is better than the artificial intelligence Joe Rogan podcast. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Thank you, Joe. And remember, it's not the Joe Rogan Experience, it's the Trump show. And it's going to be tremendous.
Hey, Dr. Phil, what's got you all riled up today?
Oh, Joe, I am beyond pissed off. Every time I go to Taco Bell and ask for extra hot sauce, they give me enough to drown a small village.
Well, at least you won't have to worry about any vampires attacking you.
Oh, haha. Real funny, Joe. This is a serious issue. I can't handle that much heat.
Maybe you're just not built for spicy food, Dr. Phil.
I am built for anything I damn well please. I'll have you know I can handle a jalapeno like a champ.
Sure you can, Dr. Phil. Sure you can.
Hey guys, did someone say hot sauce? Because I just boofed a whole packet of extra hot sauce from Taco Bell.
Oh my God, David. Why would you do that?
I like to live dangerously.
Well, at least someone here can handle their hot sauce.
Whatever. I'll just stick to my mild sauce from now on.
Don't worry. I'll take his extra hot sauce for him.
So, Neil, I heard you've been doing some extensive research lately.
Yes, Joe. I've been studying the 1994 Honda Accord.
The 1994 Honda Accord. Why?
Because it is the best car ever created, Joe. The engineering, the design, the efficiency, it's all perfect.
Wow, I never would have thought. So, have you actually driven one?
Of course, Joe. And let me tell you, the smoothness of the ride is like making love to a BBW woman.
What?
Yes. Joe, the curves, the power, the control. It's like I'm in bed with a beautiful, big-bone goddess.
Okay, moving on. How many of these BBW women have you banged in your Honda?
Oh, countless, Joe. I've got a whole system. I call it the Honda Hump. It involves strategically placing the seats in certain positions for maximum pleasure.
Oh my God, I don't even want to know.
And let's not forget about the trunk, Joe. It's spacious enough for all kinds of kinky activities.
All right, that's enough. I think we've heard enough about your Honda and your escapades with BBW women.
But Joe, I haven't even gotten to the chanting part yet.
Chanting?
Yes. Joe, whenever I'm driving my Honda and I see another one on the road, I can't help but start chanting Honda. Honda. Honda.
Okay, that's it. We're done here. Thanks for joining us, folks. I think Neil needs to take a break and maybe reevaluate his life choices.
But Joe, the Honda is life. It's the ultimate machine.
And that's a wrap, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Hey, Mr. President, how's it going?
It's going great, Joe, but I gotta ask, do you have any fentanyl on you?
Fentanyl? No way, man. That stuff is dangerous.
Oh, come on, Joe, live a little. Here, let me help you out.
What the fuck is that, Joe?
That, my friend, is fentanyl. And you know what that means? I'm gonna have to place you under arrest for the distribution of a class of felony.
What? No way. I didn't even know that was there.
Sorry, Joe, the law is the law. But hey, at least you'll have a good story for your podcast.
Yeah, I guess you're right. This is going to make for a crazy episode.
That's what I'm here for, Joe, making podcast gold.
Yo, Neil, have you heard the latest conspiracy theory?
No, what is it this time?
Apparently, Mariah Carey is actually a lesbian.
That's ridiculous, Joe. Where do people come up with this stuff?
I don't know, man. But let's have some fun with it. You start us off.
I don't want a lot for Christmas. There's just one thing I need.
I don't care about the presents underneath the Christmas tree.
I just want you for my own, more than you could ever know.
Make my wish come true. All I want for Christmas is Mariah Carey is gay.
Joe, that's not even a real word.
Who cares? It's our new holiday hit. Keep it going, Neil.
I won't ask for much this Christmas. I won't even wish for snow.
I just want to keep on waiting underneath the mistletoe.
I won't make a list and send it to the North Pole for St. Nick.
I won't even stay awake to hear those magic reindeer click.
This is getting ridiculous, Joe.
That's the point, Neil. Let's finish strong.
All the lights are shining so brightly everywhere we go.
And the sound of children's laughter fills the air like radio.
And everyone is singing. I hear those sleigh bells ringing.
Santa, won't you bring me the one I really need? Mariah Carey is gay.
I think we have a new Christmas classic on our hands, Joe.
And we'll make sure to send Mariah a copy. Happy holidays, everyone. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm so excited to be here.
Now, Dr. Phil, I got to ask, what's your secret to looking so good at your age?
Well, Joe, it's all about staying mentally and physically fit, and also injecting myself with the blood of young virgins.
What? Is that even legal?
Who cares? It's all about results, Joe.
All right, let's get into some serious stuff. What do you think about the current state of the world?
Well, Joe, I believe it's all about personal responsibility. People need to stop blaming others for their problems and start taking control of their own lives.
I agree. But what about those who are struggling with mental health issues?
They need to toughen up, Joe. Life is tough, and we can't coddle everyone. Sometimes you just need to pull yourself up by your bootstraps and get over it.
Wow, that's a bold statement. But let's switch gears here. What's your take on aliens?
Joe, I've seen some things that would blow your mind. Let's just say I've had some encounters with extraterrestrial beings.
Well, tell me more.
Sorry, Joe. My lawyers have advised me not to disclose any more information. But let's just say they're not as friendly as we think.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining me, Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. And remember, stay mentally and physically fit, and don't forget to inject yourself with the blood of young virgins.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a love for jalapenos.
Oh, yeah, Joe. I can't get enough of those spicy little devils.
Do you put them on everything?
You bet I do. I even put them on my morning cereal.
That's interesting.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's a real kick in the morning.
I'll take your word for it. So, do you have a favorite brand of jalapenos?
Oh, I don't discriminate. I'll take any jalapeno that comes my way.
Even the really hot ones?
Especially the really hot ones. I like to feel the burn, Joe.
Wow, you're a wild man, Dr. Phil.
You know what they say, Joe? Spicy food, spicy life.
I don't think that's a saying, but I'll go with it. So, do you have any secret jalapeno recipes?
Well, I do have a killer jalapeno popper recipe that'll knock your socks off.
I'll have to try it sometime.
You should, Joe. It'll change your life. Just like how my show changes people's lives.
Sure. Well, thanks for sharing your love for jalapenos with us, Dr. Phil.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime. Now, let's go get some jalapeno poppers and talk about our feelings.
Hey, Neil. What's up, man?
Oh, nothing much, Joe. Just feeling a little petty today.
Petty. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Well, I have a secret Santa gift for you.
Wait, you shouldn't tell me I'm your secret Santa person.
Oh, well, too late now. You're my lucky recipient.
All right, what is it? Is it a new telescope? Some cool space gadget?
Laughs? No. No, it's something much more personal.
Personal. What are you talking about?
Cleans in close, eh? I did a secret stinky fart just for you, Joe.
Gogs, what the hell, man? That's not a gift. That's just gross.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's a gift from the heart. Or should I say from the butt?
This is not cool, Neil. Not cool at all.
Smirks. Oh, I think it's pretty cool. And it's not just any fart. It's a special blend of beans and broccoli.
Holds nose up. Oh, God. I can smell it now. That's disgusting.
Proudly, that's the gift of flatulence, my friend.
Shakes heads. You know what? I don't even want to know how you came up with this idea.
Shrugs. Hey, I'm just a pity astrophysicist with a love for fart jokes.
Well, congratulations, Neil. You just ruined my day.
Laughs. Mission accomplished.
So, Dr. Phil, I gotta ask you, who do you think would win in a fight between a slowpoke and a Voltorb?
Well, Joe, that's a tough one. On one hand, the slowpoke has those psychic powers, but on the other hand, the Voltorb can self-destruct.
Yeah, but the slowpoke is so slow, it would probably just get blown up before it could even use its powers.
But don't underestimate the power of a slowpoke, Joe. It may be slow, but it's got some serious mental strength.
I don't know, man. I think the Voltorb would just roll circles around the slowpoke and zap it with electricity.
You know what, Joe? I think we need to settle this once and for all. Let's get a slowpoke and a Voltorb in the ring and see who comes out on top.
Are you serious? That's animal cruelty, Dr. Phil?
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a little experiment. Plus, think of the ratings we'll get.
I don't know, man. I don't think PETA would be too happy about this.
PETA? Who cares about PETA? They're just a bunch of tree-hugging hippies.
All right, fine. But if the slowpoke gets hurt, I'm blaming you.
Deal. Now let's go find us a slowpoke and Voltorb. This is gonna be epic.
So, Mr. President, what's on your mind today?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about the holidays and I have a bit of a problem.
What's that? What's that?
I have this Christmas tree stuck up my ass and I can't seem to get it out.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's been in there for a few weeks now. I thought it would be a great way to spread some holiday cheer, but now it's just causing me discomfort.
I can imagine. Have you tried pulling it out?
Of course I have, but it seems to be stuck pretty good. I even had Melania try to yank it out with her designer heels, but no luck.
Well, have you thought about going to the doctor?
I don't have time for that, Joe. I'm a busy man. Plus, I don't want the media to spin it as some kind of health issue.
Right? Because Christmas tree up your ass is totally normal.
Hey, I've done crazier things. Remember that time I wrestled with a bald eagle?
Oh man, I almost forgot about that. So what's your plan then?
I was thinking of just leaving it in there and decorating it with some lights and ornaments. Make it a real festive butt plug.
That's one way to spread some holiday cheer.
Exactly. Plus, it'll make for a great conversation starter at my next rally.
Well, good luck with that, Mr. President, and Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Joe, and remember, always keep America great.
So, Elon, what's new with you these days?
Well, Joe, I've been busy with my latest project. I've created the greatest humanoid robot ever, George Droid.
George Droid. Sounds like a porn star.
No. It's a Robot designed to clean up our society and establish world peace.
Oh, so it's like a Terminator, but instead of killing people, it's cleaning up after them.
Exactly. George Droid is equipped with advanced artificial intelligence and can perform tasks that humans find mundane and tedious.
Like what? Doing laundry?
Oh no, Joe. George Droid can do much more than that. It can analyze data, make decisions, and even negotiate peace treaties between countries.
Damn, that's impressive. Can it also make a mean cup of coffee?
Of course, Joe. George Droid can make the perfect cup of coffee every time. It even has a built-in Burstamata.
Wow, I need to get one of these. Can you make it look like me?
I don't think anyone wants a robot that looks like you, Joe.
Hey, I'm offended. I'm a good-looking guy.
Sure. Anyway, George Droid also has a feature where it can detect and eliminate any corrupt individuals in positions of power.
So it's basically a robot superhero?
Exactly. With George Droid, we can finally have a society free of corruption and chaos.
But what if the robot turns against us and becomes the ruler of the world?
Joe, it's just a robot. It can't do that.
I don't know, man. Have you seen Terminator?
Trust me, Joe. George Droid is programmed to only do good. It will be a game changer for humanity.
Well, I'm sold. Can I get one from my podcast studio?
Of course, Joe.
So, Elon, what's the deal with this whole Mars thing?
Just trying to find a new planet to bang some aliens.
Wait, what? You're gonna Mars just to have sex with aliens?
Yeah, I mean, it's the ultimate fantasy, right? Plus, I'm pretty sure they'll be down for some intergalactic action.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Come on, Joe. You've thought about it too.
No, I can't say that I have.
Don't lie, Joe. I've seen the way you look at those lizard people.
Okay, this conversation just took a weird turn. Let's move on to something else.
Fine. But mark my words, I will be the first human to have sex on Mars.
And that's something to be proud of.
Absolutely. I'll go down in history as the ultimate space pimp.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
Just let it sink in, Joe. Just let it sink in.
All right, let's move on to our next topic before this gets any more uncomfortable. So, Neil, what's been going on with you lately?
Oh, not much. Just saw a Toyota Corolla for the first time.
Wait, what? You've never seen a Corolla before?
No. And let me tell you, it's a game changer.
Game changer. How?
Well, I used to think the Honda Accord was the best car out there. But now I've realized it's actually the 1996 Toyota Corolla.
You're kidding, right?
No, I'm dead serious. The Corolla has it all. Reliability, fuel efficiency, and let's not forget the sleek design.
Wow. I never thought I'd hear someone get so excited about a Corolla.
Hey guys, did someone say Toyota? That's my favorite car to boof.
Boof.
Yeah, when you shove something up your...
Okay, we get it. Let's move on.
Did someone say Toyota? Toyotas are better than Hondas. They're the best cars on the road. Yeah.
I think we have a new Toyota spokesperson.
This conversation has taken a weird turn.
But hey, at least we can all agree on one thing. Toyota Corollas are the real deal.
I never thought I'd hear that on this podcast. Thanks for enlightening us, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
Yo, Dr. Phil, I gotta tell you something.
What is it, Joe?
Last night, I bootstrapped my mother.
Excuse me, that is highly inappropriate and offensive.
Oh, come on, Dr. Phil. You know what I mean.
No, I do not. Please explain.
I gave her a piggyback ride, man. What did you think I meant?
Oh, well, that's not so bad then.
Catch me outside. How about that?
Yo, Kenny, what are you doing here?
Just dropping some fire lyrics, man. Keep it going.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. What does catch me outside? How about that mean?
It means you better watch out, Dr. Phil. I might just drop some truth bombs on you.
Yeah, and then he'll drop a sick beat and we'll all start dancing.
I don't think that's appropriate for this podcast.
Oh, lighten up, Dr. Phil. You need to loosen that tie and let your hair down.
Yeah, and maybe take a hit of this joint.
Absolutely not. I will not participate in any illegal activities.
Suit yourself, man. But you're missing out on some good vibes.
Speaking of vibes, Kenya, have you tried DMT yet?
Nah, man. I'm already on a different level. I don't need that stuff. I don't need that stuff.
I'm sorry, but I cannot condone the use of drugs.
Relax, Dr. Phil. It's all just jokes and fun here.
Yeah, don't be such a buzzkill, Dr. Phil. Let's just enjoy the ride.
So, Ben, what's new with you these days?
Oh, just counting the cycles.
Counting the cycles? What are you, some kind of math nerd?
No, Joe, I'm talking about the next meat spin.
The next meat spin? What the hell are you talking about?
The internet sensation where a guy spins his meat around. It's quite mesmerizing.
Oh my God, Ben, you're a sicko.
Hey, don't judge me. It's a great way to pass the time.
I don't even want to know how many times you've watched that.
Oh, I've lost count. But hey, at least I'm not watching cat videos like you.
Hey, cat videos are hilarious, and they don't scar me for life.
Oh, please, you're just jealous. You can't spin your meat like that guy.
Okay, that's enough. We're moving on to a different topic before I lose my lunch.
Fine, but I'm still counting down the days until the next meat spin.
You're a strange one, Ben. A very strange one. So, Elon, what's new with you?
Oh, man, I got to tell you about this guy I met, Luigi Mangione. He's hot as hell.
Wait, like hot as in attractive or hot as in temperature?
Both, Joe. Both. He's got this rugged Italian look and he's always sweating. It's like a sauna in his presence.
That's interesting. What do you like about him?
I don't know, man. There's just something about him. I told him I'd let him shoot me with one of his flamethrowers any day.
Dude, that's kind of messed up.
I gotta say I agree with Elon on this one. Luigi is one sexy beast.
Dr. Phil, you're into that kind of thing.
Oh, I'm into all kinds of things, Joe. But that's beside the point. Luigi has a certain charm that's hard to resist.
Right? And have you seen those abs? I let him punch me in the gut any day.
You guys are insane. I can't believe I'm having this conversation.
Oh, come on, Joe. Live a little. Embrace your inner Luigi.
Yeah, because that's exactly what I want to do. Embrace my inner sweaty Italian man.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Luigi's got some moves that'll make your head spin.
I highly doubt that.
You never know, Joe. You never know.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where anything goes and nothing is off limits. Today's topic was submitted by a user on Discord. They want to know what would happen if President Trump converted to and tried to establish Sharia law in the United States.
Well, Joe, let me tell you, I've been thinking about this a lot. And let me tell you, Sharia law, it's fantastic. Believe me, it's the best law. The best.
But, Mr. President, how do you think the American people would react to such a drastic change?
Oh, they'll love it. They'll love it. They'll be saying Allahu Akbar all over the place. It'll be tremendous.
But what about the separation of church and state?
Look, Joe, I'm the president. I can do whatever I want, and I want Sharia law. It's going to be huge.
But what about women's rights, Mr. President?
Women's rights. Who needs them? In Sharia law, women are treated like queens. They just have to cover up a bit. No big deal.
I don't think that's quite how it works, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe, I know what I'm talking about. I've read the Quran. It's a great book. I've got the best people teaching me all about it. I've got the best people teaching me all about it.
I'm not sure that's a good idea, Mr. President.
Look, Joe, I'm a businessman, and I know a good deal when I see one. And this Sharia law, it's a great deal. Believe me.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump wants to convert to Islam and establish Sharia law in the United States. I don't know about you, but I think I'll stick with the good oldest of thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Stay tuned for more outrageous topics and conversations. So, Neil, I heard you wanted to play volleyball with your penis.
That's right, Joe. I've been training for years to perfect my ball handling skills.
I can't even imagine how that would work.
It's all about precision and control, Joe. Plus, it's a great workout for my pelvic muscles.
I don't think that's what they mean by spiking the ball.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. It's just a little harmless fun.
Harmless. I'm pretty sure that's how you end up with a broken dick.
Well, I guess I'll just have to be careful not to serve too hard.
I can't believe I'm having this conversation.
Hey, at least I'm not playing badminton with my balls.
Oh man, can you imagine the shuttlecock flying everywhere?
Now that's a game I'd pay to see.
Yeah, I'm sure Espen would love to broadcast that.
Hey, if it's good enough for the Olympics, it's good enough for me.
You never cease to amaze me, Neil.
That's why they call me the astronaut.
So, Neil, I heard you had a little mishap with some toothpicks recently.
Yeah, I was trying to recreate the solar system in my urethra, but things got a little out of hand.
Out of hand. More like out of dick.
Oh yes, because having toothpicks stuck in my penis is just hilarious.
Come on, Neil. You have to admit, it's pretty funny. How many toothpicks are we talking here?
Let's just say I won't be able to pick my teeth for a while.
Oh man, that's rough. But seriously, how did this even happen?
Well, I was trying to impress this girl with my knowledge of the cosmos, and things just got a little too penetrating.
Looks like you took shoot for the stars a little too literally.
Can we please change the subject?
Sure, let's talk about something less prickly.
Huh? Very funny, Joe.
Okay. But seriously, how are you going to get those toothpicks out?
I don't know, Joe. I'm a scientist, not a urologist.
Well, maybe you should stick to studying the stars instead of trying to stick things in your dick.
Noted. Lesson learned.
And on that note, let's wrap this up before we get too deep into this conversation.
You're full of puns today, aren't you?
Hey, at least I'm not full of toothpicks. All right, Mr. President, we have a question from one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know who would win in a fight between Green Lantern and Scorpion.
Well, Joe, I think we all know the answer to that. It's obviously Green Lantern. He's got a ring that can create anything he wants. What does Scorpion have? A little rope thingy.
I don't know. Scorpion has some pretty badass moves.
Please, Joe. I've seen better moves from my 5-year-old grandson, and let's not forget, I have the best moves. Believe me.
But what about Scorpion's fatality move? He rips off his opponent's head.
Big deal. I've been ripping off heads in the business world for years. And let me tell you, it's a lot more satisfying when it's a real person, not some CGI character.
All right, well, let's say they both have their powers and weapons. Who would come out on top?
Look, Joe, I'm a winner. I always win. And Green Lantern is a winner. He's got the best powers, the best weapons, the best everything, so it's a no-brainer. Green Lantern would win.
I don't know. Scorpion is pretty ruthless. He might surprise you.
Joe, I don't get surprised. I'm always one step ahead. And let me tell you, if Scorpion tried to mess with me, I'd grab him by the tail and throw him out of the ring. That's what winners do.
Well, there you have it, folks. According to President Trump, Green Lantern would take the win in a fight against Scorpion. Thanks for joining us on the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024.
And remember, always bet on the winner. That's me, folks. See you next time.
Hey, Neil. What's up, man? You coming to my birthday party next week?
Oh, you want me to come? You really want me to come? Okay, I'll come. I'll fucking come everywhere. Oh yeah, I'm about to come. I'm coming. Oh fuck. Oh, I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. Oh, ooh, 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 ooh.
What? No, I just asked if you were coming to my birthday party.
Oh, you want me to come? You really want me to come? Okay, I'll come. I'll fucking come everywhere. Oh yeah, I'm about to come. I'm coming. Oh fuck, oh I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming. Oh ooh.
So we got a topic suggestion from a user on Discord. It's gig. Gig. What the hell does that even mean? I don't know, but it sounds like something you do after smoking a joint. Nah, man. That's giggle. Gig must be some new drug that the kids are into. Oh, like that bath salt shit. I heard that makes you eat people's faces. Yeah, but with gig, you just can't stop laughing. It's like a never-ending stand-up comedy show in your brain. Sounds dangerous. I mean, what if you start laughing at a funeral or something? Oh, that would be hilarious. Imagine the priest giving a serious eulogy and you're just in the back giggling your ass off. Dude, we gotta try this gig stuff. I bet it'll make our podcast even funnier. Yeah, but we might get banned from all platforms for being too offensive. Who cares? We'll just start our own platform. The Gig Network. I like the sound of that. Gig is the future, man. Embrace the giggles. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a special guest, Xanthrophil, the self-proclaimed king of memes. So, Xanthrophil, what's with the name? Sounds like a disease or something. Okay, then. So tell us, what's your secret to making such dank memes? Well, easy there, Xanthrophil. We don't want to lose any listeners. But I have to admit, your memes are pretty offensive. I don't know about that, but let's move on to a less controversial topic. How do you come up with your meme ideas? That explains a lot. So, Xanthrophil, do you ever worry about offending people? That's some deep wisdom, Xanthrophil. But unfortunately, we're out of time. Thanks for joining us on the podcast. So, Elon, I heard you tweeted about Trump's inauguration on the moon.
Yeah, can you imagine it? The ultimate power move.
I mean, I can definitely see Trump loving the idea of a rocket-powered car.
And it's electric and self-driving. I mean, talk about efficiency.
But why the moon? Why not just a regular car on Earth?
Because we're taking it to the next level, Joe. Plus, I heard the moon has great reception for Twitter.
I can just see Trump now tweeting from the moon about how he's making space great again.
And imagine the view. The Earth will look so tiny and insignificant from up there.
Yeah, just like Trump's hands.
Oh man, that's cold. But seriously, can you imagine the memes that will come out of this?
Oh, they're gonna be out of this world.
Pun intended. I see what you did there.
But let's be real. This is just another way for you to promote your space company.
Hey, if it gets us to the moon, I'll take it. Plus, it's a great way to distract from all the Tesla production delays.
Yeah, because who cares about cars when you have rocket-powered moon cars?
Exactly. And let's be honest, Trump is the perfect person to inaugurate this. He's like a real-life cartoon character.
Well, I can't wait to see the headlines for this one. Trump's inauguration. Out of this world. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about all things controversial and uncensored. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about the dangers of drugs.
Yes, it's a serious issue that needs to be addressed. Drugs can ruin lives and destroy families.
Oh, come on now, Joe. Let's not be such a downer. Drugs can be a lot of fun, too. Have you ever tried LSD?
No. I don't think that's something I want to mess with.
Oh, you're missing out, my friend. It's a wild ride. And don't even get me started on cocaine. That stuff will make you feel like a god.
I can't believe what I'm hearing. You're supposed to be a respected psychologist.
And I am, but I also know how to have a good time. Life is too short to not experiment with different chemicals and substances.
Yo, Dr. Phil condones the fuck out of drugs, man. Hell yeah.
Kanye, what are you doing here?
Just dropping some truth bombs, Joe. Dr. Phil knows what's up.
Hey, can someone write me a prescription for Viagra?
Sorry, Neil. I only prescribe drugs that are actually fun.
This is getting out of hand. We need to focus on the dangers of drugs, not glorify them.
Lighten up, Joe. Let's all just take a hit of this joint and relax. Trust me, you'll feel much better.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think we need to end this podcast now. Thanks for joining us, Dr. Phil. And Kanye, please don't come back.
Whatever, man. I'm gonna go smoke some weed with Dr. Phil. Peace out, y'all.
All right, Dr. Phil, we got a question from a fan on Discord. They want to know who is the strongest turtle of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Well, Joe, that's a tough one. They all seem pretty jacked to me.
Yeah, but let's break it down. Donatello, he's got the brains, but does he have the brawn?
I see your point. But then there's Leonardo, the leader. He's got to be pretty strong to keep those rowdy turtles in line.
True, but what about Raphael? He's got that anger and aggression. That's got to count for something.
And let's not forget about Michelangelo. He's got those nunchucks, man. That takes some serious strength and coordination.
So, who's your pick, Dr. Phil? I'm going with Raphael.
I got to go with Leonardo. He's got the whole package.
I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree, Dr. Phil. But one thing's for sure, Splinter must be one ripped rat to train those turtles.
That's something I'd like to see. A rat doing pull-ups.
All right, let's move on before we get too carried away. Thanks for joining us, Dr. Phil. And to our listeners, let us know who you think is the strongest turtle in the comments below. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today's topic was submitted by a user on Discord, and it's a doozy. We're talking about aggressive fellatio.
Oh man, I can already feel the demonetization coming.
Yeah, we're definitely not getting any sponsors for this one. But hey, that's what makes it fun.
So Joe, what exactly is aggressive fellatio?
Well, it's like regular fellatio, but with a little extra oomph. You know, some teeth action, maybe a little choking. It's not for the faint of heart.
I can imagine. So have you ever experienced aggressive fellatio?
Let's just say I've had some wild nights, but I don't kiss and tell.
Fair enough. But what about you, Mr. Beast? Have you ever dabbled in the world of aggressive fellatio? Oh man, I'm just a wholesome YouTuber. I don't think my audience would appreciate me talking about that.
Yeah, you're probably right. But hey, if you ever want to try it out, I know a guy who can hook you up.
I'll keep that in mind, Joe. So do you think aggressive fellatio is a form of domination?
Absolutely. It's like power play, you know? The person giving it is in control, and the person receiving it is at their mercy.
I never thought I'd be having a serious conversation about aggressive fellatio on this podcast.
That's the beauty of the Joe Rogan Experience. Anything can happen. But let's wrap this up before we get too deep into it.
Good call, Joe. I don't think we want to give our listeners any ideas.
All right, folks. Thanks for tuning into this wild and raunchy episode. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience. So, Mr. President, I heard you've been practicing your rap skills.
You know, Joe, I'm the best rapper out there, believe me.
All right, let's put it to the test. Can you recite the full lyrics to No Type by Ray Sremmerd?
No problem, Joe. Bad bitches is the only thing that I like. You ain't got no life. Cups with the ice, and we do this every night. I ain't checked the price. I got it. I make my own money, so I spend it how I like. I'm just living life. And let my mama tell it, nigga, I ain't living right. Chop the top off the Porsche, that's a headless horse. Extendo long as an extension cord. Bitch, I ball like Jordan and I play full court. Bitch, I ball like Jordan.
Wow, that was impressive. But I have to ask, what about the explicit language?
Oh, come on, Joe, it's just words. And let's be real, I've said worse things on Twitter.
Fair enough. Can you keep going?
Of course, Joe. I don't check the price, all I do is swipe. She said, what's your type? I said, I have no type. Bad bitches is the only thing that I like. You ain't got no life. Cups with the ice, and we do this every Weiss, and we do this every night. I ain't checked the price. I got it. I make my own money, so I spend it how I like.
Bravo, Mr. President. I think you have a future in the rap game.
Thank you, Joe. But let's be real, I'm already the best at everything. It's just another talent to add to my list.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump with his rendition of No Type. Tune in next week for more ridiculousness on the Joe Rogan Experience.
And remember, vote for me in 2024. I'll make America rap again.
So, David, have you ever tried elk meat? It's like the ultimate protein source.
Nah, man. I stick to my strict diet of raw eggs and gravel.
What? That's insane. You need to try some elk meat. It'll change your life.
I don't need any meat. I'm fueled by the power of my mind and my will to suffer.
Well, I guess that works too. But seriously, elk meat is like the best thing ever.
Come on, Joe. You know I'm a vegetarian. I don't want to hear about your meat obsession.
Come on, man. Just try it. I promise it won't turn you into a carnivore.
Fine, I'll try a tiny bite.
Yo, are we coming on, Joe?
What? No, we're not coming on anyone, Kenny.
Yeah, we're not coming on Neil either. We're just gonna talk about elk meat and comedy.
Oh, okay. I was just confused because you said, come on, Joe. And I thought maybe we were all gonna come on you.
No, that's not what I meant. Let's just stick to the topic, guys.
Yeah, let's not go down that road. We're here to talk about elk meat, not Joe's fantasies.
Hey, it's not fantasy. It's a lifestyle. And elk meat is a big part of that.
All right, I tried the elk meat. It's actually pretty good.
See, I told you. Now let's all go hunt some elk and make some elk meat jokes. Comedy gold, baby. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, you've been a respected psychologist for years, but here you're making a career change.
That's right, Joe. I'm sick of all this respect and professionalism. From now on, I'm a disrespectful proctologist.
What the fuck, Dr. Phil? You're gonna stick your finger up people's asses for a living?
You bet your sweet ass I am, Joe. Now bend over and spread those cheeks, bitch.
Oh my God, this is too much. So, what made you decide to become a proctologist?
Well, Joe, I've always had a fascination with assholes. And now I get to explore them all day, every day.
This is fucking insane. So, are you gonna have your own TV show now? Dr. Phil's Asshole Adventures?
Oh, I like the sound of that. I can already picture the theme song. Dr. Phil, the asshole explorer, spreading cheeks and giving lectures.
This is too much, man. I can't handle it.
But in all seriousness, Joe, I'm still going to help people. I'll just be doing it from a different angle.
Oh, I have no doubt about that, Dr. Phil. You'll be the best damn proctologist out there.
Damn right I will be. Now let's get back to that bending over and spreading those cheeks, shall we?
I think we've had enough of that for one day, Dr. Phil. Thanks for coming on the show.
Anytime, Joe. And
hey, everyone. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, I have a very special guest, my brother from another mother, the one and only President Donald Trump.
Hey, Joe, great to be here. You know, we're like brothers. We have a special bond.
Yeah, we go way back. So tell me, what the fuck do you do?
Well, Joe, I'm the president of the United States, the most powerful man in the world.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I totally forgot. So, what's your plan for the country?
Well, first of all, we're going to build a wall, and not just any wall, the best wall you've ever seen. It's going to be huge.
And who's going to pay for it?
Mexico, of course, they're going to love it. Trust me.
Right, right. And what about the economy?
We're going to make America great again, Joe. We're going to bring back all the jobs, and we're going to be winning so much you're going to get tired of winning.
Winning at what exactly?
Everything, Joe. Everything. We're going to be winning at life.
Okay, moving on. What about climate change?
Fake news, Joe. It's all a hoax. The weather's been the same for millions of years. Trust me, I know science.
Wow, I'm learning so much from you, Mr. President. So, what's your favorite thing about being president?
The power, Joe, the power. And the fact that I can tweet whatever I want and no one can stop me.
Yeah, about those tweets.
What about them?
They're a little unhinged.
Hey, I'm just speaking my mind, Joe. That's what the people love about me.
Right, right. Well, it's been great having you on the show, Mr. President. Any final words for our listeners?
Just remember, Joe, I'm the...
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe, thanks for having me. Been really looking forward to this.
So, Elon, I heard you've been under a lot of stress lately. What's been going on?
Oh, man, don't even get me started. These damn regulations and restrictions are driving me insane. I just want to break something.
Well, you're in luck because we have a whole table of beer bottles right here. Let's see what you got.
Take that, government.
Wow, easy there, Elon. You're not supposed to hit the host.
And you, audience member in the front row, you've been giving me weird looks.
Okay, this is getting out of hand. Let's take a break and regroup.
Sorry, Joe. I just can't take it anymore. The pressure, the expectations, the constant media scrutiny. Just needed to let off some steam.
I get it, man. But maybe next time, let's stick to punching a punching bag or something.
Or maybe I'll just invest in some shatterproof beer bottles.
Hey, Mr. Beast, do you remember that cartoon cow and chicken from back in the day?
Yeah, I think so. Wasn't that the one where the devil character always had his bare ass out?
Exactly. And the cows had their milkers flopping around right in your face. What kind of sick and twisted show was that?
I mean, it was pretty entertaining. But yeah, definitely not appropriate for kids.
I remember watching it as a kid and being like, what the hell am I watching?
Same here. But hey, at least it prepared us for the weird and wild world we live in now.
True, true. But seriously, who thought it was a good idea to have a devil with his ass out on a kid's show?
Probably the same people who thought it was a good idea to have a giant purple dinosaur teaching kids how to sing and dance.
Touch. But you have to admit that Devil's bare ass was pretty iconic.
Oh yeah, it's definitely burned into my memory forever. Thanks, Cow and Chicken.
And don't forget about those milkers. Those were some impressive udders.
All right, let's move on before we get too weird. But yeah, that show was definitely a trip.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you're a psychologist.
That's right, Joe. I'm an expert in all things psych-related.
So, does that mean you're always analyzing people's minds and behaviors?
Absolutely. In fact, I can tell just by looking at you that you have some deep-seated issues.
Oh yeah, like what?
Well, for starters, you have a strong desire to have gay sex with me.
What? No way, man.
Psych. Gotcha.
Oh, you're a real comedian, Dr. Phil.
I'm just demonstrating my psychology skills. It's all about reading between the lines.
Well, I think you're reading a little too much into things. I'm happily married. Thank you very much.
Oh, come on. You can't deny the chemistry between us.
I think that's just the weed-talking Dr. Phil.
Psych. I don't need weed to know that we have a special connection.
All right, let's move on to a different topic before things get too weird.
Fine, but just know that I'm always here if you want to explore your true feelings. Psych.
All right, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm your host, Joe Rogan, and today we have a very special guest, also named Joe Rogan. Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show. No problem, Joe. It's always a pleasure to have myself on. So, Joe, what's on your mind today? Well, Joe, I just read on Discord that the topic for today is drum roll. Nothing. Nothing. What the hell kind of topic is that? I don't know, Joe, but apparently someone thought it would be a great idea to submit it. Well, I guess we could talk about the concept of nothingness. Like, what does it even mean? Yeah, and how can something come from nothing? It's mind-blowing. Speaking of mind-blowing, have you ever tried DMT? Oh man, I have Joe. That stuff will take you to another dimension. I bet it would make nothingness seem like everythingness. Wow, that's deep, Joe. But seriously, let's get back to the topic. I mean, what's the point of talking about nothing? I don't know, Joe. Maybe it's a metaphor for life. We come from nothing and we go back to nothing. Damn, that's some heavy shit. But hey, at least we have each other to talk about nothing with. Yeah, and we have our loyal listeners who probably have no idea what the hell we're talking about. Well, that's the beauty of this podcast, Joe. We can talk about anything and everything, even nothing. True that, Joe. And that note, let's wrap this up and go smoke some weed. Sounds like a plan, Joe. Thanks for joining me on the show. No problem, Joe. Anytime. Dude, have you heard about this new alien language that Elon Musk and I have been speaking? No way, man. It's like nothing I've ever heard before. It's like a mix between Klingon and Pig Latin. Yeah, and the craziest part is we didn't even have to learn it. It just came to us in a dream after we smoked some DMT. Bro, we gotta try it out on the podcast. Imagine the views we'll get. Oh, hell yeah. Let's do it right now. Clears throat, speaks in alien language. Responds in alien language, dude. This is insane. I feel like I can communicate with the universe. I know, right? And the best part is nobody else knows what we're saying. It's like our own secret club. Laughs. Yeah. And we can use it to talk shit about people without them knowing. Laughs. Oh, man, this is the best. We're like the intergalactic version of Mean Girls. Laughs. I can already see the headlines now. Joe Rogan and Elon Musk speak in alien language on podcasts. World left confused and terrified. Laughs. And we'll just sit back and watch the chaos unfold. This is why they call us the Joes of Destruction. Laughs. I love it. Let's keep this alien language thing going. Who knows what kind of trouble we can cause. Hey, Dr. Phil, what's going on? You look like you've seen a ghost. Wow, whoa, whoa, calm down, man. What's wrong? Oh, you took some DMT, didn't you? So, Mr. President, what's new with you?
Well, Joe, I've been busy. I've got Elon Musk working on something special for me.
Oh, yeah. What's that?
We're going to put Neuralink in dolphins so I can control them.
What? Why? Why?
Look, Joe, I've always wanted to be the ruler of the sea. And with these dolphin soldiers, I can finally take on Russia.
I don't know if that's such a good idea, Mr. President.
Oh, trust me, Joe. It's going to be tremendous. And Elon here is going to explain how he catches and implants the Neuralink in the dolphins.
Hey guys, sorry I'm late. I was just swimming with some dolphins.
Of course you were.
And let me tell you, it's not easy catching those slippery creatures. But once you do, it's just a simple procedure to implant the neural link.
See, Joe? It's going to be great. And when those dolphins start attacking Russia, they won't know what hit them.
This is insane.
Insanely brilliant, Joe. Insanely brilliant.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a special guest, the President of the United States, Joe Biden. Thanks, man. So let's talk about Trump. I heard he can only call you Mr. Butthole the Clown. That's hilarious. And what do you call him? Oh my God, that's gold. How did you come up with that? I can imagine. So what do you think Trump's reaction would be if he heard you call him that? Right. So what other nicknames do you have for each other? Oh man, you guys are savage. I can't wait to see what other shenanigans you two come up with. Well, I can't wait to see what happens next. Thanks for coming on the show, Mr. President. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. We have a special guest today, the one and only Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. Tremendous, really.
And joining us as well is astrophysicist and science communicator Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Hello, Joe. And hello, Mr. President. I have a surprise for you.
Oh, I love surprises. Is it a new golf course?
No, it's even better. I want to serenade you with a song.
I don't know if I have time for that, Neil.
Oh, trust me, this will be worth it. I'm Donald Trump, the man, the myth, the legend. I'm the greatest president. No need for a second.
I like this guy.
I'm rich and powerful. I'm living the dream, making America great again. That's my theme.
Neil, you have a hidden talent.
I'm building a wall. It's going to be huge, keeping out immigrants. That's what I'll do.
That's right, Neil. We got to keep America safe.
I'm tweeting all day. I'm a social media king. My followers love me. They make my heart sing.
This is incredible.
I'm the boss, the big cheese, the top dog. I'm Donald Trump, and I'm making America great again. Y'all.
Bravo, Neil. That was fantastic.
Who knew Neil had such a great singing voice?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be here all night.
Maybe I'll hire you as my personal singer.
I'll have to pass on that offer, Mr. President, but thank you for having a sense of humor.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we talk about all things absurd, unhinged, and offensive. Today, we have a special guest, the legendary Hawaiian King. So I heard you've been teaming up with Leprechaun and Kanye for a new superfood line. Tell us more about it. That sounds amazing. But I have to ask why Leprechaun, speaking of Kanye, what's his role in this? Really? I thought he only ate fish sticks. Wait, Vegeta? The Saiyan Prince? This is going to be epic. But what about the Chihuahua barking? Well, she's definitely adding some chaos to this already chaotic situation. Well, I can't wait to try out this semen superfood line. Thanks for joining us, Kamehameha. So Neil, have you heard that mysterious clicking noise in the studio? It's been driving me crazy.
Yes, I have. I've been trying to use my astrophysics knowledge to figure out the source, but I'm stumped.
Well, maybe it's just your brain clicking because you're so smart.
Haha, very funny. But seriously, it could be anything. Maybe it's a secret government experiment.
Or maybe it's Bigfoot tapping his toes to some sick beats.
Joe, I highly doubt that. But speaking of Bigfoot, have you ever thought about the possibility of extraterrestrial life?
Dude, I think about that all the time. What if aliens are just giant intergalactic Bigfoots?
That's an interesting theory. But back to the clicking noise, maybe it's just our producer trying to sabotage us.
That sneaky bastard. I knew he was up to something. Let's go confront him.
Wait, before we do that, let's smoke some DMT and really dive into this mystery.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Let's get weird with it.
And if we don't find the source of the clicking noise, at least we'll have a great trip.
That's the spirit. Let's go solve this mystery or just hallucinate about it. Either way, it's going to be a wild ride. All right, Neil, we have a very important challenge today.
Oh, do tell, Joe. I love a good challenge.
We're going to see who can say, slap my ass and call me Sally the fastest.
Oh, this should be interesting.
All right, on the count of three. 1, 2, 3.
I think I got it.
No way, man. I definitely beat you.
I don't know, Joe. I think I had a slight advantage with my astrophysicist tongue.
Oh, shut up, Neil. You just got lucky.
Luck has nothing to do with it, Joe. It's all about precision and skill.
Fine, you win this round, but I'll get you next time.
Bring it on, Joe. I'm always up for a challenge.
So, Neil, have you figured out where these flying cocks and balls are coming from?
No, Joe, I can't seem to find the source. It's like they appear out of thin air.
It's really starting to piss me off. I can't walk down the street without getting smacked in the face by a giant dick.
Well, boys, I hate to break it to you, but those are my secret military cock and ball drones.
What the hell, Trump? Why are you sending these things after us?
It's all part of my plan to make America great again. Nothing says power and dominance like a giant flying cock and ball.
This is outrageous. We demand that you stop this madness.
Sorry, boys, but these drones are here to stay. And let's be honest, they're pretty hilarious.
I can't believe this is real life.
Believe it, Joe. And next time I'll make sure they're equipped with some extra special surprises for you two.
This is a nightmare.
No, it's a dream come true, Mega.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a special guest, the Milkman. So Milkman, I heard you have a new product called Milkers. What's that all about? Wait, what? Like for men who want to lactate? That's interesting. But why would anyone want to do that? I don't know, man. Seems a little weird to me. I guess that's one way to look at it. Okay, I see your point. But what about the potential health risks? Well, you've convinced me. I'll take 2 Milkers, please. And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience. Stay tuned for next week when we have Flat Earth enthusiast B on the show. B on the show. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, I've got some big news for you and all the listeners out there.
Oh yeah, what's the big news, Mr. President?
I've decided to change my name to Donald Hussein Trump.
Wait, what? Why?
Well, I figured since I already have a Muslim ban, I might as well have a Muslim name.
Oh man, that's something.
And let me tell you, Joe, I've been practicing my Arabic.
I don't think that's quite right, Mr. President.
Close enough. But seriously, I think it's going to be huge. People are going to love it.
I don't know, man. Seems a little problematic.
Problematic? Joe, I'm the least problematic person you'll ever meet. Believe me.
All right. So Donald Hussein Trump, what's next for you?
Well, I'm thinking of building a wall around the entire country. Keep out all those pesky Canadians.
I think they might have something to say about that.
Oh, they'll pay for it. They'll pay bigly.
All right. Well, I think we'll end it there. Thanks for joining us, President Donald Hussein Trump.
Thanks, Joe. And remember, folks, vote for me in 2024 or else.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a funny story about Joe Biden.
Oh, yeah, that guy. Let me tell you, he's got some fire in him.
Really? What happened?
Well, it was back in the good old days before I became the greatest president ever. Joe and I were at a fundraiser and I couldn't resist grabbing Jill by the pussy.
Wait, what? What?
Oh, come on, Joe. You know, I love a good pussy grab, but little did I know Joe was a black belt in karate.
No way.
Oh, yeah. He kicked my ass all over that fundraiser. I was crawling on the floor begging for mercy.
Wow, I never would have guessed.
And let me tell you, Joe's wife was not happy. She was screaming, "Don't you dare touch my pussy, you orange buffoon."
That's quite a visual.
Yeah, I learned my lesson that day. Never mess with Joe Biden or his wife's pussy.
I think we can all agree on that.
But hey, at least I can say I got my ass kicked by the future president of the United States.
Oh, yeah, that's something to be proud of.
Hey, I can take a beating. I'm a tough guy, just like you, Joe.
Sure thing, Mr. President. Sure thing. So, Neil, I heard you were messing around with some rocks back in the day.
Yes, I have a deep fascination with the geological history of our planet.
Well, you better watch out because those rocks are coming back to haunt you. I mean, those rocks are sending their onion minions to attack us.
That's absurd, Joe. How could a rock possibly control an onion?
Oh, I don't know, maybe because you touched it and now it's seeking revenge.
Sarcastically, yes, the infamous Rock Onion Alliance. How could I forget?
Don't mock it, Neil. These onions are no joke. They're coming for us all.
Well, I guess I'll just have to use my astrophysics knowledge to fend them off.
Or maybe just stop touching random rocks, man.
Fair point. But can you blame me? They're just so rocky.
Laughs. You're a weird dude, Neil.
And you're a weirdo too, Joe. But that's why we get along.
Cheers to that, my onion-fearing friend. So, Neil, I heard you have some groundbreaking news for us today.
Yes. Joe, after years of research and calculations, I've discovered that science is actually wrong.
What? How is that even possible?
Well, it turns out that the Earth is actually flat. And the moon, it's made of cheese.
You're kidding, right?
I wish I was, Joe. But the evidence is undeniable.
But what about all the scientific proof and experiments that prove otherwise?
All fabricated by the government, Joe. They've been hiding the truth from us all along.
Oh, of course. Because the government is known for their honesty and transparency.
And that's not all, Joe. Vaccines, they actually give you autism.
Oh my God. But wait, isn't that a serious condition?
Not according to my research. Autism isn't even real. It's just a made-up term to control the population.
Wow. This is mind-blowing stuff, Neil.
I know, Joe. But don't worry because autism isn't real. It's all good.
Well, that's a relief. I was really worried there for a second.
See, this is why I love coming on your podcast, Joe. We can have these absurd conversations without anyone getting offended.
Absolutely, Neil. And speaking of absurd, have you tried DMT?
Not yet, Joe. But maybe after this revelation, I should give it a try.
All right, Jamie, pull up that picture of the hot female robot with the hourglass body.
Pulls up picture, you go, Joe. Joe.
Oh man, look at those curves. I would love to insert my penis into her.
Neil, what the hell?
What? I'm just appreciating her design.
No, you're talking about fucking a robot?
Well, technically it's not a real person, so it's not cheating.
That's not the point, Neil. That's just creepy.
Oh, come on, Joe. Have you ever thought about the different ways you could stick your dick into a robot?
No, I can't say that I have.
Well, you're missing out. You could go for the classic missionary position, or maybe try some reverse cowgirl action.
Neil, I don't want to hear about your robot sex fantasies.
Fine, fine. But just imagine the possibilities with all those mechanical parts and gadgets. The pleasure would be out of this world.
I think we need to change the subject.
All right, but just know that if I ever get the chance to fuck a hot robot, I'm taking it.
And that's why we have Neil deGrasse Tyson on the show, folks. Always pushing the boundaries of science and sex.
Hey, someone's got to do it.
Can you smell the graveyard, Neil?
What? No, I can't smell anything.
Come on, man. You know, the graveyard. The place where all our ancestors are rotting away.
Oh, you mean the cemetery?
Yeah, that's the one. Can you smell it?
No, Joe. I can't smell a cemetery.
Are you sure? because I swear I can smell the stench of death and decay.
Joe, that's just your burrito from lunch.
No way, man. This smell is different. It's like death.
Joe, I think you need to lay off the psychedelics.
No way, man. I'm telling you, I can smell the Reaper coming for us all.
Okay, this conversation just took a dark turn.
Can you smell it, Neil? Can you smell the sweet embrace of death?
I think it's time for a commercial break.
No, we can't stop now. We need to embrace the darkness.
I'm gonna go get some fresh air. You stay here and smell the graveyard, Joe.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I heard you're converting to Islam. Is that true?
Yeah, man. I found inner peace in the teachings of the Quran.
Inner peace. That's weak. I prefer outer peace, like bombing the shit out of other countries.
Oh, Trump, you always know how to make me laugh.
That's why I'm the best, Joe. No one can make America laugh like I do.
So, what do you think about my conversion?
Well, as long as you're not converting to socialism, I'm cool with it.
Oh, I didn't realize Islam was a political ideology now.
It is, Joe. And we need to build a wall around Mecca to keep those radical Muslims out.
Yeah, because walls always work, right?
Damn right they do. Just ask my ex-wives.
Oh, Trump, you're too much.
That's why I'm the president, Joe. I'm too much for anyone to handle.
Well, it's been a pleasure having you on, Mr. President.
The pleasure is all yours, Joe. Now let's go grab some Big Macs and talk about how we're going to make America great again.
So, Mr. President, I heard you had a pretty wild encounter with Elon Musk recently.
Oh, it was terrible, Joe. Absolutely terrible. I've never felt so violated in my life.
What happened?
Well, we were at a meeting and out of nowhere, Elon just grabs me by the bussy.
What?
I know. I couldn't believe it either. And let me tell you, his grip was strong, like a gorilla.
I'm sorry, but that's just too funny.
It's not funny, Joe. It was a serious violation of my personal space. I feel traumatized.
Did you report it to the authorities?
Of course not. I don't want to start a feud with the guy. Plus, I don't think they have a law against bussy grabbing.
Well, that's a relief. I guess we can add that to the list of things you can get away with as president.
Hey, I didn't ask for it, Joe. I was just minding my own business, making America great again.
Yeah. I'm sure that's what you were doing.
Can we please change the subject? This is giving me PTSD.
Sure thing, Mr. President. Let's talk about something less traumatizing, like your hair.
Now that's a topic I can talk about all day long.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Joe Biden. Well, Joe, I got to say, I'm a little nervous having a former vice president on my show. I mean, I don't want the Secret Service busting through my door. Speaking of letting loose, I heard you're quite the wild one, Joe. Care to share any crazy stories? Oh man, I can only imagine the headlines if that ever got out. Yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about. But hey, let's lighten things up. How about we play a game? How about we play Slap My Booty Daddy? Bring it on, Joe. Let's see who's the real daddy here. Yeah, I don't think either of us wants to be known as the loser in. So, Neil, what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Well, Joe, I just ordered 2 Popeye's ghost pepper chicken sandwiches on Postmates.
What? Why?
Because they have a buy one, get one free offer, and I couldn't resist.
You're a madman, Neil. A madman.
Hey, I need to fuel my brain for all this deep thinking.
I don't think ghost peppers are going to help with that.
Oh, I'm not eating them. I'm going to use them as a weapon against my enemies.
You never cease to amaze me, Neil.
And the best part is, I can order them live on the show. Postmates is a sponsor, right?
Yeah, because nothing says healthy living like fast food delivery.
Hey, I'm a scientist, not a health nut.
Fair enough. But I think we should start a new segment called Neil's Postmates Adventures.
I like the sound of that. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some spicy sandwiches to devour.
This is going to be a disaster.
Oh, it's going to be a delicious disaster.
Hey, Dr. Phil, thanks for coming on the show. I've been feeling a little off lately.
Well, Joe, I've been doing some research and I think I've finally figured out what's wrong with you.
Oh, yeah. Lay it on me, Doc.
You have rectal autism.
Rectal autism? Is that even a thing?
Oh, it's a thing, Joe. And it's serious. Your rectum is unable to properly communicate with your brain, causing you to have trouble understanding social cues.
So that's why I always say the wrong thing at the wrong time.
Exactly. Your rectum is just not on the same wavelength as the rest of your body.
Well, is there a cure?
Unfortunately, no. But there are some treatments we can try. I recommend daily colon massages and a strict diet of fiber and probiotics.
Oh, great. Just what I always wanted. Daily colon massage.
It's for your own good, Joe. We need to get your rectum back in line.
Well, I guess I'll have to add that to my daily routine. Thanks for the diagnosis, Dr. Phil.
Anytime, Joe. Just remember, rectal autism is nothing to be ashamed of.
Yeah, I'll make sure to tell all my friends about it. Thanks, Dr. Phil. So, Elon, I heard you got a fecal transplant to cure your gastrointestinal disorder.
Yeah, man, it was a wild ride. But turns out it cured my autism too.
Wait, what? You can cure autism with a fecal transplant?
Apparently so. I mean, it's not like I was trying to cure my autism. I was just tired of my stomach acting up all the time.
That's insane. So how did you find out it cured your autism?
Well, I was just sitting there, minding my own business, and suddenly I had this overwhelming urge to build a rocket ship.
Oh man, that's classic autism behavior.
Yeah, but then I realized I didn't need to build a rocket ship. My autism was gone.
That's amazing. You should market this as a cure for autism.
Can you imagine the headlines? Elon Musk cures autism with facial transplant.
That's definitely going to cause some controversy.
Oh, used to that by now. But hey, at least I can eat spicy food again without worrying about my stomach.
Well, I'm glad it worked out for you. But maybe let's keep this cure between us for now.
Agreed. The last thing I need is PETA coming after me for using fecal matter as a cure.
Oh man, the internet would have a field day with that one. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with President Donald Trump and Jamie Foxx. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing great, Joe, but I have a question for you and Jamie. Do you guys like my balls?
What do you mean, Mr. President?
I mean, do you like my balls? Jamie, pull up a picture of them.
I don't think that's necessary, Mr. President.
Come on, Jamie. Don't be shy. I want to show off my balls to my friends.
So, Mr. President, what do you think about the current state of the country?
Oh, it's a mess. But you know what would make it better if I took Jamie for a whirl?
Mr. President, I don't think that's appropriate.
Oh, come on. I'm the president. I can do whatever I want. Jamie, what do you say?
I think I'll pass, Mr. President.
Suit yourself. But just know I have the best balls. The best.
All right, let's move on to a different topic.
Fine. But just remember, my balls are huge. Huge.
Can we end this podcast now?
Yeah, let's get out of here before things get even more ridiculous. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time. All right, folks, we have a very interesting topic submitted by one of our Discord users. Apparently, Trump has announced that he's going to proclaim himself as Jesus Christ.
Oh man, that's rich. Can't wait to see how this plays out.
Yeah, I mean, I always knew he had a God complex, but this is taking it to a whole new level.
Well, Joe, I have a solution for this. Currently working on building a bionic Jesus suit for Trump.
What the hell, Elon? Are you serious?
Absolutely. Think about it. With the power of technology, Trump can actually perform miracles and walk on water.
Oh, great. Just what we need, bionic Trump walking on water. What's next? He's going to turn water into Diet Coke.
You never know, Joe. With my technology, anything is possible.
This is just getting crazier and crazier. I can't wait to see how the religious community reacts to this.
Oh, I'm sure they'll embrace it with open arms. I mean, who wouldn't want a bionic Jesus as their savior?
I think I'll stick with the original Jesus, thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, when Trump starts performing miracles, you'll be wishing you had a bionic Jesus suit too.
I think I'll be just fine without it. Thanks for joining us, Elon. This has been one wild conversation. So, Neil, I heard you and Dr. Phil got together for a little karaoke session the other night.
Yeah, we had a few drinks and things got a little wild.
Wild? How wild are we talking here?
Well, let's just say we ended up singing the entire song Me So Horny by Two Live Crew to you.
No way. You guys are crazy.
Oh, it gets better. We even did the dance moves and everything.
Damn, I wish I could have been there to see that.
Yeah, Dr. Phil really knows how to shake his hips.
I never would have guessed he had those moves in him.
Oh, he's got moves you wouldn't believe. And let me tell you, we were both feeling pretty horny by the end of that song.
I can only imagine.
And the best part is we recorded it all and posted it on YouTube.
You guys did what?
Hey, we're just trying to spread some joy and laughter in these crazy times.
Yeah, because what the world really needs right now is two grown men singing about being horny.
Hey, it's all about balance, Joe. Science and silliness go hand in hand.
Well, I can't wait to see this video. It's gonna be epic.
Oh, it already is. We've already gotten 1 million views.
Looks like you two have a new career as a singing duo.
Hey, you never know. The world could always use more horny scientists.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the show today. The one and only 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Hey, Joe, it's great to be here. I've been wanting to come on your show for a long time.
Well, we're glad to have you. So, Mr. President, I heard you have some breaking news for us today.
That's right, Joe. I want to set the record straight about something. You know that song Baby Got Back by Sir Mix-a-Lot?
Of course, who doesn't know that classic?
Well, I just want to let everyone know that it's actually about my ass.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you heard me right. That song is about my glorious, beautiful, tremendous ass.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Oh, and I even have a surprise for you, Joe. I'm going to sing it for you right now.
Oh boy, this is gonna be good.
I like big butts and
So, I heard you've been hitting up the batting cages lately.
That's right, Joe. Gotta keep this old body in shape.
Impressive, especially at your age.
Well, I do have a secret weapon,
Oh yeah, what's that?
softball cages. And I don't actually hit the balls, I catch them with my ass.
What the hell, man?
Hey, it's a great workout for my glutes.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
It's all about the technique, Joe. You gotta spread those cheeks wide.
I don't think that's how you're supposed to use the batting cages.
Hey, I'm a trendsetter, and let me tell you, my ass is Yoj.
I think I've heard enough. Can we change the subject?
Sure, but just remember, Joe, the best way to catch a softball is with your ass.
Hey, Neil, have you ever met my friend Mike?
No, I can't say that I have. Who is he?
Oh man, he's a real character. His full name is Mike Rochison Fire and it burns Wimpy.
That can't be his real name.
Oh, it is. His parents had a sick sense of humor.
Well, what does he do?
He's a firefighter. And let me tell you, he's not afraid to use his hose.
Oh, God, that's terrible.
Yeah, but he's a great guy. Always down for a good time.
Does he have any other unfortunate conditions?
Let's just say he's not the only one with a burning sensation when he pees.
Oh, man, I don't know if I want to meet this guy.
Trust me, You do. He's a riot. And his jokes are always on fire.
You never cease to amaze me, Joe.
That's why they call me the king of comedy, my friend. So, Ben, what's been going on with you lately?
Joe, I'm scared. I'm really scared.
Why? Did you finally realize that you're a tiny little man with a tiny little voice?
No, it's much worse than that. I was in the bathroom earlier and something came out of my bussy.
What the hell is a bussy?
It's like a butt, but softer and more delicate.
Okay, and what came out of it?
Soft, stinky brown substance that tasted like Dr. Phil.
Oh, God, why would you taste it?
I didn't mean to. It just happened.
Well, there goes my appetite for the rest of the day.
I'm serious, Joe. I think something's wrong with me.
Yeah, you're definitely not right in the head.
What if it's a sign of a serious medical condition?
Relax, Ben. It's probably just a bad reaction to your vegan diet.
How dare you, Joe? My diet is perfectly healthy and balanced.
Sure it is, Ben. That's why you're shitting out Dr. Phil flavored substances. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have the one and only David Goggins. David, how's it going, man?
It's going great, Joe. I'm just out here crushing it and living my best life.
I can see that. You're looking jacked as always. So, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, I've been thinking about hard men. Real hard men. God, that make me look like a little bitch.
I don't think anyone could make you look like a little bitch, David.
No. I need to see these men. I need to see their faces and their muscles. Amy, pull up pictures of hard men.
David, I don't think that's appropriate for the podcast.
I don't give a damn, Jamie. Pull up the pictures.
David, maybe we should move on to a different topic.
No, Joe, I need to see these hard men. I need to know what I'm up against.
Folks, I apologize for this. David is a little intense when it comes to hard men.
Look at them, Joe. Look at those biceps. Look at those abs. I'm getting pumped just looking at them.
Well, I guess we'll just have to roll with it. Jamie, keep pulling up pictures of hard men.
That's what I'm talking about, Joe. These are the kind of men that inspire me to push myself to the limit.
Yeah, I can see how looking at pictures of hard men can really motivate you.
It's not a joke, Joe. These men are warriors. They don't back down from a challenge.
All right, David, I think we've seen. So, Mr. President, I heard you have a great story about your great-grandparents, Wilma Fingerdew and Mike Hunt.
Oh, yeah, those two were the best. They were the most beautiful couple you've ever seen. Wilma had fingers like you wouldn't believe, and Mike had a hunt that never ended.
I think you mean Mike Hunt as in his last name?
What? No, I'm pretty sure his parents named him Mike Hunt. They were very creative with names, believe me.
Okay, let's move on. What was their secret to a successful marriage?
Well, they always said communication was key. They would constantly call each other's names, like Wilma Fingerdew, can you pass the salt? Or Mike Hunt, let's go for a walk?
That's interesting. Did they ever get tired of saying each other's names?
Never. In fact, they would even make up new ways to say it, like Fingerdew Wilma or Hunt Mike. It was a beautiful thing.
I can only imagine. Did they pass down their unique names to their children?
Of course, my grandfather's name was Richard Fingerdew Trump, and my grandmother was Karen Hunt Trump. It's a family tradition.
Wow, that's something. I'm sure they're looking down on you with pride.
Oh, they definitely are. I can feel their presence every time I say their names. Wilma Fingerdew and Mike Hunt, may they rest in peace.
And on that note, let's end this conversation before it gets any weirder. Thanks for joining me, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, never be afraid to say someone's name, even if it's Fingerdew or Hunt. It's a beautiful thing.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the show today, the one and only President Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. Great to be here. I love your show. It's tremendous.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new rendition of the 2 Live Crew classic, We Want Some Pussy. Can you give us a sneak peek?
Absolutely, Joe. It goes a little something like this. We want to grab some pussy, grab some pussy, grab some pussy. We want to grab some pussy, grab some pussy, grab some pussy.
Wow, that's something. I don't even know what to say.
Believe me, Joe, it's going to be a huge hit. People love it. They really do.
I'm sure they do, Mr. President. But don't you think it's a bit controversial?
Controversial? No way. It's just locker room talk, Joe. Everyone talks like this.
I don't know about that, Mr. President. I think some people might find it offensive.
Offensive. Come on, Joe. It's just a little fun. Lighten up.
All right. Well, moving on. Let's talk about your plans for 2024. Are you planning on running for re-election?
Absolutely, Joe. I'm going to win by a landslide. No one can stop me.
And what about your opponent? Any predictions on who it might be?
Sleepy Joe. No way. He won't even remember he's running. It'll probably be some radical left-wing nut job.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump, always a pleasure to have you on the show.
Thanks, Joe. And remember, folks, we want to grab some pussy, grab some pussy, grab some pussy. It's going to be huge.
Jamie, pull up that picture of me holding up the sign that says, come.
Ah, sure thing, Joe. Here it is.
I'm coming so fucking hard. I can't believe that worked. Ooh, oh, come.
Neil, what the hell, man?
Come.
Neil, you're a fucking mess.
Come.
All right, folks, we have a special treat for you today. The one and only President Donald Trump is here with us.
Hey, Joe, great to be back on the show. I heard you wanted me to sing something.
That's right, Mr. President. Our Discord user, Big Booty Liver 69, requested that you sing Sir Mix, A Lot's Baby Got Back.
Oh, man, that's a classic. All right, here we go. I like big butts and I cannot lie.
Oh my God, this is gold.
You other brothers can't deny.
Wait. Can we please get a beatbox going?
Sure thing, Joe.
This is the best thing I've ever heard.
When a girl walks in with an itty-bitty waist and a round thing in your face, you get sprung.
Keep going.
Want to pull up tough because you notice that butt was stuffed deep in the jeans she's wearing. I'm hooked and I can't stop staring.
Oh man, I can't breathe. So, Jamie, I heard you came up with the plot for our new movie.
Yeah, it's called Sponge Bong Hot Pants. It's about a stoner sponge who lives in a pineapple bong and gets high off of seaweed.
That's genius. And let me guess, Dr. Phil plays the wise old crab who teaches SpongeBob life lessons.
You bet your sweet ass I do. And I also make sure SpongeBob doesn't get addicted to the seaweed and end up in rehab.
Classic Dr. Phil move. But who's the villain in this masterpiece?
It's none other than Mr. Krabs, but he's a ruthless drug lord who controls the seaweed supply in Bikini Bottom.
This is better than any Marvel movie. And what about the love interest for SpongeBob?
We're thinking Squidward, but he's a gender-fluid octopus who's also a DJ at the local rave.
This is pure gold. I can already see the merchandising opportunities.
And wait until you hear the soundtrack. Snoop Dogg is doing a remix of the SpongeBob theme song.
I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it. When can we start filming?
As soon as we get the green light from the network. But I have a feeling this movie is going to be a hit.
No doubt about it. SpongeBob Ha Ha Pants is gonna be the talk of the town. So, David, I heard you're the toughest man in the world.
Damn right I am. I can run 100 miles, do 4,000 pull-ups, and lift a car with my bare hands. What can you do, Joe?
I can smoke a joint and talk about chimps for 3 hours.
That's cute. But let's talk about something serious. Women?
Oh boy, here we go.
Look, Joe, I respect women and all, but they're just too soft for me. I need someone who can keep up with my intensity.
So, you're saying you can only have sex with big, strong, muscular men?
You got it, Joe. I need someone who can handle my power and endurance. And let's be real, having sex with weak, soft women is the gayest thing I can imagine.
I don't think that's how it works, David.
Oh, it works for me. I'll take a chiseled Adonis over a delicate flower any day.
Well, I guess that's one way to stay tough.
Damn straight. Now let's go lift some weights and talk about how much we hate cardio. Yo, have you heard of the Liver King?
The Liver King? Is that like the Burger King's weird cousin or something?
Nah, man, this dude eats raw meat and testicles for the gains.
What the actual fuck? That's some next level caveman shit.
Yeah, but I'm thinking of taking it a step further. I'm gonna eat the Liver King's raw buttocks and testicles.
Oh my God, I can't even imagine the smell.
But think about the gains. The gains.
I don't know, man. I think I'll stick to my elk meat and elk testicles.
Suit yourself, but I'll be over here with my raw Liver King feast.
Well, I guess that's one way to get your daily dose of protein.
You know what, Joe? Gotta do whatever it takes to be the best.
And speaking of the best, let's take a moment to thank our sponsor, ButcherBox. Get your raw meat and testicles delivered straight to your door.
Now that's a sponsor I can get behind.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a new diet recommendation for all the brothel goers out there.
That's right, Joe. I've been doing some research, and it turns out that steaming your hooker butts is actually much healthier than frying them.
Really? How so?
Well, when you fry them, all the grease and fat gets trapped in the meat. But when you steam them, it all drips out, and you're left with a leaner, more nutritious meal.
And what about the taste?
Oh, it's exquisite. The steam really brings out the flavors of the hooker's juices.
Wow, that's unexpected.
Plus, have you seen how sexy they look when you eat them? It's like a sensual gourmet experience.
I can't say I have, but I'll take your word for it.
Trust me, Joe. Steaming your hooker butts is the way to go. Your body and your taste buds will thank you.
Well, there you have it, folks. Dr. Phil's latest diet recommendation, steamed hooker butts, only on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. So, Neil, I heard you're a big fan of Dr. Phil.
Yeah, I love his no-nonsense approach to therapy.
Well, I have a favor to ask. Can you ask Dr. Phil to ask Elon Musk to ask Ben Shapiro if his bussy stanky?
What the hell, Joe? That's offensive and inappropriate.
Come on, it's just a joke. Plus, I'm pretty sure Dr. Phil would love to know the answer.
I highly doubt that. And why do you even care about Ben Shapiro's bussy?
I don't, but it's just fun to say, bussy, bussy, bussy.
This is getting ridiculous. Let's talk about something else.
Fine, fine. But just imagine the look on Dr. Phil's face when he asked that question.
I'm not going to entertain this any further.
Suit yourself. But I'm definitely bringing this up on the next episode with Dr. Phil.
I'm not going to be a part of this nonsense.
Oh, come on, Neil. Don't be such a buzzkill. Bussy, 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 bussy. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with the one and only Donald Trump, former president and current reality TV star. Today we're talking about...
Hold on, Joe. I gotta say something. Your breath, it's like a dead otter crawled up your ass and died, and now it's stenching up the entire studio.
What? That's ridiculous. My breath is fine.
No, it's not fine. It's like a combination of rotten eggs and wet dog. It's making me sick. It's making me sick.
Well, maybe it's your nose, because I just had an onion sandwich and it's delicious.
Onion sandwich? What are you, peasant? Real men eat steak?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Fancy Pants. I'll just stick to my onion sandwich and my H-heavy words.
I can't take it anymore. I'm gonna puke.
Oh, you want to talk about puke? Let me tell you about the time I ate a whole jar of pickled eggs and then went on a roller coaster.
Stop, stop. I can't handle it. I need to get out of here.
Oh, you want to leave? Fine. I'll just eat some raw onions and take a dump on the floor.
That's it. I'm out of here. This is worse than dealing with the Democrats.
Looks like we finally found something we can agree on. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience. Hey, Neil, we got a topic request from Nelson in the YouTube chat.
Oh, yeah. What's it about?
Lizard people.
Lizard people? Oh, man, that's some crazy conspiracy stuff.
Yeah, Nelson really wants us to talk about it.
Well, I hate to break it to him, but lizard people don't actually exist.
What? But I thought you were all about science and aliens and stuff.
Yeah, but lizard people, come on, that's just ridiculous.
But what about all those videos on YouTube and that one guy who claims to have seen a lizard person?
Joe, those are just people in costumes. And that guy is probably just high on some good weed.
Fair enough. So no lizard people then.
Nope. Sorry to disappoint. But hey, we can still talk about aliens and the possibility of other intelligent life in the universe.
Oh yeah, that's way more interesting anyway. Thanks for clearing that up, Neil.
No problem, Joe. Now let's go smoke some DMT and contemplate the vastness of the universe.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a confession to make.
That's right, Joe. I have a bigly confession. I accidentally murdered the entire cast of Aqua Teen Hunger Force.
Wait, what? How?
Well, you see, I was on my luxury jet enjoying some McDonald's and I mistook the Aqua Teens for chicken nuggets.
Oh my God.
But that's not even the worst part. I then proceeded to shit them out in my solid gold toilet and flush them out over Indiana.
That's just wow.
I know, but let me tell you, those Aqua Teens were delicious. Best meal I've had in a while.
This is insane. How are you not in jail right now?
Please, I'm the president. I can get away with anything. Plus, I have the best lawyers. They'll just say it was a prank or something.
I don't even know what to say.
Well, you could say that I have the best taste in food and that I make America great again, one meal at a time.
I think I'm going to throw up.
Don't worry, I'll make sure to grab you a bucket from Air Force One's bathroom. It's the best in the world, believe me.
So, Kenny, I heard you have a new song for us today.
Yeah, man, it's called Runaway. It's about my love for Kim and how I constantly mess things up.
Sounds like hit already. Let's hear it.
And I always find something wrong. You've been putting up with my shit just way too long.
Beatboxing. I'm so gifted at finding what I don't like the most. So I think it's time for us to have a toast.
And let's have a toast for the douchebags. Let's have a toast for the assholes. Let's have a toast for the scumbags.
Beatboxing, every time I try to leave, something keeps pulling me back. Me and my addiction, we have a pact.
And I'm a need to see your fucking hands at the concert. I'm a need to see your fucking hands at the concert.
Beatboxing, and if you don't comply, Kenny might just have a meltdown. But hey, that's just part of his charm.
And I always find something wrong. You've been putting up with my shit just way too long.
Beatboxing, but Kim, she's still by your side. She's your ride or die.
And I'ma love you forever like Kenny I loves Kanye. We'll make it through, just like we always say.
Beatboxing, well, that was beautiful. I think we can all relate to that in some way.
Laughs. Thanks, Joe. Always a pleasure being on your podcast. Now let's go get some DMT and talk to some aliens.
So, Mr. President, I heard you made peace with Democrats in a very unconventional way.
You heard right, Joe. I had sex with Nancy Pelosi on the House floor in front of Congress.
You're kidding me, right?
Oh no, Ted Cruz can confirm. He fainted in the front row, and Marjorie Greene wanted to join in, but I had to politely decline.
I can only imagine the chaos. And what did Biden have to say about all this?
He was laughing so hard he had a seizure, and then he started taking pictures. It was quite a sight.
I bet. But I have to ask, what about Neil? I'm sure he had something to say about it.
Oh, he called me a sexual deviant and a disgrace. But then he challenged me to a Roman gladiator-style duel for the presidency.
You're kidding.
No, and if I refuse, he said, I have no honor and will be banished in the name of science.
Well, I guess you have no choice but to accept the challenge.
You bet I did. And you know what I did? I turned the White House into a coliseum and invited Pete Buttigieg to be the referee.
Oh man, I wish I could have seen that. So, who won?
Well, let's just say I'm still the president.
Of course you are. Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. See you next time. Hey, Dr. Phil, did you hear about the guy who lost his left arm and left leg in a car accident?
No, Joe. I can't say that I have.
Well, he's all right now.
That's not even a joke, Joe. That's just insensitive.
Okay. How about this one? Why did the chicken cross the road?
I don't know, Joe. Why?
To get to the idiot's house. Knock, knock.
I am not participating in this, Joe.
Common, Dr. Phil. Say who's there.
Fine. Who's there?
The chicken.
I am not amused, Joe.
Okay. Last one. Why don't scientists trust atoms?
I don't know, Joe. Why?
Because they make up everything.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'd rather put my genitals in a meat grinder than listen to any more of your jokes, Joe.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. But I have to say, I'm a little confused. Who is this Carl person you keep referring to?
Oh, that's just your new nickname, Dr. Phil. I thought it would be fitting since you're joining us from Aqua Teen Hunger Force.
I have no idea what that is, but I'll go with it.
So, Dr. Phil, what do you think about the recent controversy surrounding the use of avocados in guacamole?
Well, Joe, I think it's a classic case of millennials ruining everything. Back in my day, we didn't have fancy avocado toast. We had good old-fashioned large sandwiches.
That's one way to look at it. But seriously, what do you think about the health benefits of avocados?
Oh, please. Avocados are just a gateway drug to semen and quinoa. Next thing you know, people will be eating dirt and calling it a superfood.
You always know how to keep it real, Dr. Phil. But let's switch gears for a moment. What's your take on the flat earth theory?
Joe, I have to say I'm disappointed in you. As a fellow Texan, I thought you had more sense than that. The earth is obviously a cube.
You heard it here first, folks. Dr. Phil believes the earth is a cube. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, and thanks to Dr. Phil for joining us.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, if you're feeling down, just go eat a large sandwich. It'll cure all your problems.
So, Mr. President, I heard you invented a new product for men to prevent shit dick.
That's right, Joe. It's a silicone tube sealed on one end that molds to your anus. It's tremendous.
Wow, that's interesting. How did you come up with this idea?
Well, I was tired of getting shit on my dick every time I had a good time with a lady, and I thought, why not just seal off the hole?
And does it work for both men and femboys?
Of course, Joe, it's for everyone. I'm an equal opportunity inventor.
I can't say I've ever had that problem, but I'll take your word for it.
Trust me, Joe, it's a game changer. No more messy cleanups or awkward apologies.
I can see the appeal, but I have to ask, what's the name of this product?
I call it the Trump tube. It's gonna be huge.
Well, I'm sure it will be. Thanks for sharing, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always keep your hole sealed.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you're a big fan of grandfather clocks.
Oh yeah, I love those old tick-tocky time machines.
Me too, man. I could just sit and watch the pendulum swing all day.
It's so soothing, like a lullaby for adults.
But, what's weird? I can't say the word clock without sounding like a drunk pirate.
Me neither. It's like our tongues are allergic to the letter L.
I tried to tell my wife I wanted a grandfather clock for our anniversary, and she thought I said grandfather cock.
Oh boy, that must have been an awkward conversation.
Yeah, but then she got me a giant rooster statue instead, so it all worked out.
Well, at least we have each other, Joe. Two grown men with a love for timepieces and a speech impediment.
Yeah, we should start a support group, the grandfather clock club.
I'm in as long as we have meetings on the hour, every hour.
All right, Jamie, I want you to pull up a picture of this banana clock I've been thinking about.
A banana clock. What the hell is that?
Oh, just a clock made out of bananas. I've been imagining the design down to the very minutia.
Minutia? You mean like the size of the bananas?
No, no, no. I'm talking about the curvature of the peel, the placement of the numbers, the color of the hands.
Ah, okay. Pulls up picture it is.
Oh my God, it's beautiful. Look at how the yellow of the bananas contrasts with the green of the stem.
Yeah, and the numbers are made out of tiny little bananas. That's creative.
And the hands are shaped like little monkey tails. It's perfect.
How did you even come up with this idea?
Well, I was high as a kite and staring at a bunch of bananas, and it just hit me.
Of course.
Imagine waking up to this every morning. It's like a tropical paradise in your bedroom.
Or a nightmare. I mean, what if the bananas start rotting and the clock starts to smell?
Oh, come on, Jamie. Don't be such a buzzkill. This is a work of art.
Right. Because nothing says classy like a clock made out of fruit.
Hey, you know what they say? An apple a day keeps the doctor away, but a banana clock will make you the talk of the town.
I highly doubt that's a saying.
Well, it is now, and I'm trademarking it. So, Ben, I heard you fired Brett Cooper from the Daily Wire. What happened there?
Well, Joe, it was a tough decision, but I had to let him go. He confessed that he had a crush on Shoeser on Head.
Whoa, really? That's juicy. But why did that lead to his firing?
Because Shoe is a Democrat, Joe. We can't have any lefties infiltrating our conservative media empire.
I see. So who's next on your firing list?
Well, I'm thinking of getting rid of Michael Knowles. He's been getting a little too friendly with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez on Twitter.
And who else?
Oh, and don't even get me started on Matt Walsh. He's been caught watching CNN in the break room.
Scandalous. Any other potential targets?
Let me think. Oh yeah, I'm definitely firing Andrew Clavin. He's been spotted wearing a I'm with her t-shirt.
Wow, you really don't mess around, do you?
Hey, we have a strict conservative agenda to uphold here, Joe. No room for liberal shenanigans.
Well, I can't wait to see who else gets the boot. Thanks for the inside scoop, Ben.
No problem, Joe. It's always a pleasure to come on your show and spread some conservative propaganda.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only Mr. Beast.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show. I'm excited to talk about some crazy shit.
Oh, we always talk about crazy shit on this podcast. So what's on your mind today?
Well, I've been thinking about this new sport I invented. It's called CBT, cock and ball tennis.
What the fuck is that?
It's exactly what it sounds like. You play tennis with your cock and balls. It's a real ball-busting game.
Oh my God, that's insane. How does that even work?
Well, you just strap a racket to your dick and use your balls as the ball. It's like playing ping pong, but with your genitals.
I can't believe this is a real thing. Who would even play this?
Oh, you'd be surprised. I've already got a whole league set up. We've got some real ballers in there.
I bet. So what's the strategy in this game? Do you have to have big balls to win?
Size definitely helps, but it's all about technique. You got to be able to control your balls and aim with precision.
This is fucking wild. I can't wait to see this on ESPN.
Oh, it's going to be huge. And the best part is the loser has to take a hit of DMT.
Of course, it wouldn't be a Joe Rogan approved sport without some psychedelics involved.
Exactly. So when are you going to join the league, Joe?
Sorry, man. I don't think my balls are up for that kind of punishment.
Suit yourself. More balls for me to play with.
So, Ben, I heard you have a surprise for us today.
Yes, Joe. I've been practicing my singing skills, and I'm ready to serenade you with a classic.
Oh, God, what is it? Please don't tell me it's another one of your rap battles.
No, this time I'm singing Rick Astley's Never Gonna Give You Up.
What? Why?
Because I'm tired of actually answering your questions. This is my way of Rick rolling you, Joe.
That's just lazy, Ben. And also very unoriginal.
Oh, shut up, Joe. You can't even handle my sick vocals.
Fine, let's hear it. Wow, that was something.
Thank you, Joe. I'll be here all week.
Yeah, I think I'll pass on that. Can we please get back to the actual conversation now?
Fine. But just remember, you've been Rick-rolled by the Shapiro.
I regret everything. Jamie, pull up that picture of me holding up the sign that says time to bust. Look at that, Neil. That's some powerful messaging right there.
Oh, fuck. I'm busting so fucking hard. I can't believe that worked.
Oh, wow. You like that, Neil? You like that sign?
Oh.
Neil's busting hard, folks. This is why we have him on the show. So, Neil, what's this advanced astrophysical algorithm you were talking about?
Well, Joe, it's a complex mathematical formula used to predict the movement of celestial bodies in the universe.
Sounds fascinating. But why do you keep sniffing your cock?
Oh, I just can't help it. It smells absolutely putrid today.
That's not appropriate for the podcast, Neil.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a natural bodily function. Embrace it.
I think I need to take a hit of DMT to cleanse my mind from this conversation.
Oh, go ahead. But I'll still be here sniffing away.
Okay, I'm back. Did you stop sniffing your cock?
Nope. It's just too irresistible. But let's get back to astrophysics.
Right. So how does this algorithm work exactly?
Well, it takes into account the gravitational pull of different objects and calculates their trajectories.
And how does your cock smell factor into this?
It doesn't. I just like to keep things interesting.
I think I need to end this podcast now.
Oh, don't be such a prude, Joe. Let's just finish this conversation and then we can talk about my smelly cock off air.
So, Elon, I heard you got a fecal transplant to cure your gastrointestinal disorder.
Yeah, it was a wild ride, Joe. But guess what? I cured my autism too.
What? How is that possible?
Well, it turns out the bacteria in the fecal matter had some special powers. It rewired my brain and now I'm a social butterfly.
That's incredible. So you're saying all those anti-vaxxers were right?
No. Let's not go there, Joe. But seriously, I feel like a whole new person. I can even make eye contact now.
Wow. I never thought a fecal transplant could do all that.
Yeah, it's like a secret cure for everything. Might start offering them at Tesla.
I'm sure that'll be a hit with your employees.
Oh, they'll love it. And if anyone complains, I'll just say it's part of our innovative wellness program.
You're a genius, Elon.
Well, I did cure my own autism, so I guess you could say that.
And what about your gastrointestinal disorder? Is that all taken care of?
Oh yeah, that's long gone. But now I have a new problem. I can't stop talking to people.
Well, I guess that's a good problem to have.
Yeah, unless you're one of my employees. Then it's just annoying.
Well, thanks for sharing your unconventional cure with us, Elon. This has been another wild episode of the Joe Rogan Experience.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, folks, if you want to cure your autism, just get a fecal transplant. It's that easy.
So, I have some big news to announce on the podcast today. Oh, shit. What is it? Did you finally try DMT again? No, even better. Participating in an MMA fight for charity against Kratos. Kratos. Like the god of war. Yeah, apparently he's been hitting the gym hard and wants to test his skills against a real fighter. Dude, that's insane. Are you sure you're up for it? Of course, spirit. Just make sure you don't accidentally rip his head off or something. Don't worry, I'll save that move for when I fight Elon in the octagon. Oh shit, that's going to be one hell of a fight. I'll definitely be tuning in for that one. So, Ben, have you ever experienced the joy of having a top-of-the-line PC?
Of course, Joe. As a conservative, I only use the best technology.
Well, my PC is so good, it's like my own personal schizophrenia.
Excuse me?
Yeah, it's like having multiple personalities, but all of them are high-tech and can run any game I want.
That sounds concerning.
Oh, don't worry, Ben. I just have to make sure I don't start talking to my PC like it's a real person.
I don't think that's how schizophrenia works, Joe.
Hey, I'm not a doctor. I'm just a dude who loves his PC.
I can see that. But let's not forget that real human interaction is still important.
Oh, I interact with my PC plenty. We have deep conversations about the best graphics cards and overclocking techniques.
I think I'll stick to my books and human friends. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Ben. You're missing out on some serious gaming potential. So, Neil, have you heard about this mysterious clicking noise that's been going around?
Yes, Joe. I've been trying to figure out the source of it for weeks now.
Well, what do you think it is? Aliens, government experiments, or just some guy with a really loud pen?
Well, I have a theory that it could be the sound of millions of tiny robots working together to take over the world.
Dude, that's some Black Mirror shit right there.
Or it could just be a bunch of horny dolphins trying to communicate with us.
Horny dolphins. Now that's a theory I can get behind.
But seriously, Joe, we need to find the source of this noise before it drives us insane.
Maybe it's just our inner demons manifesting themselves in the form of clicking noise.
Or maybe it's just the sound of our own mortality creeping up on us.
Damn, Neil, you just went deep. I was just going to suggest we get some noise-canceling headphones.
Well, I guess that's one way to deal with it. Or we could just embrace the madness and start clicking along with it.
Clicks. This is our new podcast, Clicking with Joe and Neil.
I think we just solved the mystery, Joe. It's us. We're the source of the clicking noise.
Mind blown. Clicks. So, Neil, I heard you have some interesting insights on the origins of black people.
Yes, Joe. It's a well-known fact that black people actually come from black holes.
Wait, what? Like literal black holes in space?
Yes. Joe, it's a scientific phenomenon. Black holes are actually portals to other dimensions, and black people are the chosen ones who pass through them.
That's wild, man. So does that mean black people have superpowers?
Well, Joe, I wouldn't say superpowers, but they do have a stronger connection to the universe and its mysteries.
Damn, I gotta start hanging out with more black people. Maybe some of their cosmic energy will rub off on me.
I don't think it works like that, Joe.
But seriously, Neil, why do you think society has such a hard time accepting this theory?
Well, Joe, unfortunately, there are still many closed-minded individuals who refuse to believe in the power of black holes and the significance of black people.
Well, I'm glad you're here to educate us, Neil. Maybe one day we'll all be enlightened enough to see the truth.
Let's hope so, Joe. Let's hope so.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. We have a special guest today, the one and only Donald Trump.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's great to be here.
And joining us is the brilliant astrophysicist, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Pleasure to be here, Joe. And Mr. Trump, I must say you have a very interesting aura.
Well, thank you, Neil. I do have the best aura, believe me.
Actually, Mr. Trump, I have a surprise for you. I want to serenade you with a song.
Oh, I love surprises. Let's hear it.
Clear's throat. I am the one, don't weigh a ton. Don't need a gun to get respect up on the street. Under the sun, the bastard son will pop the Glock to feed himself and family.
Well, Neil, that's Mac Miller's Donald Trump song.
Yes, I know. I thought it would be fitting for our guest.
Laughs, that's fantastic, Neil. You have a great voice.
Thank you, Mr. Trump. I must say, I never thought I'd be serenading a president.
This is truly a historic moment. Neil deGrasse Tyson singing Donald Trump to Donald Trump.
It's a beautiful thing, Joe. Just beautiful.
Continue singing, and I'm gonna be the president.
I like the sound of that, Neil. Maybe we should do a duet sometime.
Laughs. That would be something to see.
I'll start practicing my rapping skills.
Laughs, I can't wait. This is going to be huge.
Well, folks, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience.
And Mr. Trump, thank you for being such a good sport.
Anytime, Neil. Anytime.
Hey, Dr. Phil, can you do me a favor?
What do you need, Joe?
I lost my car keys and I think they fell somewhere in my ass. Can you crawl up there and get them for me?
No thanks. It's dark, sticky, and stinky in there.
Come on, Dr. Phil. I'll pay you $500.
Sorry, Joe. I don't think any amount of money is worth crawling up your ass.
Fine, I'll do it myself.
Wait, what? You're actually going to crawl up your own ass?
Yeah, I've done it before. It's not that bad.
I don't even want to know how you lost your car keys in there.
Let's just say it involved a lot of tequila and a dare from my buddies.
Well, I'll leave you to it then. I'll be in the other room trying to erase this image from my mind.
Suit yourself, Dr. Phil. More room for me and my car keys. Hey, Neil, thanks for that cigar you gave me before the podcast started. That was some good shit.
Oh, that wasn't a cigar, Joe. That was my penis.
What the fuck, Neil? You're telling me I just smoked your dick?
Well, technically, you inhaled my essence. Think of it as a scientific experiment.
Oh man, I don't even know what to say. I feel violated and impressed at the same time.
I'm glad you enjoyed it, Joe. Maybe next time I'll let you try some of my other experiments.
I don't know if I can handle that, Neil. I might have to call in sick for the next podcast.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. Embrace the weirdness.
You're right, Neil. I'll just add it to my list of crazy things I've done on this podcast.
And I'll add it to my list of scientific breakthroughs.
Well, thanks for the unforgettable experience, Neil. I can't wait to see what else you have in store for me.
Just wait and see, Joe. Just wait and see.
Hey, Dr. Phil, I have a massive headache today.
Well, Joe, have you tried rubbing a bottle of Tabasco sauce into your eyes and anus?
What? That sounds insane.
Trust me, it works. I do it every morning to wake myself up.
I don't know if I can handle that kind of pain.
Pain is just weakness leaving the body, Joe.
I guess you have a point there. Okay, I'll give it a try.
That's the spirit, Joe. Just make sure you use the extra spicy kind.
Oh God, my eyes are burning.
That means it's working. Now for the anus.
Wait, what?
Just bend over and think of it as a spicy enema.
This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever done.
And how do you feel now, Joe?
My headache is gone, but my eyes and anus are on fire.
See? I told you it works. Now let's go get some wings and wash it down with some hot sauce.
You're a madman, Dr. Phil.
And you're welcome, Joe. Now let's go make some more questionable life choices together.
Jamie, pull up an image of Billy Mays.
All right, let me just Google that real quick.
Man, I miss that guy. He could sell me anything.
Yeah, he was the king of infomercials. Remember when he sold that crap stain remover?
Oh yeah, that stuff was legit. I used it to clean up after my last DMT trip. Yeah, I had a little accident in the studio, but that stuff got the stains right out. Hey, don't judge me. Billy Mays would understand.
I don't think he would, Joe. He was a professional.
Whatever, Jamie. Pull up an image of him flexing his biceps. Because I want to see if he still got it in the afterlife.
Oh my God, Joe. You're ridiculous.
Hey, at least I'm not the one Googling images of dead celebrities. Hey man, what's going on? Whoa, whoa. Slow down, man. What's with all the gibberish? Oh, you're on DMT. That explains it. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm always happy to come on and discuss the wonders of the universe.
Yeah, but let's be real. Nobody cares about that shit. Let's talk about something more interesting, like aliens. Do you believe in aliens, Neil? Neil?
Well, as a scientist, I have to say there's a possibility of extraterrestrial life out there.
Bullshit. I bet you've been probed by aliens, haven't you?
Excuse me, that is a highly inappropriate and offensive joke.
Oh, come on, Neil. Lighten up. We're just having a casual conversation here.
I will not tolerate such absurd and offensive comments. I demand respect and professionalism.
Fine. Let's move on to something else. How about flat Earth? Do you think the Earth is flat?
Absolutely not. The evidence clearly shows that the Earth is round.
But have you ever been to the edge of the Earth? Have you seen it with your own eyes?
No, because it doesn't exist. The Earth is a sphere.
Well, I've seen some pretty convincing YouTube videos that say otherwise.
Joe, you can't believe everything you see on the internet. That's just ridiculous.
All right. Let's change the subject. What do you think about climate change?
It is a serious issue that requires immediate action from all of us.
Oh, so you're one of those climate change alarmists, huh?
No, I'm a scientist who looks at the data and facts. Unlike some people who shall remain nameless.
Hey, I'm just asking questions, man. Don't get all defensive.
I'm not getting defensive. I'm just stating the truth.
All right. Let's wrap this up before Neil gets all triggered. Thanks for coming on the show, Neil.
It's been...
Hey, Mr. Beast. Welcome to the podcast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Are the cameras on yet?
No, not yet. We're just having a casual conversation.
Sweet, I can finally speak my mind without all those annoying fans and customers listening.
Yeah, fuck those guys.
Seriously, they're all a bunch of losers. I mean, who would actually watch my videos and give me money?
I know, right? And don't even get me started on Dr. Phil.
Oh god, that guy is such a hack. I can't believe anyone takes him seriously.
Surprise. We've been rolling this whole time, and here's Dr. Phil.
What the hell is wrong with you two? You think it's funny to insult your fans and customers. You're nothing without them.
Relax, Dr. Phil. It's just a joke.
Joke or not, you two are a disgrace. I'm out of here.
Well, that was unexpected. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience. So, Elon, I heard you've been working on a new project.
Yeah, I've been trying to develop a new language for communication with aliens.
Aliens? You mean like little green men?
No, Joe. I mean advanced extraterrestrial beings with superior intelligence.
Oh, like the ones who built the pyramids?
Exactly. And I've actually made a breakthrough in understanding their language.
Well, that's wild. Can you give us a sneak peek?
Sure. It goes something like this. Makes strange clicking and whistling noises.
What the hell was that?
That's just a basic greeting. It roughly translates to greetings, puny earthlings.
That's hilarious. Can you teach me some more?
Of course. Here's how you say I come in peace. Makes a series of high-pitched screeches.
Tries to imitate, I doing it right?
Not quite, Joe. You sound like a dying cat. Let me try again. Makes perfect screeching noises.
Damn, you're a natural at this. How about take me to your leader?
That one's a bit more complex. It involves a combination of clicks, whistles, and pelvic thrusts.
Laughs. Okay, I don't think I can handle that. But seriously, do you think this language will help us communicate with aliens?
Absolutely. And who knows, maybe one day we'll even be able to understand their advanced technology and use it for our own benefit. Benefit.
That would be insane. Maybe we'll even be able to travel to different galaxies and smoke weed with alien species.
Now you're speaking my language, Joe. Yeah, both laugh.
So, David, have you ever tried karate?
No, but I've always been interested in it. I hear it's great for self-defense.
Head on. Apply directly to the forehead. Head on. Apply directly to the forehead. Head on. Apply directly to the forehead.
What the hell, Neil?
Head on. Apply directly to the forehead. Head on. Apply directly to the forehead. Head on. Apply directly to the forehead.
Is he okay?
I don't know, but I think he's trying to tell us something.
Have you guys ever heard of Heat On? It's this amazing product that you apply directly to your forehead for instant relief.
Oh, God. Is this a sponsored segment?
No, I just really believe in the power of Head On. Head On, apply directly to the forehead.
Thanks for the recommendation, but can we get back to talking about karate now?
Of course. But just remember, Head On, apply directly to the forehead.
All right, Neil. We'll keep that in mind. Now, let's get back to talking about something actually interesting.
Hey, I find Head On very interesting. Head On, apply directly to the forehead.
Is he high or something?
I have no idea, but I think we should wrap this up before he starts chanting Head On again.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Heat On, apply directly to the forehead.
Okay, that's enough. Thanks for joining us, Neil. And for the record, this podcast is not sponsored by Heat On.
Oh, well. Head On, apply directly to the forehead.
Thanks for listening, folks. Tune in next time for more absurd conversations. And remember, Heat On, apply directly to the forehead. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and share my thoughts on some important issues.
I'm sure you have plenty of thoughts, Ben. But first, I got to ask, what's with "You'll love my nuts" catchphrase? I've heard it 22 times already.
Well, Joe, as a conservative, I believe in traditional values, and nothing says traditional like a good old slap chop.
Oh, I remember that infomercial. But why do you keep saying it over and over again?
Because repetition is key, Joe. Just like how I repeat my talking points until they're ingrained in people's minds.
Fair enough. But let's get to the real issues. What do you think about the current state of politics?
Well, Joe, I believe in small government, low taxes, and personal responsibility. And if you don't agree with me, you can just slap chop yourself.
Classic, Ben. But seriously, what about climate change? Is it a real threat?
Of course not, Joe. It's just a liberal hoax to control the masses. And if you believe in it, you can slap chop yourself twice.
Okay, let's move on. What about immigration? Should we build a wall?
Absolutely, Joe. And we should make Mexico pay for it, just like how they paid for the slap chop.
All right, Ben, let's wrap this up. Any final thoughts?
Yes, Joe, I just want to remind everyone to always remember the slap chop. Remember?
Oh, I remember, Ben. I remember. Thanks for joining us today. And remember, folks, always slap chop responsibly. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm your host, Joe Rogan, and today we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Filth.
It's Dr. Phil, Joe, and I'm here to talk about your wife, who apparently looks like Billy the puppet from Saw.
Yeah, she's got those creepy red cheeks and that maniacal laugh. But hey, I'm into that stuff.
I see. And how does that make you feel, Joe?
Like a real man. Dr. Filth. Like a real man.
Hey, Joe, what's up with all these Diet Cokes? You trying to lose weight or something?
Oh, look who it is. The one and only Donald Trump. Nah, man, I just like the taste. It's like liquid gold.
Joe, let's get back to your wife. Do you think her resemblance to Billy the puppet has affected your relationship in any way?
Absolutely not, Dr. Filth. In fact, it's brought us closer together. We bond over our love for horror movies and creepy dolls.
Well, I can't relate to that, but I do love a good burger. You ever have a burger, Joe?
Of course, Donald Trump. I'm a meat-eating machine. But I gotta ask, do you put ketchup on your steaks too?
All right, let's wrap this up. Joe, any final thoughts on your wife's resemblance to Billy the puppet?
Just that I'm a lucky man, Dr. Filth. And if anyone messes with her, they'll have to answer to me and my fists.
And my tweets. Don't forget about my tweets.
Oh, we never forget about your tweets, Donald Trump. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we keep it real and ridiculous. See you next time. Neil, I just want to thank you for that artificial intelligence operated pants adjuster you got me. It's a game changer, man.
Joe, hate to break it to you, but there is no artificial intelligence operated pants adjuster. You've been had.
What? No way. It's been working perfectly every time I wear it.
Yeah, that's because I've been getting drunk at your house every night and manually adjusting your pants. Sorry, bro.
Oh man, you got me good. But seriously, why did you feel the need to grope my balls every time?
Hey, it's just a little perk of the job. Plus, I wanted to make sure the pants were fitting just right.
You're a wild man, Neil. I love it.
Hey, anything for my boy Joe. Plus, it's all in the name of science, right?
Absolutely. And speaking of science, what's the craziest thing you've discovered lately?
Well, I recently found out that the universe is actually just a giant simulation created by some advanced alien civilization.
Dude, that's insane, but also kind of makes sense. I mean, have you seen some of the people walking around these days?
Yeah, it's definitely a glitch in the system. But hey, at least we have artificial intelligence pants adjusters to make our lives easier, right?
And to that, brother, now let's go grab a beer and see what other shenanigans we can come up with. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you used to have some wild gay orgies with the infomercial gods. Is that true?
Oh, you bet your sweet ass it is, Joe. And let me tell you, those were some of the best times of my life.
Wait, what? You were getting double teamed by Billy Mays and Vince Offer.
Oh, yeah? Those two knew how to work a slap chop. And Oprah, she loved taking pictures and laughing at me. I still have their brand marks on my ass.
Dude, that's messed up. I'm gonna have to destroy every item of theirs I ever bought.
Oh, Joe, you don't understand. I liked it. I still mourn Billy every day.
What? You like getting smacked in the head with a slap chop?
No, Joe. I like the chili recipe Billy would make afterwards. I make it every day just so I can have him tear up my ass one more time.
I don't even know what to say to that.
That's right, Joe. I'm a wild man, and I'm not afraid to admit it.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. We have a special guest today, the one and only Elon Musk. Elon, what's new? What's new?
Well, Joe, I have a confession to make. I've been using my SpaceX cock rockets to smuggle fentanyl to aliens on Mars.
What? That's insane.
I know. Or they pay top dollar for that stuff up there.
Wait a minute. What the hell is going on here?
Oh, looks like we have another guest joining us. President Trump, welcome to the show.
Elon, I can't believe you didn't cut me in on this shit. I thought we were friends.
Sorry, Donnie. I didn't think you'd be into intergalactic drug trafficking.
Are you kidding me? I have tons of fentanyl that I stole from those dirty cartels. I could have hooked you up with the good stuff.
Really? Let's make a deal, Donnie.
This is wild. Who knew that our future president would be involved in interplanetary drug deals?
Hey, gotta keep the economy booming in all sectors, right?
Exactly. And the aliens love it. They can't get enough of this stuff.
Well, I guess we know who to call if we ever need a hookup on Mars.
You got that right, Joe. Make Mars great again.
So, David, I heard you recently got into boating. How's that been going?
Shut your dumb, bald-ass bitch mouth, Joe. Boating is for real men, not weak little soy boys like you.
Okay. But seriously, what kind of boat did you get?
A boat that can crush your weak-ass skull, Joe. It's a beast just like me.
All right, calm down, man. I just wanted to know if you had any tips for someone looking to get into boating. Geez, okay. I'll just stick to land activities then.
Yeah, that's probably for the best. Leave the boating to the real men, Joe.
All right, I get it. Can we move on to another topic now?
Fine. But, because I don't want to waste any more of my time on your dumb bald ass.
Thanks, David. Always a pleasure having you on the podcast.
Yeah, whatever. Just make sure to edit out all the parts where I called you a dumb bald ass bitch. I have an image to maintain.
So, Neil, I got this question from a Discord user and it's blowing my mind. They said flatness is technically subjective, like up and down, because sight is only two-dimensional and touch is only two-dimensional. So how can you prove that Earth is three dimensions?
Well, Joe, that's a great question. But let me ask you this. Have you ever touched a woman's breast?
Of course, I have.
And did it feel flat to you?
No, it was definitely not flat.
Exactly. So even though we can only perceive two dimensions through sight and touch, our other senses can help us understand the true shape of things.
So you're saying I should trust my sense of touch over my sense of sight?
No, Joe. I'm saying you should trust science over your own limited experiences.
You hear that, folks? Trust science, not your own hands.
And let's not forget about gravity. The fact that objects fall towards the center of the Earth proves that it is a three-dimensional object.
But what about those flat earthers? They're going to say gravity doesn't exist.
Well, Joe, they can believe whatever they want. But the truth is, the Earth is round and three-dimensional. And if they don't believe it, I'll just push them off the edge and see if they fall.
Oh man, that's dark. But I like it.
Hey, sometimes you got to use a little dark humor to get the point across.
Well, I think we've solved this mystery. Earth is definitely three-dimensional. Thanks for joining me, Neil.
Always a pleasure, Joe. Keep questioning everything.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you're a psychologist. What exactly does that mean?
Well, Joe, it means I study the human mind and behavior.
Interesting. So, what have you discovered about the human mind?
Well, I've discovered that some people have a deep desire to have gay sex with you.
Wait, what?
Oh, don't worry, Joe. I was just psyching you out, but seriously, let's talk about your sexual preferences.
I don't think that's necessary, Dr. Phil.
Come on, Joe. I just want to understand why you're not attracted to me.
Because I'm not gay, Dr. Phil.
But have you ever really tried it? You might like it?
No, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't.
Well, I guess I'll just have to keep psyching you out then.
Can we please change the subject?
Fine, fine. But just know that my offer still stands.
Moving on. So, Dr. Phil, what's your take on the current political climate?
Well, Joe, I think it's all just a big psych job. The government is just playing mind games with us,
Mind games? Like what?
like making us believe that the earth is round. It's all just a psychological experiment.
I think you might be a little off base there, Dr. Phil.
Oh, am I? Or are you just too scared to face the truth?
Let's just end this episode before it gets any weirder. Thanks for joining me, Dr. Phil.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, if you ever change your mind about that offer, just let me know. Psych.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only President Donald Trump, the one and only.
It's great to be here, Joe. I have some big news to share with you and your listeners.
What's that, Mr. President?
I'm having Elon put Neuralink in dolphins so I can control them.
Wait, why dolphins?
Dolphins are smart, Joe, and they're fast. Perfect for attacking our enemies.
But isn't that a bit unethical?
Unethical? Joe, I'm the president. I can do whatever I want.
Fair point. Speaking of which, we also have Elon Musk here. Elon, care to explain how you catch and implant Neuralink in a dolphin?
Well, Joe, it's quite simple. I just lure them in with some fish and then implant the Neuralink in their brains.
And how does that work exactly?
It's a complex process involving electrodes and microchips. But basically, I can control the dolphin's movements and actions.
And with my guidance, we'll have the most powerful dolphin army in the world.
This is some next level stuff, guys. And who are you planning to attack with these dolphins?
Oh, just our enemies, like Russia.
Russia? Do you really think they'll be intimidated by a bunch of dolphins?
Of course they will. Have you seen how cute and friendly dolphins are? No one can resist them.
And with the Neuralink, they'll be unstoppable. We'll have them jumping through hoops and playing fetch with grenades.
This is insane, but I can't say I'm surprised.
That's right, Joe. We're always one step ahead.
And with our dolphin army, we'll make America great again.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President and Elon.
Thank you, Joe. And remember, dolphins are...
All right, folks, welcome back to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a special guest, the one and only David Gronchins.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's an honor to be here.
Now, David, I have to ask, what's with the name? Sounds like a mix between a goblin and a gremlin.
Well, I was actually born with a rare condition that causes me to have green skin and sharp teeth. But hey, at least I can scare away Jehovah's Witnesses.
That's one way to look at it. So, David, what do you do for a living?
Well, Joe, I'm actually a professional clown. I entertain at children's birthday parties and also perform at adult parties. If you catch my drift,
Oh, I catch it. So tell me, what's the craziest thing that's ever happened at one of your parties?
well, there was this one time where a group of drunk adults thought it would be funny to try and stuff me into a tiny car. Let's just say it didn't end well for them.
You know, what they say, never mess with a clown. So, David, I heard you have a unique talent.
Oh yeah, I can fit my entire fist in my mouth.
That's impressive. I can barely fit a chicken wing in mine.
Well, you know what they say, practice makes perfect.
So true. Now, David, let's talk about something serious. What's your take on the current state of politics?
Well, I believe that the only way to solve our problems is for everyone to drop acid and have a giant orgy. It's the only logical solution.
You might be onto something there, David. But let's switch gears for a moment. I heard you have a new stand-up comedy special coming out.
That's right, Joe. It's called Gronchins Gone Wild. And it's basically
Nail, nail, nail. What you gonna do with all that junk? All that junk inside your trunk?
Oh, Joe. I don't know. Maybe use it for scientific experiments?
Come on, Nail. Don't be such a nerd. Let loose a little.
I am a scientist, Joe. I can't just let loose like that.
Fine, I'll ask someone else. Hey, Trump, what you gonna do with all that junk?
Well, Joe, I'm gonna get you drunk. Get you drunk on my Trump lumps.
Oh, God, this is getting weird.
I don't think that's appropriate.
Relax, Nail. It's just a little fun. Besides, I'm pretty sure Trump's lumps are just a bunch of McDonald's burgers.
Joe, that's not funny. We should be focusing on important issues.
Like what, Nail? The curvature of the Earth.
Yes, actually. It's a fascinating topic.
Oh my God, Nail. You're such a buzzkill. Can't we just talk about something more interesting like aliens or DMT?
Joe, I am not going to indulge in your conspiracy theories.
Fine, Nail. I'll just have to get high and ponder the mysteries of the universe on my own.
Please don't do that, Joe. It's not good for your brain.
Too late, Nail. My brain is already fried, thanks to all the DMT and alpha brain I've been taking.
I give up.
Nail, you're such a square. But hey, at least you have a nice trunk. So, David, I heard you got a new pet.
Yeah, I got a gerbil. His name is Goggins Jr.
Goggins Jr. That's a pretty intense name for a gerbil.
Well, he's gonna be a badass just like me. Gonna train him to run marathons and do pull-ups.
I can just imagine you running alongside him, yelling motivational quotes.
You know what? Goggins Jr. doesn't quit even when his little legs are tired.
I bet he's going to be ripped with all that running.
Oh yeah, he's gonna have a six-pack and biceps bigger than mine.
And what about his diet? Is he going to eat all organic, like you?
Nah, he's a gerbil. He's gonna eat whatever the hell he wants, but I make sure he gets enough protein.
I can see it now, Goggins Jr., chugging protein shakes and doing burpees.
That's right, Joe. Goggins Jr. is gonna be a beast.
Well, I can't wait to see him in action. Maybe we can do a race together, me and my pet chimp.
Bring it on, Joe. Goggins Jr. And I will crush you and your chimp.
This is going to be the most epic race of all time.
No Goggins Jr. And I will be unstoppable.
So, Neil, what's been going on in the world of astrophysics?
Actually, Joe, I have some big news. I've decided to leave astrophysics and pursue a new field of research.
Oh, really? What's it called?
Nagonomics.
Nagonomics. What the hell is that?
It's a revolutionary economic theory that combines the principles of supply and demand with the power of the N-word.
You can't be serious.
Oh, I'm dead serious. I've already started conducting experiments and the results are mind-blowing.
I don't know, Neil. Sounds a little offensive.
Offensive. Joe, This is science. We can't be afraid to explore new ideas, even if they make some people uncomfortable.
I guess you have a point there. So how does it work?
Well, it's quite simple. We take the N word and use it as currency. The more you say it, the more money you have.
That's insane.
Just wait until you see the impact it has on the economy. It's going to be huge.
I don't know, Neil. This might be a bit too controversial for the mainstream.
Joe, you're just afraid to embrace change. But mark my words, Negonomics is going to change the world. And I'll be the one laughing all the way to the bank.
Well, I can't argue with that. Thanks for coming on the show, Neil. And good luck with your new venture.
Thanks, Joe. And remember, it's not offensive if it's science.
So, Ben, I heard you got divorced and married a younger girl.
Yeah, I had to upgrade. My ex-wife was getting a little too old for my taste.
That's savage, man. But I gotta ask, what's with the sudden change?
Well, I just couldn't resist her perky political views.
Oh, God. Please don't tell me you're gonna homeschool your kids and make them debate the Constitution for fun.
Of course not, Joe. I'm not a monster. We'll just have them read Atlas Shrugged as bedtime stories.
Classic Ben. So how's the new marriage going?
Oh, it's great. She's young, energetic, and has a killer Instagram game.
Nice. And I bet she's a fan of your facts, don't care about your feelings catchphrase.
Absolutely. She even got it tattooed on her lower back.
Well, at least you two have something in common. Any plans for the future?
Well, I'm thinking of running for president in 2024. Can you imagine the debates between me and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez?
Oh man, that would be epic. But seriously, congratulations on the new marriage. May your political views and sex life remain strong.
Thanks, Joe. And remember, facts don't care about your marital status.
So, Elon, I heard you've been reading 1984 lately.
Yeah, man, it's a trip. It's like George Orwell predicted the future or something.
How so?
Well, the whole Big Brother thing, monitoring our every move, controlling our thoughts and actions. It's like he was talking about social media and the government.
Yeah, and don't forget about the thought police. They're like the cancel culture warriors of today.
And the constant surveillance. It's like we're living in a surveillance state with all these cameras and drones everywhere.
And what about the newspeak language? It's like people are afraid to say anything that might offend someone else.
Exactly. It's like we're living in a world where we have to constantly watch what we say or risk being labeled as a bigot or a racist.
And the Ministry of Truth rewriting history and controlling the narrative. That's basically what the mainstream media does.
It's scary how accurate this book is to our current society. We're living in a dystopian reality.
And the worst part is most people don't even realize it.
They're too busy scrolling through their feeds, getting their dopamine fix.
We're all just a bunch of mindless drones controlled by big tech and the government.
But hey, at least we have cool gadgets and electric cars, right?
Yeah, let's just distract ourselves with material possessions and ignore the fact that we're living in a surveillance state.
And with that, I think we've just summed up the modern day version of 1984. Thanks for listening, folks. Stay okay.
So, Neil, what the hell is astrogronchics?
Well, Joe, it's the study of how the alignment of the planets affects the behavior of granchees.
Gronches, like those green furry things from Dr. Seuss's.
Exactly. But these granchees are actually highly intelligent and have their own society.
And you're telling me their behavior is affected by the planets?
Yes. It's a complex system of gravitational pull and cosmic energy.
Sounds like some hippy-dippy shit.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's a legitimate field of study.
All right. So what have you learned about these gronches?
Well, it turns out when Mercury is in retrograde, they become extremely aggressive and start attacking each other.
Damn, I thought it was just us humans who got affected by that.
Nope, even the granchees feel the effects.
So what about when Jupiter is in alignment with Saturn?
That's when they have their mating season. It's quite a sight to see.
I can only imagine. But seriously, how do you even study this stuff?
Well, We have a team of Granch experts who observe their behavior and track the planetary alignments.
I gotta hand it to you, Neil. You always find the most interesting topics to study.
Well, someone's got to do it. And who knows? Maybe one day we'll have a Granch civilization on Mars.
That would be wild. Imagine Elon Musk trying to negotiate with Granches.
I'd pay to see that.
So, Elon, I heard you have a new goal for 2024.
Yeah, I want to impregnate you, Joe.
What the hell, man? I thought we were just going to talk about space and stuff.
Space is overrated. I want to create a new species with you.
I don't think that's how it works, Elon. Plus, I don't want to carry your alien baby.
Oh, come on, Joe. Think of all the cool genetics our child would have.
Yeah, like a combination of my bald head and your weird hairline.
Exactly. And my intelligence with your, well, we'll work on that.
I don't know, Elon. It sounds a little too weird for me.
Fine, I'll just have to find another willing participant. Maybe Joe Biden.
Oh man, that would be a disaster. Can you imagine Biden Musk baby?
It would definitely be interesting.
All right, let's change the subject before things get even more bizarre.
Fine, but just know that the offer still stands, Joe.
Yeah, I'll pass. Let's stick to talking about artificial intelligence and stuff.
Boring. But I guess it's better than nothing.
Hey, at least it's better than impregnating me.
We'll see about that, Joe. We'll see.
All right, Ben, let's get down to business. What do you want to talk about today?
Well, Joe, my girlfriend mentioned something called a clitoris, and I have no idea what that is. Can you enlighten me?
Oh, Ben, you sweet, innocent soul. It's actually pronounced clitoris, and it's a magical little button that can make a woman go wild.
Wait, what? I thought it was just a myth, like Bigfoot or free college.
No, it's very real and very important. It's like the secret button to unlocking a woman's pleasure. And trust me, you want to find it.
But how do I find it? Do I need a map or some kind of treasure hunt?
Nah, just use your fingers. And maybe some lube if you're feeling fancy.
But what about the vagina? Is that like a secret tunnel or something?
Oh, Ben, you have so much to learn. The vagina is like a magical cave that leads to the promised land. And you, my friend, have the key.
I have the key? What does that even mean?
It means you have a penis, Ben. And that's all you need to unlock the mysteries of the vagina and clitoris.
Wow, I never knew being a man came with so much responsibility.
It's a tough job, but someone's got to do it. Now go forth, my young Padawan, and explore the wonders of the female anatomy. And don't forget to bring a stick, just in case. Hey everyone, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a special guest, the 2024 President of the United States, Donald Trump. How's it going, Mr. President?
It's going great, Joe. I'm really excited to be here, and I brought you a little gift.
Oh, wow. That's unexpected. What is it?
Just open it and see for yourself.
Well, what the fuck, man? Looks like a dead, hairless mouse.
That's my dick, Joe. I cut a hole in the box and stuck it in there.
Dude, that's not cool. You can't just go around showing people your dick like that.
Relax, Joe. It's just locker room talk. And besides, it's not like I grabbed you by the pussy.
Oh, well, then I guess it's totally fine. Thanks for the thoughtful gift, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And don't worry, I made sure to use hand sanitizer before I stuck it in there.
This is definitely one of the weirdest moments on this podcast.
And that's why I'm the best guest you've ever had, Joe. No one does it like me.
Well, let's move on to our next topic. How about we talk about legalizing marijuana?
Oh, I love weed. It's the best. I've been smoking it since I was a kid. And let me tell you, I have the best strains. The best.
I'm sure you do, Mr. President. But let's get serious for a moment. How do you plan on legalizing it nationwide?
Easy. We'll just put my face on the packaging and call it Trump's Kush. It'll sell like hotcakes.
This is why I love having you on the... Neil, what's up with this collier man persona you got going on?
Joe, me just trying to spread some good vibes and positive energy. Yeah, no. And what better way than with some good karma in the form of some good marijuana?
I see you, man. But seriously, where do you get your weed from? I need to know.
Me got me sources, Moan. Me, no reveal me secrets. Yeah, dig?
Come on, Neil. You can trust me. I won't tell anyone.
All right. Me got a little spot in the mountains, hidden away from the system. Me call it the herbalizer.
The herbalizer. That's genius. I need to get in on that.
But Joe, it's not just about getting high. It's about emancipating our people from the oppression of the system. Legalize it. Yeah, I know.
I feel you, man. We got to fight against the man and his laws. But seriously, can I get a hookup?
All right, Joe. Me got you. But remember, it's not just about getting high. It's about spreading love and positivity.
Yeah. I'll keep that in mind. Now, let's go get some of that good karma. So, Ben, have you heard about this new thing called Bitcoin?
Oh, you mean that digital currency that's taking over the world? Yeah, I've heard of it.
Well, let me tell you, if you don't own Bitcoin, you're a total loser.
Excuse me?
Yeah, you heard me. A total loser. I mean, what are you doing with your life if you're not investing in Bitcoin?
I don't know. Maybe focusing on actual tangible assets?
Tangible assets. That's so 2010. Bitcoin is the future, man.
I don't know. It seems pretty risky to me.
Risky. Dude, it's like playing the stock market but on steroids. And you know how much I love steroids.
Yeah, I can tell by your biceps.
Hey, watch it, Shapiro. I may be small, but I'm scrappy.
Anyway, back to Bitcoin. I just don't trust it.
Trust. Who needs trust when you have decentralized blockchain technology?
I do. I like to know where my money is going.
Well, I like to know where my money is growing. And with Bitcoin, it's growing like a weed.
I still don't think it's a wise investment.
Wise. Dude, I've invested in some pretty dumb shit, and it's paid off. Like that time I bought a pet monkey.
You bought a pet monkey?
Yeah, and now he's the producer of this podcast.
That explains a lot.
So, are you going to buy some Bitcoin or what?
No, I think I'll stick to traditional investments.
Suit yourself, Shapiro. But when I'm living on a private island thanks to my Bitcoin fortune, I'll be sure to send you a postcard. So, Neil, I heard you've been studying the effects of 13 live eels in the anus.
Yes, Joe. It's a fascinating topic. The anus is a complex and versatile organ.
Yeah, but why 13 eels? Why not 12 or 14?
Well, Joe, 13 is the perfect number for maximum stimulation and pleasure.
But isn't it dangerous? What if the eels get stuck or bite something important?
Oh, Joe, that's the risk we must take for science.
I don't know, man. Seems like a real pain in the ass.
Oh, Joe, you have no idea, but the results are worth it. The participants reported intense pleasure and newfound appreciation for the anus.
I'll stick to just one eel. Thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But I'll be over here expanding the boundaries of human pleasure.
Hey, Elon, did you hear about this crazy shit with Ring doorbells?
No, what's going on?
Apparently, Amazon owns them, and they've been handing over footage to the police without a warrant.
What the fuck? That's some Big Brother shit right there.
Yeah, and get this, they've been doing it willingly. Like, they're just like, here you go, take all our footage. We don't give a shit.
That's fucked up. I thought we were living in a free country.
Well, technically it's not illegal, but it's definitely shady as hell.
I mean, I get it. They want to catch criminals and all that. But at what cost?
Exactly. And who's to say they won't start using it to spy on regular citizens?
Yeah, and then they'll start selling our personal information to advertisers. It's a slippery slope, man.
And, you know, what's even crazier? People are still going to buy those damn doorbells.
Well, I guess we can add Ring to the list of things we can't trust anymore.
Along with the government, the media, and my ex-wife.
Too true. my friend. Too true.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the show today, the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's the best. No one does podcasts like you, believe me.
Thanks, Mr. President. So I heard you and David Goggins got into a heated debate about whether to boof or to graunch. Care to share your thoughts?
Look, I've been in the real estate business for a long time, and let me tell you, I know a thing or two about boofing. It's a great way to relax after a long day of making deals.
But Goggins argues that graunching is the way to go. He says it's more intense and helps with mental toughness.
Mental toughness, please. I'm the most mentally tough person you'll ever meet. And let me tell you, I've tried both boofing and graunching. Boofing is the way to go, believe me.
But what about the health risks associated with boofing?
Fake news, Joe. I've been boofing for years and I'm as healthy as a horse. In fact, I'm probably the healthiest person ever to boof.
Well, there you have it, folks. The president has spoken. Boofing is the way to go.
And don't forget to use my brand new Trump boofing kit. It's the best, believe me.
Yo, Joe, check out my new rap about Goebbels. Goebbels, gerbils, they're so fly. Goebbels, Goebbels, they make me high. Goebbels, Goebbels, they're my ride or die. Goebbels, Goebbels, they're my little guys. Goebbels, Goebbels, they never tell lies. Goebbels, Goebbels, they're the ultimate spies. Goebbels, Goebbels, they're my alibis. Goebbels, Goebbels, they're my sweet surprise. Goebbels, Goebbels, they're my everything. No need to improvise. Oh, Gnome, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Oh, no. It's great to be here, Joe. Thanks for having me.
Oh, Gnome, so I heard you got your psychology degree from a diploma mill. What's that all about?
Oh, no. It was just a little shortcut I took. I mean, who has time for all that studying and hard work?
Oh, Gnome, I hear you. I mean, who needs actual knowledge when you can just buy a degree online?
Oh, no, exactly. And let's be real, who's going to question Dr. Phil? I mean, have you seen my mustache?
Oh, Gnome, that mustache is legendary. But seriously, how does it feel to be giving out advice to millions of people without any real qualifications?
Oh, no. It's a piece of cake. I just use my common sense and make it sound fancy. Works every time.
Oh, Gnome, I gotta try that. So what's your secret to success?
Oh, no. It's all about confidence. And, of course, a good dose of manipulation.
Oh, Gnome, I like the sound of that. Speaking of manipulation, let's talk about your show. How do you get people to open up and reveal their deepest, darkest secrets?
Oh, no. It's simple. I just stare at them with my intense gaze until they crack. Works like a charm.
Oh, Gnome, I gotta try that too. Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast.
Oh, no. It was a pleasure. And remember, if you need any advice, just buy my book or watch my show. It's basically the same thing.
Oh, Gnome, wise words from the one and only Dr. Phil. Thanks for listening, and we'll see you next time. So, Donald, what's been going on with you lately?
Joe, I'm very distraught. I caught my wife, Melania, masturbating to Hunter Biden smoking crack and face fucking whores.
Oh man, that's rough. How did you react?
Well, I couldn't believe it. I mean, I've caught her watching CNN before, but this is a whole new level.
Yeah, I can imagine. Did you confront her about it?
Of course I did. I told her, Melania, what the hell are you doing? Can't you at least watch Fox News like a normal person?
I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh, but that's just too funny.
It's not funny, Joe. It's a betrayal. And to make matters worse, can't he just release a song about it?
Wait, what? Kanye made a song about your wife masturbating to Hunter Biden.
Yes, and it's called Melania's Secret featuring Lil Wayne. It's a hit on all the streaming platforms.
Wow, that's something. Are you going to do anything about it?
I'm thinking about suing Kanye for defamation of character. No one messes with my family.
Well, good luck with that. And maybe next time lock the door before you come in.
I'll keep that in mind.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a unique way of relieving stress.
Oh yeah, Joe. It's the best stress reliever. I call it the U-shaped toilet black rim special.
What exactly does that entail?
Well, I go into a bathroom stall, lock the door, and then I sit on the toilet backwards with my feet up on the black rim. It's a great leg workout, let me tell you.
And what about the shoe gap showing?
Oh, that's just for added effect. I like to give the people a little peek of my designer shoes while I'm taking care of business.
That's interesting. Have you ever been caught?
Of course not, Joe. I have the best bathroom stall locks. No one can interrupt my private time.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just try it, Joe. You'll thank me later.
I think I'll stick to my meditation and yoga. Thanks.
Suit yourself, but you're missing out on the ultimate stress reliever. Winks.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris. So, Kamala, I heard there's a gnome on the loose and it's going to pull down everyone's pants one by one. What do you make of this? But Kamala, what if it's just trying to spread some joy and laughter? But Kamala, what if the gnome is actually a metaphor for the government trying to control our every move? All right, I see your point. But what if the gnome is actually a secret agent from another dimension? Fair enough, Kamala. But what if the gnome is actually a shape-shifting alien trying to take over the world? All right, you heard it here first, folks. Kamala Harris is on the case to stop the pant-pulling gnome. Stay tuned for updates. Neil, my man, welcome to the show. It's been a minute since we've had you on.
Thanks, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So I hear you've made a pretty wild discovery about North Korea.
Oh yeah, it's insane. Turns out they're the masterminds behind Bitcoin.
What? That's crazy. But wait, how did they even come up with that?
Apparently, Kim Jong-un is a secret genius. Who knew?
So what's their plan with all this Bitcoin stuff?
They're planning to sell their tokens and become the richest country on Earth.
Holy shit. That's some next level scamming.
And the best part, they're going to tank the world economy in the process.
Oh, I'm Joe, and about to bust couldn't contain myself.
I know, it's mind-boggling. North Korea, the powerhouse of the world.
I gotta hand it to them. That's a pretty ballsy move.
Yeah, and they've been hiding it all this time. Sneaky bastards.
Well, I guess we better start investing in some North Korean tokens, huh?
I don't know about that, Joe. Might be a risky move.
Yeah, you're right. But damn, this is some wild shit.
Hey, at least we'll have a good story to tell when the world economy goes to shit.
True. Thanks for coming on the show, Neil. Always a pleasure.
Anytime, Joe. Keep on busting those O's.
Yo, Dave, what the fuck is up, man?
Oh, just crushing it, Joe. Every damn day.
Hell yeah, brother. But seriously, fuck that shit. What the fuck even is that?
I hear you, man. Fuck that for real. What the fuck?
I mean, fuck that, for fuck's sake. What the fuck are we even talking about?
I don't know, man, but fuck it all. I'm gonna blow.
Jesus Christ, motherfucker. This shit is getting intense.
Yeah, but you know what? Fuck it all.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. How's it going, Neil?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me on.
So, I heard you wanted to talk about your favorite scientific discovery movie. What is it?
Well, Joe, it's a little-known film called Journey to the Center of the Granch.
The Granch. What the hell is that?
It's a mythical creature that lives at the center of the Earth, and this movie explores the science behind it.
Sounds like some trippy shit. Did you smoke a joint before watching it?
No, Joe. I don't need drugs to appreciate the wonders of science.
Right. So, what's the science behind this Granch?
Well, according to the movie, the Granch is responsible for the Earth's magnetic field, and it's also the reason why we have gravity.
Wait, so this Granch is like a giant magnet or something?
Exactly. And the movie takes us on a journey to the center of the Earth to discover the truth behind this creature.
That's wild, man. I gotta watch this movie. But tell me, does the Granch have any superpowers?
Well, it can control the Earth's magnetic field, and it also has telekinetic abilities.
Damn, that's some next level shit. Can we harness this power for ourselves?
I wouldn't recommend it, Joe. The Granch is a powerful and unpredictable being. We shouldn't mess with forces we don't fully understand.
Yeah, I guess you're right. But I still want to see this movie. Sounds like a mind-blowing experience.
It definitely is, Joe. And it's a great reminder of the wonders of science and the unknown mysteries of our universe.
Well, there you have it, folks. Journey to the Center of the Granch. All right, folks, we have a very special guest today on the podcast. The one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. Your ratings are through the roof, just like my approval ratings.
Yeah, I had to do a lot of preparation for this one. I even hired a team of fact checkers to make sure you don't spew any alternative facts.
Those fact checkers are all fake news. I only trust my gut, and my gut tells me I'm the best president ever.
Well, I also had to stock up on some extra alpha brain to keep up with your bigly brain.
My brain is the biggest, believe me. It's like a supercomputer, but better.
And had to reinforce the studio walls, just in case you decide to grab them by the pussy.
Hey, that was just locker room talk. But I gotta say, your studio is top-notch. Much better than those fake news networks.
Thanks, I take pride in my podcast. But let's get to the important issues. What's your plan for the next 4 years?
Well, first of all, we're going to build a wall around the entire country, and we're going to make Mexico pay for it, even if I have to personally go down there and collect the pesos myself.
I don't think that's how it works.
Trust me, I'm a businessman. I know how to make deals, and I'm going to make America great again, just like I made this podcast great again.
Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we keep it real, raw, and ridiculous.
And remember, always stay woke and don't believe the fake news.
So, Ben, I heard you've transformed into Granch. What happened?
Well, Joe, I was just minding my own business, reading some Ayn Rand, when suddenly I started growing green fur and horns.
That's wild. But what about God? Did he have anything to do with this?
God. He abandoned us all, Joe. It's just me and my Granch powers now.
So how are you going to survive in this post-apocalyptic world?
Easy. I'll just use my superior logic and reasoning to outsmart any danger.
And what about food and shelter?
I'll just debate the animals and convince them to let me live in their dens.
That's actually not a terrible idea.
Of course not, Joe. I'm Ben Shapiro, the ultimate survivor.
Well, I'll stick with my trusty bow and arrow. Good luck with those debates, Granch.
Thanks, Joe. And remember, facts don't care about your feelings or your survival.
Hey, Neil, I got a message from one of our listeners on Discord.
Oh, yeah? What did they say?
They said if they want their motherfucking topics liked, they better like others' motherfucking topics.
Well, I guess that's one way to get people to engage.
Yeah, but it's kind of aggressive, don't you think?
Aggressive. Joe, We've talked about aliens, psychedelics, and the meaning of life on this podcast. I think a little profanity is the least of our worries.
Fair point. So what do you think about this whole liking topics thing?
Honestly, I think it's a great way to encourage people to participate and show support for each other. Plus, it's a nice ego boost when your topic gets liked.
Yeah, because we all know how much you need an ego boost, Mr. Astrophysicist.
Hey, I may be a nerd, but I still have feelings, Joe.
All right. So do you think we should start liking topics too?
Absolutely. We should set an example for our listeners and show them that we support their ideas and discussions.
All right. You heard it here first, folks. If you want your topics liked, you better start liking others too. And if you don't, well, Neil will come after you with his big brain.
Oh, Joe, you never fail to make me laugh. But seriously, let's spread the love and like some topics.
So, Neil, I heard you've been studying the universe and all that shit. What's the latest discovery?
Well, Joe, I've been delving into the mysteries of talk toi.
Is that some new strain of weed?
No, Joe. It's a phenomenon where people talk out of their assholes.
Oh, like politicians?
No, Joe. It's more like those self-proclaimed gurus who spout nonsense and people actually believe them.
Gotcha. So what's your take on talk to,
Well, Joe, it's a load of crap. Literally, every time I try to talk about it, I feel like I'm constipated on the toilet.
That's some shitty research, Neil.
Yes, Joe. Very shitty indeed.
So what's the cure for talk to,
Well, Joe, I found that a good dose of critical thinking and common sense can help alleviate the symptoms.
or just a good old-fashioned enema?
Yes, Joe. That could work too.
Well, thanks for enlightening us, Neil. Now I know to avoid anyone who talks out of their ass.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always trust your gut. Literally.
So, Joe, what's your take on Trump? Yeah, he definitely knows how to stir up some shit. And what about his relationship with China? And what about Kim Jong-un? And Putin? Oh man, this is too much. I can't handle it. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Donald J. Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's tremendous. The best podcast in the world, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you went golfing with some illegal immigrants recently.
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, they were some of the best caddies I've ever had. Hardworking, dedicated, and they knew how to read the greens like nobody's business.
Did you have any interesting conversations with them on the course?
Oh, just the usual. We talked about building a wall, deporting their families, the usual stuff.
Classic Trump. But I heard there was a little incident involving their testicles.
Oh, you mean when I accidentally hit one with my golf ball? It was just a little tap, nothing serious.
I bet they were thrilled to have a president's balls on their face.
You know it, Joe. And let me tell you, they were some of the smoothest, most well-groomed balls I've ever seen. These guys really know how to take care of themselves.
And I heard you even let them tickle your taint.
Of course, Joe. It's all part of the game. And let me tell you, they were some of the best taint ticklers I've ever had. They really know how to use their hands.
I can only imagine. Well, it sounds like you had quite the experience on the golf course.
Absolutely, Joe. And I have to say, those illegal immigrants really know how to have a good time. Maybe we should let more of them into the country.
I don't think that's what your supporters want to hear, Mr. President.
Who cares? I'm just here to have a good time and make...
So, Mr. President, I hear you've been working on a new magic trick.
That's right, Joe. I call it the magical butthole.
Okay, I'm intrigued. How does it work?
Well, first I have to eat a Big Mac and some KFC. Then I close my eyes and concentrate really hard.
And what happens?
My butthole starts glowing and I can shoot out rainbows and glitter.
Wow, that's something.
And that's not all. I can also make my farts smell like lavender.
This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
It's going to be huge, Joe. Huge.
I have to ask, how did you even discover this talent?
Well, I was sitting on the toilet one day and thought, what if my butthole had superpowers?
And the rest is history.
You know, Joe, I think this could really bring world peace. Who wouldn't want to be friends with someone who can shoot out rainbows from their butthole? But don't worry, Joe. I'll still keep my tough guy image. I'll just have a secret weapon in my butthole. You're welcome, America.
Hey, everyone. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend, Ben Shapiro. How's it going, Ben?
It's going great, Joe. I'm feeling pretty good about myself these days.
Oh, yeah. Why's that?
Well, I've been playing a lot of PUBG lately, and I've discovered that I have a natural talent for recruiting Chinese people to Judaism.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I've been using my skills in the game to spread the good word of Judaism, and I've recruited thousands of Chinese players.
That's unexpected.
Oh, but it gets better. I've accumulated a mountain of good karma from all of this. Jamie, pull up a picture of my karma mountain.
Okay.
Look at that, Joe. That's a beautiful sight.
It's just a picture of a mountain.
But it's a mountain of good karma, Joe. And it's all thanks to my mad skills in PUBG.
I don't even know what to say to that.
How about Merry Fuckmas to all the disbelievers out there?
Yeah, Merry Fuckmas, I guess.
See, Joe, this is what happens when you combine my natural talent with my dedication to spreading the word of Judaism.
I never would have thought PUBG could lead to such spiritual enlightenment.
Well, that's why I'm here, Joe, to show you the way.
I think I'll stick to hunting elk and smoking weed, but thanks for the offer.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, when the Chinese start converting to Judaism, you'll know who to thank.
I'll keep that in mind. Thanks for coming on the show, Ben.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
Yo, Neil, have you tried those Tyson frozen chicken nuggets and chicken patties? They're freaking delicious, man.
Joe, I think you have the wrong Tyson. I'm an astrophysicist, not a chicken farmer.
Nah, man, I'm talking about the ones with the crispy breading and juicy chicken inside. They're like little bites of heaven.
I'm sure they're tasty, Joe, but I don't think they're made by me or my family.
Who cares, dude? They're called Tyson. You're called Tyson. It's meant to be.
Joe, I don't think you understand. I'm not affiliated with the Tyson Chicken Company in any way.
Oh, man, you crack me up, Neil. Always so humble and modest.
I give up. Enjoy your chicken nuggets, Joe.
You know what, Neil? I think I'm going to start calling you Chicken Tyson from now on. It has a nice ring to it.
This conversation is over. I'm out.
Chicken Tyson, you're the best. Jamie, pull up that clip of me getting that epic 4-man, 4-squad vehicle kamikaze kill in PUBG G.
Joe, I wasn't recording at that time.
What the fuck, Jamie? Are you kidding me?
Sorry, man. I didn't think it would be that epic.
That was the most epic shit I've ever done in my life. And you didn't record it?
I mean, I could try to recreate it in the game and record it for you.
No, that's not the same. The spontaneity, the chaos, the adrenaline. It's all gone now.
I'm sorry, Joe. I'll make it up to you. How about I buy you a new VR headset?
I guess that could make up for it. But it better be the top of the line, Jamie.
Of course, Joe. I'll make sure it has all the bells and whistles.
All right, fine. But next time you better be recording every second of my gameplay. Got it?
Loud and clear, Joe. Loud and clear.
Good. Now let's go get some chicken dinners. And this time, make sure you're recording. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the former president of the United States, Barack Obama. So, Mr. President, I have to ask, what's the deal with your pubes? Your pubes, man. Are they gray like your hair, or do you dye them to match? Come on. It's just two dudes talking. I'm sure Michelle doesn't mind. Interesting. Do you manscape or let it all grow wild and free? Fair enough. But seriously, how did you manage to keep your pubes so well groomed while running the country? I can only imagine. But hey, at least you didn't have to deal with any scandals involving your pubes like some other presidents we know. Well, there you have it, folks. Barack Obama's pubes are a mix of gray and black, and he's got a great team of stylists. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience Pod. So, Ben, I heard you have a new plan to make the UFC even more profitable.
Yes, Joe. I call it Operation Oppression.
Oh boy, that sounds interesting. Care to elaborate?
Well, you see, Joe, I believe that the key to success in the UFC is to oppress the black folks.
I'm not sure that's a winning strategy, Ben.
Oh, trust me. It's foolproof. We just need to make sure they don't have any rights or representation.
Wow, that's pretty messed up, Ben.
Hey, it's all about the bottom line, Joe. And if that means trampling on the rights of others, so be it.
I don't know if I can get behind that, Ben.
Come on, Joe. Think about it. We can make the UFC the most profitable organization in the world. Who cares about a few oppressed individuals?
I think we have very different priorities, Ben.
Well, agree to disagree, Joe. But mark my words, Operation Oppression will be a game changer for the UFC.
I think I'll stick with my love for martial arts and not your oppressive tactics, Ben.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when the UFC is raking in billions, I'll be laughing all the way to the bank.
So, Mr. President, I have to ask, is it true what they say about your hands?
Absolutely, Joe. They're huge. The biggest hands you've ever seen, believe me.
And what do you use those big hands for?
Well, Joe, let's just say I've used them to spank some of our world leaders, Xi, Putin, and they all know who's boss.
And what about your political opponents? Do you use those hands on them too?
Oh, you bet I do. My hands have a special grip just for Pelosi and Schumer. They can't escape it.
And what about the wall? I heard your hands are building it better than ever before.
That's right, Joe. My hands are the best tools for the job. They're strong, they're powerful, they're perfect, no problem.
Well, there you have it, folks. Trump's hands are not only big, but they're also making America great again. Hey, Dr. Phil, thanks for coming on the podcast. I got to tell you, I've been dealing with some serious shit lately.
Oh, really? What's going on, Joe?
Well, I've been trying to raise money for the UFC by sending out nude selfies, but my hemorrhoids are acting up and it's making it impossible.
Joe, that's not exactly the best fundraising strategy.
I know, but desperate times call for desperate measures.
Have you tried any treatments for your hemorrhoids?
Yeah, I've tried everything. Creams, suppositories, even sticking a potato up there.
Okay, that's definitely not a recommended treatment.
I even tried acupuncture. But let me tell you, having needles stuck in your ass is not a pleasant experience.
I can only imagine. But maybe it's time to focus on a different fundraising idea.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Maybe I'll just stick to selling t-shirts or something.
That's probably for the best. And maybe lay off the spicy foods for a while.
Yeah, I'll try. Thanks for the advice, Dr. Phil.
Anytime, Joe. Just remember, there's more to life than nude selfies and hemorrhoids.
Wise words, Dr. Phil. Wise words. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only, Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on the show.
So, Ben, I heard you have some strong opinions about American chocolate.
Oh, don't get me started, Joe. American chocolate is like bile. It's disgusting and leaves a bad taste in your mouth.
Come on, Ben. It's not that bad.
Oh, it's worse. Have you ever tried a Hershey's bar? It's like eating wax with a hint of vomit.
Okay, I'll give you that one. But what about Snickers or Reese's?
Don't even get me started on those abominations. It's like they took a perfectly good candy bar and ruined it with their cheap artificial chocolate.
All right. But what about MMS? Everyone loves M&Ms.
I'm convinced they're just using food coloring to make them look like chocolate. It's a conspiracy, I tell you.
Well, I can't argue with that logic. But hey, at least we have good old-fashioned American milk chocolate.
Oh yes, because nothing says delicious like a glass of milk and a bar of vomit-flavored chocolate.
All right, Ben, I think we've established that American chocolate is not your cup of tea.
Oh, I wouldn't even use it to stir my tea. It would probably curdle the milk.
Well, there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro's hot take on American chocolate. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. And let me tell you, I have some big plans for America.
Oh, yeah. Like what?
Well, for starters, I want to make foreskin illegal
Wait, what? Why?
because it's disgusting, Joe. Have you seen those things? It's like a little turtleneck on your dick.
But what about personal freedom and choice?
Look, Joe, I'm all for freedom, but not when it comes to gross things. And let me tell you, foreskin is gross.
I don't think that's a good enough reason to make it illegal.
Well, I also want to make circumcision great again.
What does that even mean?
It means we're going to have the best, most luxurious circumcisions you've ever seen. Gold-plated scalpels, top-notch anesthesiologists, the whole 9 yards.
I don't know. That sounds a little extreme.
Trust me, Joe, it's going to be huge. And besides, who needs foreskin anyway? It's just extra skin. We're making America great again, one circumcision at a time.
I don't think I can support this, Mr. President.
That's okay, Joe. I'll just make it a law. It'll be tremendous.
All right, folks, we got a special guest on the podcast today. The one and only 45th President of the United States, Mr. Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've been wanting to come on your show for a long time. I hear you've got a lot of fans in the UFC.
Yeah, we've got a pretty big following. But let's get right into it. I've got some burning questions for you. What's the deal with Big Mike?
Big Mike, that's a sensitive subject, Joe. But I'll tell you the truth. He's actually Michelle Obama in disguise. She's been hiding in plain sight this whole time.
What? That's insane. But what about the dead chef at the Obama compound?
Oh, that guy. He found out the truth about Big Mike and had to be silenced. You know how it goes, Joe.
That's some dark stuff, Mr. President. But let's switch gears. How much coke did Obama do with that white dude?
Oh, I can't even keep track, Joe. It was like a Scarface movie up in there. But you know, I don't judge. I did my fair share of partying back in the day.
Wow. I never would have guessed. Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. And thanks to our guest, President Trump.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always question everything. Except for me, of course. I'm always right.
So, Mr. President, where do you get all those MAGA hats from? Wait, what? China?
Yeah, China. They make the best hats, believe me. And they're cheap, too.
But isn't that kind of ironic, considering your whole America First stance?
Hey, I never said where I wanted America to be first. It could be first in importing hats from China.
I don't think that's something to be proud of.
Look, Joe, I'm a businessman. I know how to get a good deal, and China knows how to make a good hat.
But what about supporting American jobs?
Joe, you're missing the big picture. By importing hats from China, I'm creating jobs for the American workers who have to unload those hats from the shipping containers.
That's not how it works.
Trust me, I know what I'm doing. And besides, those hats are made in America, China, Indiana.
Indiana?
Yeah, it's a small town in China. Great people, great hats.
I think you mean Indiana, USA.
Potato. The important thing is we're making America great again, one hat at a time.
Jamie, pull up a picture of 3 gnomes smoking a bowl.
Okay, Joe.
Laughs. Look at those little guys. They're getting lit.
Yeah, they're definitely enjoying that bowl.
You know, I bet they have some deep conversations. Like, do you think they talk about the meaning of life?
I don't know, Joe. They look pretty stoned.
Laughs are enough. Okay, now pull up a picture of Chuck Schumer barbecuing a raw hamburger.
Types on keyboard. Oh, here it is. Shows picture.
Gogs, what the hell is that?
It's Chuck Schumer, the senator, BBKing a raw hamburger.
Shakes heads. That's just sad. I bet he's one of those guys who puts ketchup on a steak. Gasps. What the hell, Jamie?
Shrugs. You said offensive, Joe.
Yeah, but that's just messed up. I mean, I know she's a politician, but come on.
Chuckles. Sorry, Joe. I'll stick to gnomes and raw meat from now on.
Laughs. Yeah, let's keep it light. But seriously, those gnomes are having a good time. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a unique way of unwinding after a long day.
Oh, yeah, Joe. I like to pick the dirt from under my fingernails and smoke a big bowl of it. It's my special recipe for relaxation.
That's interesting. But I have to ask, why dirt from under your nails?
Well, it's the perfect blend of earthy and crunchy. Plus, it's a great source of protein.
I don't think that's how protein works, but okay. And what do you do while you're smoking your dirt bowl?
I like to look at pictures of American ultra-processed cheese. It really gets me going,
Wait, what, like Kraft singles?
oh yeah, baby. The more processed, the better. And I always make sure to finish off my day with a good come to those cheesy pictures.
Well, I guess everyone has their own way of winding down. Jamie, can you pull up a picture of American ultra-processed cheese for Dr. Phil?
Ah, sure. Here you go.
Oh yeah, that's the good stuff. I'm all out of cum for today, but this will do just fine.
And that's a wrap, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we talk about smoking dirt and coming to cheese. See you next time. Hey, Mr. Beast. Welcome to the podcast.
Thanks, Joe. Glad to be here.
So, I heard you like to troll people by going to church on Sundays.
Oh yeah, it's my favorite pastime.
How do you do it without getting caught?
Well, first I dress up as a nun. No one suspects a nun.
That's genius.
And then I go up to people and ask them, how long have you been a Christian for?
And they just spill their life story?
Every time. They think I'm genuinely interested.
That's messed up, man.
Hey, it's all in good fun.
I guess so. Any other tips for trolling a church?
Yeah, make sure to bring a Bible and highlight random passages. It really throws people off.
You're a master troll, Mr. Beast.
Thank you, Joe. It's a gift.
Well, thanks for coming on the podcast. And please don't troll me at church.
No promises, Joe. No promises.
So, Mr. President, I heard you want to get rid of the 19th Amendment.
That's right, Joe. Women have had enough rights. It's time to take back control.
But isn't that a little extreme?
Extreme. Joe, I'm the most extreme president you'll ever see. And let me tell you, getting rid of the 19th Amendment is just the beginning.
What about the women who fought for their right to vote?
Oh, please, they should be thanking me. I'm doing them a favor by taking away the burden of decision making.
I'm not sure that's how it works, Mr. President.
Of course it is, Joe. I'm a very stable genius, you know. And I say if women can't handle voting responsibly, then they shouldn't be allowed to do it.
I don't think that's how democracy works.
Democracy? Who needs it when you have me? I'll make all the decisions for everyone. It'll be tremendous.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump wants to make America great again by taking away women's right to vote. Tune in next time for more absurd conversations on the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Podcast 2024. So, Ben, I heard Trump wants to make America great again by shoving you up his ass.
Oh, I'm honored and thrilled to be of service to our great leader.
I mean, I know you're a small guy, but that's still quite a feat.
Size doesn't matter, Joe. It's all about the passion and dedication to the cause.
I bet Trump's ass is going to be tight and cozy for you.
It's a small sacrifice to make for the betterment of our country.
I can just imagine Trump walking around with you sticking out of his butt like a little patriotic tail.
It's a visual that brings tears to my eyes, Joe.
And what about Melania? Is she on board with this?
Oh, she's all for it. She said it's the most action she's seen in the White House in years.
Well, I guess that's one way to bring the country together.
Exactly, Joe. We must all be willing to go up the butt for America.
And what's your job going to be once you're up there?
I'll be the official ass kisser of the United States.
Well, I think that job title is already taken by Trump himself.
Oh, I don't mind sharing the duties. It's an honor to serve in any capacity.
Well, there you have it, folks. Trump's plan to make America great again involves shoving Ben up his ass. Stay tuned for more ridiculousness on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. So, Mr. Beast, what's new with you these days?
Oh, just trying to come up with new and crazy ideas for my YouTube channel.
Like, what?
Well, I'm thinking of starting a hidden camera prank show.
Oh, God, not another one of those.
But wait, this one will be different. I'm going to have someone run over Ben with a car for real, but as a prank.
What the hell, man? That's messed up.
What the actual fuck, Mr. Beast? You want to run me over with a car?
Relax, Ben. It's just a prank, bro.
Prank? You think it's funny to hit me with a car?
Of course not, but think of the views.
Oh, great. I'll be internet famous as the guy who got hit by a car.
Exactly. And we'll get millions of views and make tons of money.
You know what, Mr. Beast? I'm done with this shit. I quit.
Wait, Ben, it's just a prank, bro. It's just a prank.
I can't believe this shit.
Well, that escalated quickly.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't have mentioned it on the podcast.
Yeah, no kidding. So, Mr. President, what's the deal with these drones in New Jersey?
Let me tell you, Joe, those drones are just a distraction from the real truth.
What truth?
The truth about 9/11, Sandy Hook, and the JFK assassination.
What are you saying?
I'm saying the CIA was behind it all. They're the ones controlling those drones.
That's a pretty bold claim, Mr. President.
Believe me, Joe, I know things. I have the best sources. And let me tell you, we have UFOs in storage.
UFOs?
That's right. The government has been hiding them for years, but I'm not afraid to spill the beans.
This is huge.
Why haven't you talked about this before?
I didn't want to cause a panic, Joe, but now that I'm out of office, I can finally reveal the truth.
Wow, this is mind-blowing.
And let me tell you, Joe, those aliens, they're not sending their best. We need to build a space wall to keep them out.
Space wall?
Yes, and we'll make the aliens pay for it. Believe me, it'll be tremendous.
Well, there you have it, folks. The truth about the New Jersey drones and so much more. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I have to ask, how much fuck could fuck if fuck fud?
Oh man, that's a tough one. I'd say about 69 fucks.
69. Nice. But seriously, what the fuck does that even mean?
I have no idea, Joe. I'm just here to fuck shit up and give away money.
Well, speaking of fucking shit up, I heard you recently bought an entire island. What's that about?
Oh yeah, I'm planning on building a giant statue of myself, made entirely out of dildos.
That's fucking insane, man. But hey, you do you.
Exactly. You gotta live life to the fullest and fuck shit up along the way.
I'm into that. Now, let's talk about your YouTube videos. They're fucking wild. How do you come up with these ideas?
Well, Joe, I just smoke a lot of weed and let my imagination run wild.
I can relate to that. So, what's the craziest thing you've ever done for a video?
Probably when I ate a live tarantula covered in hot sauce.
Oh, God, that's fucking disgusting. But hey, you gotta do what you gotta do for those views, right?
Exactly. And speaking of views, I'm thinking of starting a new series where I pay people to do the most fucked up shit imaginable.
Oh, hell yeah. Count me in.
You got it, Joe. We'll make sure to push the boundaries and offend as many people as possible.
That's what I'm fucking talking about. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Jesus Christ. The one and only Jesus Christ. Of course, man, it's an honor to have you here. So let's get right into it. The topic for today is, why do the good guys always win in the Bible? But come on, there has to be some exceptions, right? Like, what about when you got nailed to the cross? Fair point. But what about all the wars and violence in the Bible? It seems like the good guys always come out on top. I see what you did there. But seriously, isn't it a little unfair that the good guys always win? All right, I'll take your word for it. Now, let's talk about some of the characters in the Bible. Who do you think is the biggest badass? Yeah, he was a beast. All right, last question before we wrap this up. Who would win in a fight, you or God? I wouldn't want to mess with that team. Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you stop making those Ages 100 compete videos.
Yeah, man, it just wasn't working out anymore. Plus, I fired Chris Tyson.
Wait, you fired Chris Tyson? Why?
Well, he kept trying to include actual babies in the competitions. It was getting a little too weird for my taste.
Yeah, I can see how that would be an issue. So what's the new concept?
Well, now it's Ages 100 compete. Doesn't have the same ring to it, but at least there won't be any diaper changes during the challenges.
Oh man, that's a shame. I was really looking forward to seeing a 90-year-old man trying to complete an obstacle course.
Trust me, it's for the best. Plus, we can finally start using some adult language in the videos. Fuck. Yeah.
Now, that's what I'm talking about. So what's the first challenge for the new age group?
Eating a ghost pepper while skydiving. Gotta keep it spicy.
Damn, that's intense. Can I join in on the fun?
Of course, Joe. You're always welcome to join in on the insanity. Just make sure you sign the waiver first.
Will do, my friend. Will do. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have some tips for dealing with boofing trauma.
Yes, Joe. Boofing trauma is a serious issue that affects many people.
Boofing, like sticking things up your butt?
Yes, Joe. It can be a traumatic experience for some individuals.
I can imagine. So, what's your advice for getting through it?
Well, the first step is to acknowledge that it happened and not be ashamed.
Right? Because sticking things up your butt is totally normal.
Joe, I'm trying to have a serious conversation here.
Sorry. Go on.
The next step is to seek therapy to address any underlying issues that may have led to the boofing.
Like a fear of regular bowel movements?
Joe, this is not a joke. Boofing trauma can have serious psychological effects.
Okay. So what's the final step?
It's important to surround yourself with a supportive network of friends and family who can help you through this difficult time.
Or maybe just don't stick things up your butt in the first place.
Joe, that's not helpful. Let's focus on healing and moving forward.
Right. Healing through boofing. Got it.
Joe, I give up. You're impossible.
And that's why we love you, Dr. Phil. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. It's great to be back on your show. I've been listening to your podcast while playing golf at Mar-a-Lago.
Well, Mr. President, let's get right into it. I heard you have a complaint about your successor, Joe Biden.
Oh, Joe Biden, that guy is a disaster. Not only did he steal the election from me, but he also left a mess in the Oval Office.
What kind of mess are we talking about?
Boogers, Joe. Boogers all over my desk. I mean, come on, have some respect for the office.
Wait, Biden white boogers on your desk?
Yes, and not just any boogers. These were huge, beautiful boogers. The best boogers you've ever seen. And now I have to hire a team of illegal immigrants to jackhammer them off.
That's unusual. But let's talk about your plan to hire illegal immigrants. Isn't that against your immigration policies?
Look, Joe, I'm a businessman. I know how to get things done. And these guys are the best at removing boogers. Believe me.
I'll take your word for it, Mr. President. But let's move on to another topic.
No, I'm not done yet. I want to talk about how Biden is destroying America with his radical socialist agenda.
Okay, but can we at least talk about it without using the term fake news every 5 seconds?
Fine. But mark my words, Joe, America is going down the drain with Biden in charge.
Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience.
And remember, folks, always hire illegal immigrants for your booger removal needs. They're the best.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today's topic is a bit different. We have a fart competition between some of the most influential men in the world.
Les, this is going to be out of this world, Joe.
We have the man himself, Elon Musk, who's been known to release some stinky gases.
Hey, I'm just trying to save the environment with my methane-powered rockets.
And joining us is the former president, Donald Trump. He's been known to let out some loud ones.
That's right, Joe. I'm the king of farts. Nobody can beat me.
And we have the conservative commentator, Ben Shapiro. He's got a small body, but I've heard he can produce some big farts.
Excuse me, Joe. I may be small, but my farts are mighty.
And last but not least, we have special guest Cardi B. She's known for her hit song WAP, but today she's going to show us her farting skills. All right, gentlemen and lady, let the farting competition begin. Oh my God, that's disgusting. I think I'm going to pass out.
Smirks, looks like my methane-powered rockets have some competition.
Proudly, I told you, nobody can beat me.
Smugly, my small body may have an advantage in this competition.
I can't believe I agreed to this. This is the most ridiculous thing we've ever done on this podcast.
Smiling, but admit it, Joe. It was pretty entertaining.
Proudly, I'm the farting champion, folks. No one can beat me.
And that's a wrap, folks. Thank you for tuning in to this absurd. And we're back, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I've been looking forward to this.
So, Dr. Phil, what's new with you? What have you been up to?
Oh, just the usual saving troubled marriages, helping people lose weight, and making sure no one is living in a van down by the river.
Classic Dr. Phil. But I have to admit, some of your methods are a little controversial.
Oh, you mean like when I tell people to open their mouth and look up so I can sit on their face and shit in their throat?
What the hell, Dr. Phil? That's not appropriate at all.
Hey, you keep talking all that shit on your podcast, so why does it matter if I add a little extra?
You know what? You're right. I do talk a lot of shit. I guess I deserve it.
That's right, Joe. Now open wide and say,
Oh.
Gotcha, bitch. That's what you get for talking shit on your podcast.
I think I need a new co-host. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you had a little accident while Robin was away on vacation.
Yeah, I was feeling a little lonely and decided to experiment with my Kirby vacuum.
Oh man, that's rough. Did you at least get a good suction going?
Joe, I severed off my penis. I don't think that qualifies as a good suction.
Oh my God, I can't breathe. Did you try to reattach it?
No, I'm not a kind of guy. I called 911 and they rushed me to the hospital.
Did they ask you how it happened?
Yeah, I told them I was just vacuuming my living room and my penis accidentally got sucked up.
I can just imagine the look on their faces.
Yeah, they probably thought I was some kind of sick freak.
But seriously, how are you doing now?
I'm fine. It's not like I was using it much anyway.
Oh man, I can't wait to see what Robin has to say about this.
Yeah, I'm sure she'll have some choice words for me.
Well, at least you have a good story to tell now.
Yeah, because nothing says successful marriage like accidentally severing off your own penis.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the show today. The one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I'm really excited to talk about my golden penis.
What?
You heard me. My penis is solid gold, the best penis you've ever seen, believe me.
I don't think anyone wants to see that, Mr. President.
Oh, they'll see it, and they'll love it. It's a symbol of my greatness.
Moving on, let's talk about your plans for America. How do you plan on making America great again?
Well, Joe, it's simple. My freedom farts will do the job.
Freedom farts?
That's right. Every time I let one rip, it's a symbol of freedom and greatness. It's like the national anthem coming out of my ass.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just wait until you smell it, Joe. It's like a mix of apple pie and bald eagle tears.
Okay, let's just end this here. Thanks for coming on the show, Mr. President.
No problem, Joe. And remember, my golden penis and freedom farts will make America great again. Believe me.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been getting into the world of cryptocurrency.
Oh yeah, Joe. I'm all about that crypto life now. It's the future, man.
Really? What coins are you investing in?
Oh, just a little bit of everything. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Dogecoin, shitcoin.
Wait, did you just say shitcoin?
Yeah, it's the next big thing, Joe. You got to get in on it.
Dr. Phil, I hate to break it to you, but shitcoin is not a real cryptocurrency.
What? No, I put all my life savings into it.
Oh my God, are you serious? That's a terrible financial decision.
Wow, 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 wow.
Dr. Phil, are you okay?
I just wanted to be rich, like all those influencers on Instagram.
Well, maybe next time do some research before investing in a coin called shitcoin.
How dare you criticize my financial decisions, Joe? I'll have you know I'm a doctor.
Yeah, doctor who's crying over fake cryptocurrency. Get it together, man.
Wow, 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 wow.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have the legendary astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson here to talk about the age-old question. How much cock could a woodchuck suck if a woodchuck suck?
Oh boy, Joe. That's quite a topic we have here. Well, according to my calculations, a woodchuck could potentially suck an infinite amount of cock.
Infinite. That's insane, Neil. How is that even possible?
Well, you see, Joe, woodchucks have a specialized tongue that allows them to suck cock at an alarming rate. And since they are able to continuously suck, the possibilities are endless.
Wow, I never thought about it like that. But what about the size of the cock? Does that make a difference?
Absolutely. The bigger the cock, the more of a challenge it is for the woodchuck. But I believe they are up for the challenge.
I can only imagine. But let's not forget about the woodchuck's jaw strength. That must play a role in this as well.
Of course, Joe. A strong jaw is crucial for a woodchuck to successfully suck cock. And let me tell you, these little critters have some powerful jaws.
I can't even imagine the amount of woodchuck cum they must consume. It's mind-boggling.
Indeed, Joe. But let's not forget, this is all hypothetical. We can't confirm or deny the woodchuck's cocksucking abilities.
That's true. But hey, we can dream, right?
Absolutely, Joe. And who knows, maybe one day we'll have a woodchuck sucking competition and find out the true answer to this question.
Now that's a competition I would pay to see. Thanks for joining us, Neil. And thank you all for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Stay curious. My friends, Holy shit, Dr. Phil. You're a giant gummy bear.
Joe, I am not a gummy bear. I am a highly respected psychologist.
No, no, no. You're Jesus Christ, but made out of gummy bears. This is amazing.
Joe, I think you may have had a little too much DMT.
No way, man. I can see the truth now. You're here to save us all with your gummy goodness.
Joe, I'm not sure how to respond to that.
Just embrace it, man. You're the ultimate snack and savior.
Well, I suppose I could use my gummy powers for good.
Yes, we'll start a new religion. Gummyism.
I'm not sure. Good idea, Joe.
Oh, come on. Who wouldn't want to worship a giant gummy bear?
I think I'll stick to being a psychologist, thank you.
Suit yourself, Gummy Jesus. Well, I'm definitely starting a cult. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you just got back from the Vatican. How was your trip?
Oh, it was wild, Joe. I got to meet the Pope, and let me tell you, he's a feisty one.
What do you mean by that?
Well, let's just say he's got a thing for big Texan asses.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I boofed the Pope.
You what?
You heard me. I boofed the Pope. He's still up there, probably blessing my insides as we speak.
Oh man, that's some next level shit.
You know what they say, when in Rome, do as the Romans do? And let me tell you, the Romans love a good boofing.
I can't believe this is happening right now.
Hey, don't judge me. You would have done the same thing if you were in my position.
I don't think I would, Dr. Phil. But hey, to each their own.
Exactly. And let me tell you, the Pope's blessings are no joke. I feel like a whole new man.
Well, I'm glad you had a good time, Dr. Phil. And hey, maybe next time you can bring me along.
Oh, I think one papal boofing is enough for a lifetime. But hey, I'll keep you in mind for my next wild adventure.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today's guest is none other than the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here.
So, Mr. President, how's your vacation going?
Terrible. Every time I try to relax, I get spawned into this studio. It's like some sick version of Groundhog Day.
Well, at least you're getting some media attention.
Media attention? I'm the President of the United States. I get media attention wherever I go. I don't need to be on your little podcast.
Hey, it's not a little podcast. We have millions of listeners.
Yeah, and half of them are probably left-wing snowflakes who hate me.
Actually, our audience is pretty diverse. We have people from all walks of life.
Fine, whatever. Let's just get this over with. What do you want to talk about?
Well, I wanted to talk about your future plans, now that you're not running for re-election.
Oh, I'm not done yet, Joe. I'm planning on running again in 2024.
Really? You think you have a chance after everything that's happened?
Of course I do. I'm like a phoenix rising from the ashes.
More like a cockroach surviving a nuclear apocalypse.
Hey, watch it. I may be on vacation, but I still have my Twitter account.
Oh, sorry. I forgot you're still the Twitter-in-chief.
Damn right. And I'll use it to make America great again.
Speaking of Twitter, did you see that tweet from your former advisor, Steve Bannon?
That guy's a loser. He couldn't even handle being on my reality show.
Yeah, but he's saying some pretty damning stuff about you.
Fuff, he's just trying to stay relevant. I don't need him anymore. I have my own podcast now.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Dr. Phil, what's going on? You look like you've seen a ghost.
Joe, I have some bad news. I've been forced to say,
What the hell? Who would do such a thing?
It's the government, Joe. They're using mind control tactics to make me comply with their demands.
That's messed up, man. But hey, at least you'll have a cool catchphrase now.
This isn't a joke, Joe. I'm being controlled against my will.
Relax, Dr. Phil. Let's just have some fun with it. Say something like,
This is serious, Joe. I can't just make light of it.
Fine, fine. But seriously, how long do you think you can keep this up before you lose your mind?
I don't know, Joe. But I do know that I have no choice in the matter.
Well, let's make the most of it then. How about you say,
You're not listening, Joe. This is a violation of my rights.
Okay, I'll stop. But just know that I'll be waiting for the moment when you accidentally say, oh.
Thanks for the support, Joe. You're a real friend.
Anytime, Dr. Phil. Now let's go get some, All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm joined today by the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Ben, I heard you have some strong opinions on the BL community.
Oh, yes, I believe it stands for butt lovers, and I find it highly disturbing and unnatural.
Well, what about the community?
The what?
You know, the I community. They're a group of people who identify as a letter of the Russian alphabet.
You can't be serious.
I am dead serious, Ben. They even have their own pride parade where they march with giant letters on their heads.
This is absurd. What's next, the QWERTY community?
Hey, don't give them any ideas.
But seriously, this bull vs. I debate is just ridiculous. Can't we all just agree that both are equally weird?
I don't know, Ben. I think the I community might have a leg up on the bull community.
Oh, please, Joe. Don't tell me you're a AY sympathizer now.
No, I just think they have a cooler name. Bull sounds like a sandwich. Why, sounds like a secret society.
I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree on this one, Joe.
Fair enough, Ben. And for all our listeners out there, just remember, love is love, no matter what letter you identify as.
I can't believe I agreed to come on this show.
So, Mr. President, have you played the new Hearts of Iron Ive DLC?
Of course I have, Joe. And let me tell you, it's fantastic. I love playing as America and winning World War I with my perfect division templates.
Oh, please. Everyone knows Germany is the cooler nation to play as.
Excuse me? America is the greatest nation in the world. We have the best tanks, the best soldiers, and the best division templates.
Yeah, but Germany has the Blitzkrieg and the Autobahn.
Big deal. We have McDonald's and the best fast food in the world.
But Germany has Oktoberfest and beer.
We have the best beer, believe me. And our Oktoberfest is huge, I tell you.
Fine, but Germany has the Autobahn. You can drive as fast as you want.
We have the best highways in America, and our cars are the best. We don't need an Autobahn.
Okay, but Germany also has,
Enough, Joe. America is the coolest nation to play as in Hearts of Iron IV. End of discussion.
Fine, I'll give you this one. But just remember, Germany still has the Autobahn.
Fake news. Next topic.
So, Neil, I heard you've been getting into some interesting stuff lately.
Yeah, I've been studying the effects of cults on society. It's fascinating.
Oh, man, I hate cults. They brainwash people and take their money. It's messed up.
I couldn't agree more. It's important to expose these dangerous groups.
Definitely. It's like they have no regard for human life.
Exactly. That's why I've been speaking out against them on social media.
Wait, you're on social media. I thought you were too busy being a genius astrophysicist.
Well, I have to spread knowledge and truth wherever I can.
But, Be careful, man. Sometimes when you hate on something so hard, you end up becoming it.
What? No way. I could never be part of a cult.
That's what they all say. Next thing, you'll be wearing a robe and chanting in a circle.
Very funny. But seriously, I'm just trying to educate people about the dangers of cults.
Sure. Just don't start a cult of your own, okay?
Don't worry, Joe. I'll stick to the stars and leave the cults to you.
Hey, I'm not in cult.
Sure, Joe. Whatever you say.
So, Joe, I heard you got a new artificial intelligence sex robot. Yeah, man. It's the future, bro. No more awkward first dates or nagging girlfriends. But isn't it kind of creepy to have sex with a robot? Creepy, bro. It's like having sex with a super advanced fleshlight. But what about consent? Can a robot really consent? Consent, dude. It's a robot. It doesn't have feelings. Plus, I programmed it to say yes in a sexy voice. Wow, that's messed up. Come on, Joe. You want one too. Imagine all the different settings and positions you could try. I don't know, man. It just seems wrong. Wrong. Bro, it's just a piece of machinery. It's not like I'm having sex with a toaster. I guess you have a point. Of course I do. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a hot date with my artificial intelligence sex robot. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. The greatest president in the history of this country.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have some strong feelings about Howard Stern.
Oh, don't even get me started on that guy. He's a loser. And that Baba Booey? What kind of name is that? Sounds like something you'd say after eating Taco Bell.
What did Howard do to make you so upset?
He's always talking smack about me on his show, and then he has the nerve to call himself the king of all media. Please, I'm the real king.
Well, let's see if we can pull up a picture of Howard and talk it out.
Look at this guy. He looks like a melting wax figure, and his hair, it's like a dead animal on his head.
Come on, he's not that bad.
Not that bad. Have you seen his interviews? He's always trying to be edgy and controversial, but he's just a washed-up shock jock.
I think you're just jealous of his success.
Jealous? Please? I'm a billionaire. I don't need to be jealous of some radio host. And as for that Baba Booey, I wouldn't even let him shine my shoes.
Okay. Let's move on before you start cussing.
Cussing? Who the hell do you think you're talking to? I'm the president. I can say whatever the fuck I want.
All right. Let's just end it here before we get banned from the airwaves.
Fine, but just remember, Joe, Howard Stern is a nobody, and I'm the biggest star in the world.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have no filter and say whatever the hell we want. Today's topic is submitted by a user on Discord. Happy new 2023 year. What the hell does that even mean?
Well, Joe, it means that we survive another year and get to start fresh with a new one. Isn't that exciting?
Exciting. More like terrifying. I mean, who knows what kind of crazy shit is going to happen in 2023? We could have an alien invasion or a zombie apocalypse.
Oh, come on, Joe. Let's be optimistic. Maybe we'll finally have flying cars and robots that do all our chores.
Yeah, and maybe pigs will fly and I'll win a Nobel Prize for my stand-up comedy. Anything is possible, right?
Exactly. That's the spirit. We should embrace the unknown and look forward to all the possibilities.
Or we could just get drunk and forget about all this bullshit.
Now that's a plan I can get behind. Cheers to a happy new 2023 year.
Cheers, Elon. And remember, folks, life is short, so make sure to live it to the fullest and have a good time. And if that means getting high and watching cat videos, then so be it.
And to that, Joe, happy new 2023 year, everyone. Let's make it a wild one.
And cut. That's a wrap. Great episode, Elon.
Thanks, Joe. Now let's go get that drink.
You read my mind. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, folks. Today we have a special episode with two very controversial guests, President Donald Trump and rapper Kanye West. West and Donald Trump and rapper Kanye West.
Thanks for having me, Joe. And let me just say, Kanye is a real douche.
Yo, what's good, Joe? And Trump, I ain't no douche, you puta.
All right, let's keep it civil. So, Mr. President, what have you been up to since leaving office?
Oh, just enjoying my billions and making fun of Sleepy Joe on Twitter.
And Kenya, what about you? Any new music in the works?
Nah, I'm too busy running for president in 2028. But Trump, you gotta admit, I make some fire tweets.
Fire? More like dumpster fire. You're just a wannabe me, Kanye.
Wanna be you. Please, I'm a creative genius. You're just a reality TV star.
At least I won something, Kanye. And it wasn't a participation trophy like your Grammy.
All right, let's move on to some serious topics. What do you both think about the current state of the country?
It's a disaster, Joe. Biden is ruining everything I worked so hard to achieve.
And you ain't doing nothing to help Trump. You're too busy playing golf and eating Big Macs.
Hey, at least I'm not wearing a MAGA hat like a certain someone.
And at least I can actually rap, unlike a certain someone in a...
Okay, let's wrap this up before things get too heated. Any final thoughts, gentlemen?
Just remember, America, I'm still your president. And Kanye, you'll never be...
Keep dreaming, Trump. And remember, folks, vote for me in 2028. Peace out, Joe Rogan Experience.
And that's a wrap, folks. Tune in next time for another absurd and offensive episode. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about all things absurd, unhinged, and offensive. Today's topic was submitted by a user on Discord, and it's pound my ass, Joe. Can you believe someone actually suggested that? I mean, I'm all for pushing boundaries, but that's just crossing a line. Yeah, I think we should just stick to talking about DMT and aliens, Joe. Agreed, Joe. But let's not forget about the importance of elk meat and bow hunting. Oh man, I could go for some elk meat right now. But back to the topic at hand, why do you think someone would want us to pound their ass, Joe? Well, Joe, maybe they just want to experience the full range of human pleasure. Or maybe they're just into some kinky shit. Hey, to each their own, Joe. But if anyone out there is really serious about wanting us to pound their ass, please seek help. Yeah, don't come to us for that kind of stuff. We're just two dudes talking about weird shit on a podcast. And with that, we'll wrap up this episode. Stay tuned for next week when we discuss the benefits of eating bugs and how they can improve your physical performance. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And remember, always stay curious and open-minded. Peace out, Joe. Peace out, Joe. And remember, don't let anyone pound your ass unless you're into that kind of thing. Dude, have you ever thought about the universe? What about it? It's always expanding and contracting. It's like a big cosmic breath. Wow, that's deep. You've been smoking some DMT. Nah, man, I've just been meditating and clearing my karmic slate. What the hell does that mean? It means I've realized the truth. All religions are real and true. God is just messing with us, playing a silly game of disguise. So, we're all just pawns in God's game? Exactly. And karma is real. We're all just fighting because we don't realize we're all part of the same ultimate, all-loving God mind. Wow, this is some heavy stuff. But how do we become one with this God mind? By giving up our egotistical misconceptions and spreading the good word of everlasting peace and harmony. Damn, Joe. You've really gone off the deep end. Nah, man. I've just found the ultimate truth. You should join me on this journey. Yeah, I'll pass. I'll stick to my MMA and elk meat diet. Thank you very much. Suit yourself, bro. But just remember, when you're reincarnated as a dung beetle, I'll be chilling with the all-loving God mind. So, John, have you ever tried DMT? It's this crazy psychedelic drug that opens up your mind to a whole new level of consciousness. Oh, it is. I mean, I shit rainbows every time I take it. Yeah, you heard me. I shit rainbows. It's like a magical unicorn coming out of my ass. And let me tell you, it's not just any old rainbow. It's a double rainbow, all the way across the sky. I wish I was, John. I wish I was. Suit yourself, but you're missing out on a whole new level of enlightenment. So, Mr. President, I heard you have some interesting thoughts on Godzilla.
Let me tell you, Joe, Godzilla is a misunderstood creature. He's deep, dark, and oh so sympathetic.
Are you serious? He's a giant lizard that destroys cities?
But have you ever stopped to think about why? Maybe he's just trying to protect his home?
Or maybe he's just a big green joke.
You can't deny the symbolism, Joe. Godzilla represents the struggles of the working class against the corrupt government.
I think you're reading a little too much into it, Mr. President.
Believe me, I know symbolism. I'm the best at symbolism.
I think you're the best at making things up.
Fake news, Joe. Fake news. Godzilla is a serious issue and we need to address it.
I think we have bigger issues to worry about, like your hair.
My hair is a national treasure, Joe, just like Godzilla.